It's now 10:22 a.m. on Thursday, December 5th, and we will now reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho.
Here?
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Yep.
Regent Boylan. Regent Brager. Regent Brooks.
Here.
Thank you, Regent Brager. Regent Brown.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins. You have a quorum present.
Thank you. Item number 16 is public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555555. Public comment will be taken during this agenda. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item until the matter is included on an agenda as an item on which action may be taken. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record and to spell their last name. The board chair may elect to allow additional public comment on a specific agenda item when that agenda item is being considered. In accordance with Attorney General Opinion Number 00-047, as restated in the Attorney General's Open Meeting Law Manual, the board chair may prohibit comment if the content of that comment is a topic that is not relevant to or within the authority of the Board of Regents, or if the content is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. So at this time, is there any public comment at GBC?
None at this time at GBC.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
There is. We have a lobby overflowing with public comment. However, we have a significant reverb up here in the Reno office, like significant reverb. So I'll just ask that if anybody is not speaking, please mute your microphone, because even right now, it sounds like we're in the middle of the Grand Canyon with echo. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Ariscata. So we will begin with public comment in Reno. Please state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Can everyone hear me all right? Awesome. All right. My name's Jasmine Harris. For the record, Jasmine, Harris, Harris. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment on agenda item number 23, University of Nevada's athletics recreation fee. I compete for Nevada's women's track and field team, and I serve as Nevada Athletics representative within the Mountain West Student Athlete Advisory Committee, also known as SAC, while serving on Nevada Athletics SAC Executive Board as a community service chair. What many people don't know is although we compete in the spring, track requires year-round preparation and training, which means adapting to the changing seasons. During my time in Nevada, I've dealt with high AQI levels, major snowstorms, which shifts training from a place of preparation for success into a place of preparation for completion without injury. I know you all don't enjoy walking to work in the snowy and smoky conditions, but now imagine running in it for 2 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week for around 7 months out of the year. This is our day-to-day life. It takes a toll not only on our bodies, but on our mental health as well. To be vulnerable, as student athletes, we associate a lot of our self-worth with our performance within athletics. So when we are unable to perform at our highest potential, we often find ourselves in an unhealthy place mentally and physically. We are called student athletes for a reason, because student comes before athlete. When we find ourselves in a poor mental state, it not only hinders our athletic ability, but it also evokes further struggles within the classroom. The Fieldhouse will alleviate one of the biggest burdens the Wolfpack faces, giving us a safe and consistent place to train regardless of the weather. Thank you so much, and go Pack.
Hello, my name is Hannah Hartley, for the record, Hannah Hartley. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I am a member of the University of Nevada women's basketball team, and I also have the extremely unique opportunity to serve as the NCAA National Division I Student Athlete Advisory Committee representative for the Mountain West Conference. Because of my position on Student Athlete Advisory Committee, or SAC, I've had the opportunity to meet and collaborate with dozens of student athletes from around the nation at both the FBS and FCS level. And in my time interacting and working with these student athletes and enacting change at the NCAA, I've gotten the opportunity to talk about facilities and other components of our institutions. The University of Nevada is one of the only FBS universities or institutions to not have an indoor facility of this kind. And this sets us at a disadvantage on the competitive field when we are competing for conference championships and competing at the national level. Having a facility of this type will give us level the playing field competitively to give us the opportunity to succeed athletically. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Matlin Leach, last name Leetch. I want to thank you all for your time this morning and supporting the agenda item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. On behalf of myself and my teammates on the softball team, we are all students first, and we may have all been brought here to this university for a sport, but we all have one goal, and that is to leave with a degree. This field house will make this even more achievable, so we do not have to commute the 20 to 30 minutes in pouring rain or snow, ice, and sleet to off-campus facilities that we pay for out of pocket. At the very least, we do not have to leave class early to make this to our second priority. With that, we also don't have to leave the 20 to 30 minutes early from practice. I don't wish to be behind in both my academics and athletics, so therefore I support this field house. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Aaliyah Jenkins, last name Jenkins. I am in support of agenda item 23, University of Nevada Athletics Recreation Fee. I am a part of the Women's Nevada softball team, and I am a senior here, and I would like to begin by saying the approval of this field house facility would not impact me directly in my academic or my athletic career. I will be long gone and hopefully in the beginning of a career that I've been prepared for through the things I've learned here in the classroom and on the field. However, the quote that has driven me to show up on days that are tougher than others is leaving this place better than I found it. There's a certain sense of pride that I have when it comes to this university, and I truly believe that even if it will not directly benefit me, this university deserves top facilities to compete not only in athletics, but in the classroom. As a student of this School of Public Health, majoring in kinesiology, I have done multiple physical assignments out on John Sala in the cold early mornings. As an athlete who competes directly after our freezing snowy winters, I have driven to South Reno after snowstorms just to make it to practice. And the point of this is not asking for sympathy, but asking us as a university to be competitive and want better for our future members of the pack. As student athletes in support of the field house, we are asking for a facility in which we could safely practice the sport we are so deeply passionate about. And as students in support of the field house, we are asking for a space in which we can learn and explore the capabilities of our bodies and through the 4 beautiful seasons we experience in Northern Nevada. This facility would be a step in the right direction of making the University of Nevada a place that everybody wants to come to. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Caden Cottinger. For the record, Caedonkottittinger. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of agenda item 23, University of Nevada's Athletic and Recreation Fee. I'm a Reno native, and I have been attending Wolfpack sporting events since I was a young child. I'm now honored to say that I attend and play baseball for the University of Nevada. I would like to highlight a few important things that an indoor facility would bring to the University of Nevada. First one's year-round training. The unpredictable winter climate in Reno and somewhat familiar smoky summers can drastically limit and affect the development of our athletes. The facility would provide students with the opportunity to participate in their desired workouts and intramural activities without having to worry about the outdoor conditions as well. Another benefit of this facility would be constant community and commitment with all the different athletes and students that will have access to the facility. Another point is recruitment and retention. The indoor facility would help strengthen the recruiting of new athletes and coaches, as well as giving another valuable incentive to stay. I personally know other athletes that have chosen a school based based on their up-to-date facilities, year-round training opportunities, and other amenities that the school and facilities provide. I believe this indoor facility would promote the university in a new and exciting way, as well as put us a top choice for new students and athletes relative to other schools, especially those with similar climates to ours. The final benefit I see this facility providing is the opportunity to host athletic events and gatherings. I serve as a member of the Nevada SAC, Student Athlete Advisory Committee, and we are always looking for places to host athlete community events. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ava Weiss, for the record, WEES. Regents, Chancellors, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the agenda item 23. I am here representing the women's soccer team that I've been a part of for 3 years now. And over those 3 years, I've grown to have much pride for this university. With that being said, I've experienced quite a lot during my time here, one of those many things being adversity. Whether that be scrimmaging in the pouring rain, running the beep test while it was snowing, practicing in the smoky air, my team can all agree we've trained through it all. An indoor facility would be incredibly beneficial for our university because not only will it make our practices more efficient and effective, but also keep our players safe from the snow and fire seasons. Practicing when it's either snowing or raining puts us at a disadvantage from the rest of the Division I programs who have acquired these type of facilities. An indoor facility will not only enhance the quality of our practice, but it'll allow us to perform at 100% all the time. And lastly, it'll bring more championships and more pride to this university. Thank you again, and go Pack.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Robinson, for the record, Robinson. I'm a member of the women's tennis team, and as some people may know, there aren't any indoor tennis courts in Northern Nevada for us to use. And so providing this indoor field house would help us with a safe training space and would then allow us to have somewhere to train when it's cold outside or, like other people mentioned, when the air quality is poor. So this would tremendously help us and add to our success overall. So thank you for your time.
Oh, no, it's okay. My name is Gabrielle Garlow, and for the record, GABRIELLE Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm the head football equipment manager, and as a member and alumni of this university, I've seen firsthand how weather like smoke, snow, and lightning can affect students year-round in all seasons. This project would ensure that the weather will not be a negative factor for health and safety of student athletes and many individuals who have asthma or sickle cell disease who lose opportunities to better themselves during times like smoke. This project will allow us to control the variable of weather. With this project being designed to be efficient and cost-effective, students who are currently enrolled will be able to see this project through, as well as the future students of the University of Nevada.
Hi, my name is Calvin Bird, for the record, CALVINBYRD. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. So I'm originally from Boise, Idaho, and the biggest thing in Boise is the Boise State Athletics and like football with that, all that. And when BSU, they built their field house when I was younger, they opened it up to, it was not beneficial just for the students and the athletes there. It was also beneficial for the entire community because they would open it up to have youth sports tournaments there. And so it was really cool to, as like a kid, to go and get to play at like where BSU practices and stuff. And then, so it provided something beneficial, not just for the students and the athletics, but also for the entire community. And I could foresee something very similar happening here in Reno at the University of Nevada. Thank you.
My name is Ariana Leja, for the record, ARIANNALEIJA. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletic and Recreation Fee. I am a current student here and a former club rugby player here at the university. This indoor facility would be highly beneficial due to the fact that the ASUN and Wolfpack Park fields are unsafe and does not prioritize the health and safety of students and student athletes. I have experienced this firsthand, as well as many other students, as it is not uncommon to experience an injury due to the state of the field. I've seen many club and student athletes have a season-ending injury due to the fields. The turf fields are well past their warranty and have become a health and safety issue for any teams or individuals who are training and competing on them. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nikki Chindavong. For the record, NIKKICHINDAVONG. Hello, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents. Thank you for the opportunity to comment publicly on Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I come before you to speak on the importance of the Fieldhouse project. I play for the Nevada women's golf team. Our season runs from August to April, and we experience all the extreme weather while playing and practicing through all the seasons. During the winter, with temperatures below freezing, most golf courses close. This forces us to drive 25 minutes to the nearest indoor facility. This addition of the Fieldhouse on campus would allow us to practice indoors year-round without traveling, and it provides us the adequate resources needed to improve. In addition to being a huge opportunity for athletics, the Fieldhouse project will also be beneficial to the student population. The Fieldhouse will be accessible to all students. This includes ROTC, band, cheerleading, club sports, and intramurals. These student organizations will now have an indoor facility where their entire team can practice on campus. The Fieldhouse will allow students to interact with student athletes, which will grow our university's spirit, community, and camaraderie. Every student athlete is playing to represent our university, which includes all of our students. For this reason, we need a Fieldhouse to write a new chapter for our legacy at the University of Nevada, Reno. Thank you again, and go Pack.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Boline, and for the record, CHRIS, B as in boy, OLINE, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm a two-time alumnus of the University of Nevada, a proud member of the Nevada Sagebrush, where I was former editor-in-chief, and also a member of both the College of Business Alumni Association, where I was president, and also the Sagebrush Alumni Chapter. The Fieldhouse project is a chance to leave a lasting legacy on this campus. I was part of the initial conversations back in 2013-14 when a student fee was passed to create the Fieldhouse and Fitness Center, and I actually wrote an op-ed in favor of both at the time for the Sagebrush. The Fitness Center was, of course, completed as a tremendous facility, and whenever I bring alumni who are my friends or my peers back to campus, they love seeing the growth of their alma mater. Also, looking back on that student fee being passed, it's clearly had an impact on the university, as the entire gateway to campus is just awesome to behold. As noted in various articles and other reports about the Fieldhouse, we lag behind UNLV and our other Mountain West Conference peers in having significantly lower athletics fees. In fact, Nevada's student fees for athletics are the third lowest in the Mountain West, around half the conference average. The bottom line is we need more overall support to compete with other institutions the same way our teams compete on and off the court. This is a project that has been talked about for decades, and we are finally close enough to getting this accomplished. The Wolfpack has always punched above its weight during its entire time as an athletic department, and I'm fired up to see how we can do more on a more level playing field. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daphne Hollander, for the record, DAPHNEHOLLANDER. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide a public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletic and Recreation Fee. I am a cheerleader here at this university, and I have grown up here in Reno, and I have always known that I would be attending college here. My mom's a professor here, and my sister cheered here before me. I made it to the cheer team when I first tried out and have been here for 4 years now. I can confidently say that having an indoor field house would have been so beneficial for both me and my sister here. As a cheerleader, it's already hard enough to make sure we have a location to practice at every time we need. Because we are not a competition team, we are not the first priority for practice times and locations. If there's ever inclement weather or smoke from a fire for any reason that we can't practice outside, it is very hard for us to be able to practice at all. Instead, we just lose a lot of important practice time that we can't get back. Due to that, we run the risk of not being prepared for what we do, like our events, performances, and the games we cheer at, which includes volleyball, football, and men's and women's basketball. Having another option for a location practice, especially an indoor option, could have made such a difference for my 4 years as a cheerleader here. I want to also say how an indoor field house would be the next step in taking our athletics to the next level. It's not a secret that the bar keeps getting risen for a good college athletic department. With NIL, there are so many opportunities available for the student athletes, and it's important we can compete with the bigger university. It is such a smart decision for the safety of our athletes and allowing us to compete at the next level with other universities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alex Daw. For the record, ALEXDAW. Regents, Chancellors, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm a cheerleader and a member of the stunt team here in Nevada. For all of my years within athletics here, all I have known is smoke. When I first got here, there was a giant fire, and it covered almost over 50% of air within our city. And I had to learn how to stunt, learn how to practice, trying to breathe through these conditions. I have asthma as well as sickle cell. But despite that, I've given everything I have for this university. And this is a chance, this field house is a chance for you guys to give back. For these athletes, these students, these clubs that want to wear this university's name with pride and show that they love it, and you show that you love them. On top of that, as a stuntman here, my hands are the most important part of what I do. I hold someone's life in them, and these are the same hands I cannot feel because of the temperatures, right? And I need to practice this. I need to rep this. However, if I cannot go outside because if it's raining, because if it's snowing, because if there's smoke, just because I cannot breathe, I cannot keep my partner safe. I need this field house. You need this field house, as well as the freshmen that are coming in. They need this field house. As a senior, it is my job to try and do everything I can to make sure that whatever I leave is better for those behind me. This would be better for those behind me. Thank you.
My name is Nate Burleson. For the record, NATEBURLESON. Regents, Chancellors, Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletic and Recreation Fee. I'm a student athlete and undergraduate student. In addition to my fellow teammates' comments, I would also like to add some important safety points that the multi-purpose indoor facility would bring to our campus and student athletes. This will help prevent injury. My fellow student athletes in all sports, our current practice turf is beyond the maximum life and poses a safety risk every day to our student athletes. This could also level the playing field. In our conference and competition, there are 134 FBS schools in the country and 12 campuses that don't have a multi-purpose indoor facility. Nevada is the only cold weather climate school that does not have an indoor practice facility. And lastly, this will allow us to practice during extreme heat, fire smoke season, and the inclement weather conditions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jace Henry. For the record, JACEHENRY. Regents, Chancellors, Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm a student athlete and a graduate student here. I stand here not just representing myself, but all of athletics and also just the student body, as I'm a student here as well. To me, if I'm to speak plainly, this is something that's long overdue. I personally played high school in Fairbanks, Alaska, and then my previous institution was in Hanover, New Hampshire. So I'm well used to cold weather, and Alaska has really bad forest fires. I think that it is well overdue that we need an indoor facility. Speaking from my experience in Alaska, bad forest fires, we'd have to practice inside of a school gym, which is not beneficial to anyone. Students, athletes, it's beneficial to no one. And then my last institution also had an indoor field, which was massively helpful for all of the athletics. We could, if it was snowing, we could practice inside. If anything of the sort of fires, rain, sleet, snow, we could practice inside, which is a huge thing for safety of not only athletes, but also students, because the indoor field house will be used by all students all around the campus. So in my opinion, this is something that's very long overdue, and I don't really think that should be something that's heavily debated. I think this is just a necessity for all universities to have, especially in cold climates. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Regents. For the record, my name is Leaf Acklin, Leafacklin. I am a student representative here at the university from ASUN. I am also a junior here studying at this university. I'm also the author of SR 92, a resolution in support of the indoor fieldhouse project at the University of Nevada, passed by the Student Senate last Wednesday. Even though I may not be able to benefit from this fieldhouse in my time at this amazing university, I know it'll impact hundreds of thousands of student athletes, athletic clubs, students, and many more over this building's lifetime. As a student and as a student representative, I believe this building is for the betterment of this university, and I urge you to vote yes on this. Go Pack.
Hello. Good morning. My name is John Stacka. That's JOHNSTAKA. First, I'd like to thank the Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents for the opportunity to provide a public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I am a student, avid sports fan, as well as a competitor on a recreational level. I go to football games, basketball games, baseball games, soccer games, and I compete in intramural sports on our intramural fields. You can count on about one hand the amount of basketball and football games I've missed. I'm an avid fan. I love it more than many things. But not a lot of people feel the same way. They will only want to see a winning program, which is tough. But winning programs come with recruiting. Recruiting comes with facilities. Without proper facilities, we cannot get the amount of recruits that we need to build winning programs in most of our outdoor sports. For the most part, the best recruits come from California, Texas, and Florida. Especially California and Florida. What do they have in common? They're great weather. I personally am from Santa Cruz. I came here and it's cold. I don't really play golf anymore. People need to play inside. It's pretty common sense. There's a good chance I might never step foot inside this field house as a student, but I care enough about the pack that I want to see my friends' friends and the freshmen that have just joined here. I want them to be able to play soccer inside and, you know, not blow an ACL. I saw that one time in intramural soccer season. I'd love to see our football team win a championship. Baseball team as well, soccer team, track. I think it's very important for kids to be safer as well as get better reps, better efficiency in practice. And let's make it happen. Go Pack.
Hi, my name is Anthony Leontini. For the record, ANTHONYLEONTINI. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm an undergraduate student here at the university, business student, and lover of sports athletics. The Fieldhouse demonstrates Nevada Athletics' commitment to the physical and mental health of all students. not just student athletes. All students have the opportunity to utilize this state-of-the-art facility. This presents an opportunity to meet like-minded individuals and share passions and experiences. For athletic programs, this field house is a much-needed creation. For my fellow students, it is a glorious opportunity and amenity for us. During smoke, snow, and everything in between, we all have a safe space to be together and carry on with our desired activities. Furthering our campus's development, we'll continue to draw new students. Offering impressive new facilities will benefit the perception and character of our institution. In the end, the field house will grow our status as a Tier 1 institution and is yet another reason to attend and stay at our great university. As a student who has had experience with being a member of club sports, baseball, and golf, I agree that this facility will have a massive impact in our ability to proceed with our desired sports throughout the entire year and to further enjoy our time here as a student and enjoy our ability to spend time enjoying the sports that we loved all through childhood, continuing through college, and during all seasons in Reno. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Quentin Conaway. For the record, QuintonConaway. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of Agenda Item 23, University of Nevada's Athletics and Recreation Fee. I'm a 3-time graduate of the University of Nevada and a former football student athlete, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the thousands of student athlete alumni who would have benefited from an indoor facility. I just have a few brief stories I want to share about my time as a student athlete where I endured the elements where an indoor would have benefited us. Things range from bloodied elbows and hands from doing bear crawls, push-ups, and more on ice and snow-covered fields due to the cold and the ice. Frozen feet going back into the locker room from our toes and cleats soaked from snow. Running in the West Stadium parking garage was the only available area to condition properly. Shoveling snow in a 5x5 box in order for room to kick and punt at practice. The reality is that we must continue with practice and training, regardless of the conditions, whether it's snow, smoke, rain, hail, you name it. We have to endure. And it's an issue of competitive advantage, which compounds into a safety issue. Our student athletes, regardless of the sport, are placed in a difficult position when our competition is able to train in a more proper, state. Our bodies aren't prepared for competition when our competition is. I really hope that today you consider the health and safety of our student athletes and our community at large when making your decision. We all know how long this has been a goal of our university, and I really appreciate your time and thought. Let's go Pack.
There you go. Morning. Good morning. My name is Corey Hunt, for the record, CORYHUNT. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Agenda Item 23. As a proud alumnus of UNR in 2008, back when I had hair, and a volunteer on this project, I want to express my deep pride in the commitment demonstrated by the UNR leadership, including President Sandoval, Athletic Director Remp, the coaches, staff, and importantly, the students. I recently attended 2 ASUN meetings and was impressed by the thoughtful input from student athletes, intramural enthusiasts, band members, ROTC students, and others. Director Remp, several coaches, and hundreds of students participated. It was really something to see. The dialogue was productive and respectful, with ASUN representatives carefully considering feedback and reaching their independent conclusions. To me, this legacy project has been a shining example of what higher education should embody. Seeing a problem, setting ambitious goals, finding innovative ways to achieve them, overcoming challenges, incorporating diverse perspectives, and ultimately bringing a shared vision to life. For everyone involved, I can't help but think everything they've learned through this process will undoubtedly be a foundational memory and experience from their time at UNR. And I'm so proud to see all these fine people bring it to life. I strongly urge your support for Agenda Item 23. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
We hot? It's on?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Hi, my name is Colby Thomas. For the record, COLBYTHOMAS. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on Agenda Item 23. for the University of Nevada's athletics and recreation fee. I am here speaking on behalf of a couple other people. They had to leave because of time constraints, class. Thomas Colvett, in charge of the Nevada Wolves Den, he's our president. And then Scarlett Ferris, who is our star swimmer for our swim team. On top of that, many club sports are also not in attendance. 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. are kind of prime time for having class. So I am here on behalf of them as well. But beyond that, I'm a graduate student here at the university. My dad attended here, is an alum. My mom also graduated from here. So a lot of family ties. I'm born and raised, so I'm very proud of this university. I've also been in charge of our student section and competed in club sports. Beyond that, this is just a simple decision. We had hundreds of student athletes and hundreds of club sports members show their support at the ASUN meetings this past week. Many of them felt the need to come and show public comment. Along with that, I run our Wolves Den social media, and we see that we made a post and it had far the most support that we've ever had on any post. There's clear support from the students on this item, let alone grad students like myself, who are all going to benefit from something like this, not only health and safety reasons, which have all been discussed, but just being able to support winning programs that want to come to this university. Enrollment's down, that's no lie, and that there are reasons for that. And one of those is we need to be better athletically. And if we find ways to improve that through an indoor field house, that will make a difference. Thank you for your support, and go Pack.
All right, got the green light. Thank you so much, Sheena Harvey, for the record, Harvey. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the opportunity to offer public comment for agenda item number 23. I'm the director of the Fitness and Recreational Sports Department. We oversee the EO Weekend Fitness Center, use of the Lombardi Pool, but also to the operations of the John Sala Intramural Fields and Wolfpack Park. For those of you who don't know, the fields were built on campus in 2003. So we look at it programmable wise. Right now, this fall semester, we have about 1,912 students participating in intramural sports. Our department also oversees competitive club sports teams. So with those 26 competitive teams, 9 of those are utilizing and needing field space, indoor and outdoor, to remain highly competitive. A project like this is just the start to what we need with master planning on our campus in terms of sports and fitness facilities to serve our campus community. Our Nevada campus is currently under the industry standard for programmable space, field space, court space, etc., in terms of square footage for the size of our current student body and population size. With the potential of this project happening, it will also allow for upgrades to our current outdoor field spaces that are well past warranty and wear and tear. To my understanding, a project such as this will support the long-term support for the proposed field house space, along with maintenance and capital reserve to help maintain the life of the outdoor turf field spaces for future generations of students that will come to the Nevada campus. If this project is for the students and by the students, it should be made sure that students are heavily involved in what goes in the space, design-wise, but also to program-wise. Thank you.
My name is Casey Stengel, for the record, Stangel, and I am a staff member at the University of Nevada. Regents, chancellors, and presidents, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment in support of agenda item 23. The proposed field house at the University of Nevada represents a transformational opportunity for our students and campus community. This is not just a building. It is a critical space for engagement, wellness, and connection. The associated students of the University of Nevada have demonstrated their understanding of the importance of this building, passing a resolution in support of the project. This endorsement supports the widespread recognition of the Fieldhouse's potential to impact all students, even if not all will use it directly. Much like other campus facilities funded by student fees, the Fieldhouse offers an invaluable opportunity for those who choose to engage with it. This project aligns with the University of Nevada's strategic goals of fostering community and supporting student success. By investing in a facility that brings people together, we not only elevate the student experience, but also create a symbol of pride and innovation for the entire campus. We urge you to join us in supporting this initiative. Together, we can create a legacy of opportunity and engagement that will impact generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. As you are already aware, the Public Employee Benefits Program is studying the viability of the health maintenance option in Southern Nevada and the exclusive provider option in the North. Many faculty are concerned that elimination of these options will mean that they will lose longtime family medical providers and encounter extreme difficulty finding new ones due to the shortage of healthcare providers in the state. They also cite the limited selection of specialty services under the preferred provider option and worry that they will experience substantially higher out-of-pocket expenses for special medical needs. The NFA encourages you to contact PEBP and advocate for the continuance of the HMO and EPO options. Erosions of our basic benefits will make it much harder to recruit and retain qualified faculty members. Secondly, the Nevada Public Employees Retirement System has announced that the contribution rate for retirement premiums will increase another 1.75% in fiscal year 26. With the inflation rate running around 3% this year, the NFA hopes that you will support a cost of living adjustment of 5% in FY26 to keep pace with inflation and cover the increased retirement contribution, and 3% in FY27. We are grateful that you approved the two substantial adjustments in FY24 and 25, but it is essential that annual adjustments keep up with inflation to avoid such a large deficit in the future. Thank you.
Good morning, Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Agenda items 22 to 26 propose significant student fee increases. Nobody likes raising student fees, but it is necessary given limited state funding and inflation. As the elected fiduciaries to the higher education system, it falls on Regents to make these hard decisions. Our student fees and tuition in Nevada are quite low compared with other states. Because state funding is also below average, NSHE's overall revenue per full-time equivalent student is the very lowest among the 50 states. Our instructional budgets are stretched very thin. That does not mean that every proposed fee should be approved, but there is room for some increases without harming our competitiveness. I suggest asking 7 questions to evaluate individual student fee increases. 1. What is the benefit of the fee on its own merits? That's usually pretty easy. 2. Does the fee support a core mission of the institution? 3. Is the fee being charged appropriately? That is, to all students or for a specific program or course, undergraduates versus graduate students, on a per credit basis versus a per student basis. 4. Does it fund a project that could be funded through external gifts or should be funded through external gifts? 5. Is this an existing program that needs to be maintained or a new project that could be deferred? 6. Given the recent increases in registration fees, is now the time to place an additional burden on students? And 7. Given current budget shortfalls with many faculty positions held vacant, is this the best use of a fee increase now? Again, many of the fee increases are necessary, but as Regents, you need to make judgments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment from the Reno Systems Administration Office.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. So I will now go to public comment here in Las Vegas, and I'll ask everybody to come forward so that we can have as little time in between speakers as possible. Please state your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes. And I would just also, while I recognize that public comment is for everybody, if it tends to be repetitive, please, we want to hear from you, but use your time wisely, and consider that we've got a full slate of agenda items in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents. My name is Tania Akhtar, for the record, AKTER. I am a fifth-year PhD student and the president of the Graduate Student Association at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm here today to provide a public comment on agenda item number 23, specifically B, regarding the proposed athletics and recreation fee. On behalf of the graduate student community, I respectfully request an amendment to the fee structure to exclude graduate students from this obligation. Graduate students face unique financial priorities that differ significantly from the undergraduate population. Many of us balance rigorous academic responsibilities with teaching, research, and professional commitments. On the top of this, many graduate students are supporting families or managing significant financial constraints. Our demanding schedules leave us with limited opportunities to fully utilize recreational facilities like the field house. As a result, this fee adds an unnecessary financial burden to most of our graduate students. It is important to note that the GSA represents only 2 sports clubs, both of which are already part of intramural sports. Graduate students as a group also do not frequently attend sporting events, even when attendance is free. Last year, GSA hosted 2 sponsored tailgates to encourage participation, but turnout was notably low. Given these realities, we ask that the Board of Regents amend line item 23B to exclude the athletics and recreation fee from graduate credit hours. This adjustment reflects the unique needs and priorities of graduate students while still supporting the broader objectives of the university community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Walsh, W-A-L-S-H, and I am a fifth-year biochemistry graduate student at the University of Nevada, Reno, and the vice president of the UNR Graduate Student Association. Today, I'm addressing Agenda Item 23, the proposed sports and recreational fee increase to fund a new sports field building. While I understand and respect the value the facility would bring to undergraduates and student athletes, it's important to highlight that graduate students are unlikely to use or directly benefit from this project. The inclusion of graduate students in the fee structure for this initiative feels inequitable. Graduate students face severe financial challenges, and with low stipends and a high cost of living, many of our students are simply struggling to buy food and pay rent. When you are a graduate student, every penny really does matter. Adding an additional fee would only deepen the financial burden without offering meaningful benefits to graduate student life. I respectfully ask the board to consider exempting graduate students from this fee increase. Thank you.
Hello and good morning, members of the board, chancellor, and presidents. For the record, my name is Aubrey Booker, spelled B-U-C-H-E-R, and I am here speaking in support of agenda item 23B, specifically the proposed athletics and recreation student fee increase for the College of Southern Nevada. I'm a current undergrad student here at UNLV and a previous graduate of CSN. During my tenure at CSN, I had the pleasure of running in the inaugural season of the cross-country program, where we ended nationally ranked, and seeing firsthand the impact athletics had on the overall college experience, my academics, and the community. Increasing the student fees to support the growth of the CSN athletic department and respective programs is a natural and necessary step to be taken. However, a vote in support of an athletic fee increase is not a vote against non-student athletes at CSN. Increasing the student athlete and recreation fees would support the development of opportunities for intramural sports, recreational activities, and school spirit at athletic events. And opening opportunities will build further community and involvement within the student body. The CDC has even linked athletic participation with a reduction of stress, improved academic performance, and a positive mental health. Thus, a vote in support of a fee increase is a vote for all CSN students. To further elaborate, a vote in support of agenda item 23B, specific to the CSN proposed athletics and recreation fee increase, is a vote in support of the student athletes that year after year complete over 4,000 hours of community service, a vote in support of continued growth and development of the athletic department, and future offerings, a recognition that fundraising alone cannot sustain the increasing costs required to fund athletics, and a vote for the benefit of all students at the College of Southern Nevada. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Sandra Cosgrove, C-O-S-G-R-O-V-E, and I'm a history professor at the College of Southern Nevada. I'm here today to speak on agenda item number 23, specifically the $3 student recreation fee increase for CSN. I'm in favor of raising the extra revenue for recreation and athletics because I am currently co-chairing the CSN Faculty Senate Ad Hoc Committee on our first year experience program. Our committee has spent the last 2 semesters reimagining our first year experience course so it can address the needs of our new students. Things have changed a lot over the last 5 years, so faculty are very focused on what students need because of what happened during the pandemic. Our younger students missed out on social interaction experiences that we all benefited from when we went to high school. They missed team projects and different types of in-person interactions that help the brain develop and to help them be more resilient. This means students today not only need guidance on reading the syllabus, and please read the syllabus, but they also need as many opportunities as possible to work with others. Sports contributes to this effort. Being on a team and supporting teams are good for a healthy brain development, so I am 100% in support of raising revenue to fund our athletics department. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it on? Okay, I'm sorry for skipping the entire line. I have class. Anyways, good morning, members of the board, presidents, and fellow students. My name is Pio Rejas, P-I-O-R-E-J-A-S, and I'm a proud student here at UNLV and a graduate of CSN. Today, I'm here to voice my support for agenda item 23 concerning the CSN fee increase and agenda item 25 regarding the NSU athletics fee. As a former ASCSN president, if you remember me from last year, and someone deeply invested in the success of our students, I know firsthand the transformative power of opportunity. When students face the decision to transfer to the next level or college, it's essential that they feel empowered by the resources and programs available to them. Institutions across NSHE have the chance to not only foster academic excellence, but also create pathways and a pipeline for current and future athletes to represent their schools with pride. Athletics programs and scholarships are not just investments in sports. They are investments in leadership, teamwork, and the potential of every student who dreams with a brighter future. Thank you.
Good morning, Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A. I'm a professor of mathematics at CSN. Real quick, I just want to talk about whether I've been a supervisor, leading people, or an elected representative, or just a faculty member. I've been a huge fan of giving people options. I'm going to speak about real quick the info item number 11, I think yesterday, about the chapter 6, and realize I want you all to understand it doesn't have to be one or the other. You don't have to consider the current way or a new way. I'll say Venn diagram for a second, but I'll just tell you that you're never going to have 100% the best way. But if you have options, it's going to work. So as Regent Downs said yesterday, maybe give the faculty a chance to opt in to say, I want to have the whole board hear my appeal, or maybe I want to keep it private and I want to go to the chancellor, but give us, the faculty, that option, because it's only going to be good if you give us the choice. Lastly, as an alumni of a Mountain West college out of state, I think I speak for everybody, and maybe everybody in the whole country. Please, UNLV, beat Boise on that ugly Smurf turf tomorrow, please. Thank you all.
Good morning. My name is Roy Session for the board, ROI, SDSSION. I am retired Deputy Fire Chief in Clark County Fire Department of 30 years. I'm also the head track and field coach at Centennial High School for the last 15 years, born and raised in Nevada. I also have coached youth track and field for 30 years in the city. I'm in support of item 25 based on my goal as a coach and as a man is to help young men and women get to college. There is no men's track and field program in the state of Nevada. So my kids who want that opportunity, if they can't afford it, they have to travel out of state. And so many kids don't get an opportunity to compete in track and field men. There's women's programs in Reno and at UNLV. No men's programs in the state of Nevada at all. So I'm in support of the opportunity and the chance for us to get a chance for these men and young men who don't want to leave the state or can't afford to go out of state, a chance to compete in the sport of track and field. It helped me, guys, from where I am, from a kid on West Las Vegas to become the chief of the fire department, and also the coach of what I've done for Centennial High School and in the state of Nevada since my life, basically. So I just want to be in support of item 25, letting you guys know I think you will see the benefits of having men's track and field at Nevada State University. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Astudillo, for the record, Astudillo, and I am speaking in favor of agenda item 23B. As the CSN cross-country coach, I would like to read a letter that was sent to me from Esmeralda Cole, who is a parent of Brian Cole, as she was unable to attend and asked me to read it for her. Good morning to all board members, presidents, and students. Today I want to take a moment to celebrate the incredible impact that collegiate athletics has had on young individuals, especially those like my son, who have faced unique challenges. As an autistic student, he has navigated a world filled with obstacles, but through sports, he has found not just an outlet, but also a sense of belonging, purpose, and achievement. College athletics has provided my son with structured environment that keeps him on track, allowing him to channel his energy and passion into something positive. Through teamwork and competition, he has learned valuable life skills such as discipline and collaboration, lessons that extend far beyond the playing field. However, to continue this journey, we need your support. Raising funds for athletic programs is crucial. These funds will help cover essential expenses like travel for competitions and uniforms that foster team spirit and pride. By investing in our athletes, we are not only supporting their athletic endeavors, but also nurturing their personal growth and development. Let us work together to ensure that every student athlete has the opportunity to thrive and succeed just like my son. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurenica Maurer, for the record, Maurer. I come before you this afternoon representing as a parent and student advocate. I have 5 children, one that just recently graduated from high school. He traveled out of state to attend another institute of higher education, and he's back home first semester. Because the connections weren't there. In my studies, in understanding the value and the importance of student-athlete connections for those that need that type of connection, we need that here in our state. Not only that, but I have a student that is a flag football player. She wants to play flag football. She doesn't want to travel out of state. We've had that experience. It's very cost-effective, and I have children that want to play here in our state. So I am representing on behalf of not only my students, but students that are transitioning from high school to college. They need those connections. And the gentleman that just spoke before me, as coaches, and the ones that are coming behind me, as coaches, can create those connections at not only CSN, but Nevada State University. I have children that are wanting to go to both of those schools, and we are asking that their voice be heard. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Brandon Papillon, and I'm here in support of agenda item 25. I'm strongly in favor of having athletics at Nevada State University. I feel that keeping our young adults and student athletes home in such a pivotal transition period of adulthood while strengthening our community and could be so beneficial and a minimal cost for our community. As a current head coach at Bishop Borman, one of the most prestigious high schools in the country, and a high performance trainer at Game Changers Academy, I have seen countless and intelligent and talented athletes forced to leave Las Vegas due to the lack of opportunity in sports such as flag football. Thousands of extra dollars having to be spent out of state instead of playing with the in-state tuition. students have expressed to me the desire to play flag football or a sport here locally. I feel like now is the perfect time to start athletics and have flag football, with it being like the hottest sport, the most growing sport in the country right now. And I just feel by talking to other head coaches around the Valley, the excitement that we have by having sports, locally to motivate the girls on higher education and being able to play locally in front of their families and bringing the school and stuff together. So I hope that you guys really put thought to it and let us get sports at Nevada State. I appreciate it.
Good morning. Rudy Fernandez, Fernandez. I currently coach for USA Football. A lot of you guys know already, flag football has become an Olympic sport. We will be in the Olympics in 2028. And here in Las Vegas, we have some of the best and most talented female flag football players around the country. We currently have over 6 girls, to be exact, playing on the national team for USA. And some of these girls have to stay home for some reason, and they're not getting the opportunity to play football at the next level. And it's just great to keep them home. We got a chance, I'm here for Agenda 25. We got a chance to be pioneers here in Vegas, have the first college female flag football program, which I think is incredible. And as we all know, we're trying to grow, female sports in general. Female flag football was the fastest growing sport, from 2019 to 2023. Actually, wrestling just took the lead, in case you guys didn't know. But yeah, I think it would be great for the city. I think we have great people backing it. I think there's amazing parents here, and it would be great to keep the athletes here and give them an opportunity to play at a higher level. Thank you.
Good morning and aloha. I'm Coach Talamoni Totasimana. I'm in support of Agenda 25. I operate a foundation that offers grants and scholarships for women's flag football. In the past year, we've helped over 17 girls guided and receiving scholarship offers in other universities outside because of flag football. Just some key facts. I coach 4 players that attend NSHE right now. I've coached over 10 players that attend out-of-state NIA universities because of flag football. And I believe there's also over 40 athletes, female athletes, that's out-of-state, even playing NIA out-of-state universities right now, that have the desire to play in-state. And they're always asking, because me and all the other flag football coaches, these female athletes are always asking us, when is UNLV or when is Nevada State going to have a flag football program so we can stay home? That's a lot of girls. And another point too, that the 4-time national team for Ottawa University are made up 70% of Las Vegas athletes. That's why we have the best of the flag football girls here in Las Vegas area. And then that's including my daughter. So everybody asks me, well, what's your why? Well, I'm just a messenger. This is my daughter's dream, is to promote flag football, but also too opportunities for higher education. And that's what we encourage our athletes. All right. All right. Thank you and mahalo. Appreciate your time.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, esteemed members of the board. First name Alistair, spelled A-L-L-I-S-T-E-R, last name D-I-A-S. I'm here to talk about in favor of agenda item number 23 for the UNLV Student Association and Student Government Fee. For the record, I'm the student body president for CSUN Student Government here, which is our undergraduate student government. And when I took up this role, I didn't want to take up the role for the title, or it makes you popular on campus, I guess, but for the fact that you get to wake up every single day and you get to advocate for students. You get to hear what their needs are, and you have the ability to do something about it. However, over the past couple of years, CSUN's ability to serve our undergraduate population has steadily decreased because of rising costs and the fact that our fee has remained static for close to now 11 years. Because of that, the number of students that we can support during that time has steadily gone down more and more and more and more. For context, CSUN helps fund things from student scholarships, student organizations, including our very involved RSOs here on campus that provide students so many opportunities to be successful. In addition to that, we also offer sponsorships to other things, for example, Scantrons and books here on campus that students utilize all the time. Every single day, I get to read emails from students either being concerned about things on campus or wanting to expand resources that they'd like to see here. And it always breaks my heart that we don't have the resources right now with our current financial position to help these students. And given the fact that UNLV represents such a diverse student body and such a widely populous student body, the ability for CSUN to adequately represent the undergraduate student population has grown progressively weaker. So it is my understanding that we are here today to advocate for the student association fee, but also the IT and academic success fee, which student has advocated on our behalf, and we have passed resolutions for. So we encourage you to take those into considerations and the student voices during today's vote. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raven Etil, last name spelled E-T-I-L. I am here. I am an undergraduate student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I am majoring in business entrepreneurship and also doing a pre-dental pathway as well. I am also proudly serve as president of the Rebellion, which is the official student section for UNLV athletic events. I am also a two-time executive board of the Rebel Events Board, which is another student organization on campus that throws events for students like Premier UNLV, UNLV Homecoming Week, and so much more. UNLV CSUN Student Government has been a vital supporter of both of these student organizations, enabling us to host incredible events for students, bringing our campus community together. Over the past 2 years, we've seen significant increase in our student attendance at these events, which aligns with rising enrollment at UNLV. It is clear that student engagement and campus pride are thriving here. For the past 3 years, I've also had the privilege of welcoming many first-year students into our university. During these interactions, I always share how much UNLV has changed my life through my involvement. CSUN has been a big cornerstone of my journey here, offering not only scholarships, but also providing funding to student organizations, also advocating for resources on campus for students. Their funding for student organizations has opened up countless doors for students to get involved and connect with our university as well. Many of the students have shared with me how much getting involved on this campus and utilizing resources that CSUN has provided for us have connected them to the university more and have helped them succeed in their college careers. Whether it's connecting with their peers, participating in events, or also taking advantage of opportunities CSUN has provided, these experiences have been life-changing for them, and that is a direct testament to the impact CSUN has had on this campus. The proposed fee increase for item number 23 will allow CSUN to continue expanding resources, supporting students both inside and outside the classroom as well. It is an investment to student success.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you've come to time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, Sharon Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S. I stand before you as a first-generation pre-nursing student at UNLV, as well as an older sister whose younger sibling is about to join the community and make her own mark. I'm here to speak on behalf of line item 23 within the funding package is the Student Association fee. This fee plays a critical role in supporting the consolidated students of the University of Nevada, UNLV's undergraduate student government, for whose purpose is to ensure undergraduate students are empowered, have voices, and the resources to succeed. Specifically, it allocates funding for registered student organization, the creation of scholarships, campus improvements, sponsorships, and many other initiatives that contribute to the academic and social well-being of our students. The funds generated by this fee directly benefit undergraduates, ensuring they have the access to opportunities and resources that make their time at UNLV truly enriching. This proposal benefits current students like myself and future students like my little sister, who I will hope had the opportunity to benefit from the scholarships and the other resources. I urge you to consider the significant impact of this measure and strongly encourage you to support the proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration. I yield.
Hello, mic check. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. I am Rebecca Tudud, for the record, TUD, and I am an international student. So my journey at UNLV has been shaped by the program and opportunities funded by the CSUN. These resources have helped me build connection, grow as a leader, and feel at home in a new country. I strongly believe that a student association fee is essential to ensuring that all students, whether freshmen or seniors, local or international, can access these vital resources. For me, these opportunities have been transformative, allowing me to step into leadership roles and enable me to give back to our community. And this isn't about just the fee. It's about sustaining the programs and initiatives that help students thrive. By supporting it, we're investing in the future of UNLV and ensuring that every student, regardless of their background, can find their place here. And I stand in full support of this proposal, and I hope you will consider this positive impact this proposal can have on students' life, both now and in the future. With this, we can ensure that UNLV continues to be a place where every student can grow, thrive, and feel supported. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents. My name is Sayla Daly, last name for the record, Daily. I serve as the CSUN Student Body Vice President here at UNLV. I am a California native and a third-year mathematical sciences student, and I've had the privilege to attend this distinguished university. I've also had the privilege to contribute to meaningful changes here on campus. Through my years in student government, I've witnessed firsthand how critical resources and opportunities shape the student experience and empower us to grow as leaders and scholars. Due to our increasing numbers in student enrollment, these resources have significantly dwindled. This student association fee is more than just a number. It's an investment that's rooted in the heart of our community. By supporting this fee increase, we are ensuring that student organizations, scholarships, sponsorships continue to thrive. Ultimately, it's about building a sustainable future for our students and the hundreds of organizations that it supports. Investing in this area, we are creating a foundation where every student can find their place here at UNLV. Through supporting Agenda Item 23, the UNLV Student Association fee, this helps uplift our students and allows more students across the campus to have access to financial support that they may need and create opportunities that have a long-lasting impact. Together, through supporting this fee, we can make sure that every student feels supported, valued, and always ready to succeed here at UNLV. Thank you. I yield the floor.
My name is Jose Ibarra. Last name spelled Ibarra. Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Regents, university presidents, and members of the public. I stand before you as one of the proud CSUN student government senators for the College of Liberal Arts. I'm here today to speak in support of Agenda Item 23, support for increasing the student association fee. This increase is essential to support the funding of registered student organizations, which is critical to ensure the success of student life here at UNLV. With over 450 RSOs representing a wide array of interests, CSUN student government prides itself on the fact that we are able to fund a wide array of RSOs. Like we always like to say, there is always a place for everyone here, or there's something for everyone. It's clear that student organizations are vital in fostering a vibrant and inclusive campus community. These RSOs provide opportunities for personal growth, leadership development, and social engagement, all which contribute to the overall college experience. The increased fee will also play a key role in providing scholarships and supporting various school improvement initiatives. Most importantly, it will give RSOs the financial resources they need to thrive, especially at the start of the academic year when fundraising opportunities are limited. Many RSOs rely on this fee as their primary source of startup funding to get their activities off the ground and make an immediate impact. As a college senator, it is my responsibility to advocate for the needs of these organizations and ensure they have the resources necessary to serve our diverse student body. With that said, I urge you to approve this fee increase to support the continued growth and success of RSOs, scholarships, and student life here at UNLV. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Sean Curry, S-E-A-N-C-U-R-R-Y. I stand before you today as a member of the UNLV campus community and a CSUN senator for the Lee Business School to urge support for the passing of the Student Association fee in line item 23. The student fees CSUN collects are essential to funding the things that support and empower members of our CSUN community, or our UNLV community, including scholarships, funding for registered student organizations, and critical initiatives on campus. The resources that CSUN supplies empowers our student organizations to pursue their passions and make meaningful connections and overall enhance the college experience. Working with CSUN, I've seen the amazing things that our students have accomplished in their RSOs and how it has inspired them to excel in their academics, socialization, and professional development. Without this fee increase, CSUN will have to significantly reduce the resources they can provide to these RSOs, which will severely limit the operation of these RSOs, essentially cutting off our students from all the benefits they get from being part of these campus organizations. And thank you for your time, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to remind everybody that it is very important to avoid repetition. I understand that very much support is here in favor of some of the fee increases, and I really do appreciate that. If there's anything that you would like to say that has not been said, that is more than appreciated, but I would just ask to keep your statements as brief as possible since we do have a full agenda in front of us. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Tristan Vernon, a first-generation hospitality student in my second year here at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I also have the pleasure of representing my college, the William F. Harrah College of Hospitality, as the acting vice chair to the CSUN Ways and Means Committee and a CSUN senator here at the university. Today I just wanted to attest to the necessity of agenda item 23, the Student Association and Student Government Fee for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. As a hospitality student, I have dedicated my education to creating, managing, and increasing experiences to those around me. The very foundation of hospitality is built on facilitating experience for a new experience can alter someone's internal perceptions, and that is why I initially got involved with CSUN here at UNLV. CSUN is an organization that is essential to ensuring the continued support and advocacy of our undergraduate constituents and student body. CSUN relies on this fee to provide a versatile array of programming and resources to our undergraduate constituents. Through the CSUN Student Association fee, CSUN is able to fund dozens of registered student organizations each year, develop university initiatives and student-focused projects, while continuing to advocate for our undergraduate students through our university student leaders. Agenda item 23, the Student Association fee for UNLV, is necessary to CSUN constituents, CSUN operations, and is needed for CSUN to push past its barriers and continue to accomplish its core objective, which is to support and advocate for the students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Thank you, and go Rebels.
Good morning, Board of Regents. For the record, my name is Lahana Pierce, P-E-A-R-C-E, and I am proud to serve as the Vice President of the student body here at Nevada State University. Today, I'm here to voice my strong support for the athletic fee and the addition to athletics to our campus. As someone who has been deeply passionate about sports my entire life, I believe that athletics has the power to transform our university in meaningful and lasting ways. As a proud member of our dance team, the Scorpion Spirit Squad, I've seen firsthand how sports and school spirit bring people together. The idea of expanding that spirit with new sports like men's track and field and women's flag football is so exciting. And these programs wouldn't just allow students to compete. They would create pride, strengthen connections, and build a stronger sense of community at Nevada State. And as a state college, Nevada State University attracts many students from the Clark County School District who want to stay local for their education. And by adding athletics, we can give these students the full education and the full college experience that they deserve right here at home. Sports are for everyone, no matter their gender, age, background, or skill level, and they bring people together through the shared passion, teamwork, and community. The sense of connection has the power to not only unite our campus, but also propel our school toward a stronger and more vibrant future. And as you listen to all the public comments today, in person and on call, you will hear from many students about their passionate feelings when it comes to bringing athletics to Nevada State. And some are from Nevada State, others are from high schools across the valley, and some are even students here at UNLV. I ask that you listen to all of them speak and hear the passion and dedication to wanting athletics at Nevada State. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll join me and my peers in making agenda items number 25 and 23 a reality for Nevada State University. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Elijah Pierce. For the record, Elijah Pearce. I'm a senior at Arborview High School with a passion for athletics and the opportunity they can bring for the Nevada State University. I'm also the brother of Lahana Pierce, a student who's very involved with the passion of athletics. I've grown up involved in passionate athletics. I've grown up by her passion for the school, and it's made me think how I can one day call NSU my home too. For those who don't remember, I was also featured in the video that was shown to you in June meeting when NSU first presented athletics to you all. If you didn't watch the video or remember what I said, let me sum it up for you. Athletics have always been a huge part of my life. I currently compete in men's track and field, and I played other sports growing up, from basketball to football. As being a captain on the team, it has taught me discipline, teamwork, and toughness, values that have made me disciplined and the person who I am today. So as I decide on where I'll spend the next chapter of my life, having access to athletics is very important to me. I don't want to have to travel far from home just to pursue my love for track and field. Nevada State is a school I admire and feel connected to, but right now, it doesn't offer the athletics program I'm looking for. So choosing a college shouldn't be harder than it needs to be. For students like me who want to stay close to home and have full college experience, one that includes both academics and athletics, Nevada State is our state college. It is a perfect option. Adding athletics to NSU would not only attract students like me, but it would build a sense of community, pride, and spirit on the campus. Athletics aren't just about competing. They bring together, create memories, and make the college experience better for everyone. Supporting agenda items 25 and 23 will help make the vision a reality, improving campus life, creating leadership opportunities, and fostering inclusion. Thank you for considering how athletics can help students like me proudly represent Nevada State University.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Luisa Bautista. I'm a freshman senator and student at Nevada State University. I stand before you today to speak in support of agenda item number 23 and 25. When I first started at Nevada State, one of the first things I noticed was a sense of community. During my first week, I talked with a lot of students, and one thing that kept coming up was the events on campus. Students loved them, but almost every time someone would say, "I love the events here, but I wish we had sports." It's evident that this is something students are passionate about and eager to see. As an institution of higher learning, it is our role to provide an environment that serves the interests of our students. And right now, it's clear that athletics is a major missing piece. Sports are more than just games. They bring people together. And for many of us, it's about feeling part of something bigger, and that's what students are asking for. My twin sister and I attend different colleges. She goes to UNLV, and I go to Nevada State. And while we go to both different colleges and we both love our colleges, I'm honestly a little jealous when she tells me about the games she gets to attend and the excitement around her campus. Sure, I could go with her, but what I really want is to support the students at my own school. I want to sit in the stands with my own classmates, cheer on our own teams, and feel that shared school pride. That's an experience I believe every college student deserves. And that is why I'm here today, because I want to be a part of that change. I want to help build something that future students will be proud of. And athletics will enrich our college experience, bring students together, and create memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you for your time and for considering this important step for Nevada State.
I urge you to vote in favor of agenda item number 23 and 25 so that we can bring athletics, enhance college experiences, and new opportunities for our students. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Regents. For the record, my name is Soraya Horsford, Horsford, and I'm a junior here at UNLV. However, I am here to voice my support for Agenda 23 and 25. The importance of bringing athletics to Nevada State University and why I strongly support the proposed athletic fee. When I was a student at Nevada State High School, NSU was my top choice for college. The campus, the academic environment, and the affordability were all exactly what I was looking for. While living in North Las Vegas, I was willing to make the commute because NSU was the right fit for me. But the only thing I realized was it was missing athletics. I've been involved in sports for most of my life. I'm a huge basketball fan. I played basketball for 5 years. And when I found out that Nevada State didn't offer any athletic programs, I was torn. College is about more than just academics. It's about living your life, growing, trying to learn new things, trying to live as much as possible. And I couldn't help but think, what would happen if I didn't have that? That's why I wholeheartedly support this athletic fee at Nevada State University. I believe it's an investment in the future of the school, one that could provide students with the opportunity to have a more well-rounded college experience. Sports teaches teamwork, discipline, resilience. They bring students together and create lasting memories. While I understand that there are financial considerations, I truly believe that adding athletics would elevate the student experience. That's why I support the athletic fee, and I hope that you, the Regents, can bring this vision to life for future generations of Nevada State students. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I am Kathy Solano, for the record, Kathysolano. I am a freshman senator in NSHE, a student at Nevada State University, and community member. I stand before you today to speak in support of Agenda Item 23 and 25. I want this time to address two main points. First, sports help introduce life skills that shape a student's personal development, which provides them with the opportunities to benefit in all areas of life. For example, skills such as discipline and time management. All sports require discipline, the ability to stick to your regimen and following strict rules that improve your skills. This kind of discipline can only be seen in athletics, which can also shape one's academic life by focusing on their goals and being determined to stay on track for their studies and career goals. Time management is also a key skill, especially in sports, to do students balancing their academic, sport, and social life. This provides students with creating schedules that work for them, learning to prioritize and meeting deadlines in a timely manner. These skills are essential for career success. And secondly, sports provide career opportunities. Here in Las Vegas, we have many schools in the Valley that have so much talent, especially in sports. But most of these people decide to go to other schools besides NSU because they have sports. And I personally seen many people fall in love with the campus of Nevada State University, but like I mentioned, the only downfall is that we don't have sports. Athletics provides students with passion for their sport a pathway into professional athletic careers and related industry with the support of the university, setting them up for successful careers in the future. Thank you for your time. I offer you these remarks and ask you to support Agenda Item 23 and 25. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Regents. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here for me today. For the record, my name is Dayton Vasquez, which is spelled D-A-Y-T-O-N, last name V-A-S-Q-E-Z. To introduce myself to the board, I'm a student at Nevada State University as a senior senator to Nevada State Student Government, as well as the vice president of the NSU Running Club on campus. I'm here today to speak on Agenda Item 25, the Athletic and Recreation Student Fee. First, I want to make something clear, and that's I support athletics coming to Nevada State. However, that's not why I'm here today. I don't support additional fees being added onto our students. Being a student leader means that I have the opportunity to reach out to my own constituents and represent how they feel to you all today. And that's what I'm doing. My institution sent out a survey to our students about athletics earlier this semester. However, I don't believe this survey fairly represented the thoughts and concerns of our student body, so I conducted my own survey instead. Almost every student, about 94%, told me that they had no idea about this fee that would be added onto them next year, with a majority, or about 68%, also not supporting this current proposal of the funding the athletics program of $9 per credit hour happening next year as well. Making students pay more than they already do is something that we shouldn't support. We're an affordable institution, and I encourage you all to disagree with extra fees being added onto our students. As mentioned within my survey, a majority of students are also uninformed on athletics coming to Nevada State and the general fee that would come with it as well. It also includes members of our own student government as well. In my 4 years of being in student government, I was only given a presentation on athletics twice, with the discussion of athletics being reserved to a select few students, leaving the rest of us uninformed and hesitant. Regents, I'm not here asking you to vote no on athletics coming to Nevada State, but I am asking you to vote no on agenda item 25. There are other ways to fund this program instead of adding extra financial burdens onto our students. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hello, Regents. I'm Serenity Acosta, for the record, ACOSTA. I am a communications media student at Nevada State University. I am here to express my support for agenda items 25 and 23 in bringing an athletics program on campus. As a student, I have participated in the Scorpion Spirit Dance Squad. Having an athletics program would bring more school spirit to our Scorpion community. I became part of the first ever Spirit Squad, and I want to continue the legacy with the fun of an athletic program. It would benefit myself and all my fellow Scorpions greatly. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you. Again, I'm just going to reiterate it again as I just spoke with one of my fellow regents. We've got a tight schedule ahead of us, a full slate of items. If you're here in support of items 23 and 25, unless there's something specific that you'd like to say, you're welcome to come up and give your name and say that you support it, but we really need to move this along. I apologize for asking for that, but we need to hear the presentation at the time as well, and we may lose quorum if we don't have enough regents here. So please, and you are more than welcome to provide written comment as well. So thank you, and that is for our people in person giving testimony and also those on the phone. You're more than welcome. We will see written comment as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, Regents. For the record, my name is Mia Rodriguez, Rodriguez. I am a first-generation student at Nevada State University, majoring in visual media, and I am here to express my support for agenda items 23 and 25. As a student, I have participated in the Scorpion Spirit Squad, and with that, I loved connecting with my peers. An athletics program is important for bringing our community together and improving the student experience. We can create lasting memories, leaving a legacy that makes our university a more exciting place. Having an athletics program can help attract more students who want a well-rounded college experience, and it can also teach us important skills like teamwork and discipline that we can use in life after school. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, Regents. For the record, my name is Randy Castro, Castro. I am first-gen student at Nevada State University, majoring in pre-nursing. I am here to express my support for agenda items 23 and 25 for having athletics in campus. As a student, I have participated in the Scorpion Spirit Dance Squad, and I am supporting this because I want to be able to attend a school that lets students show what they're good at and show their spirit for Nevada State University. During this athletics program, students are able to make friends and other connections that we all might need in the future. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. For the record, my name is Jaden Rouse, Rouse.
And my name is Sanila Johnson, Johnson.
And we are students at Nevada State University, and we also participate in the Spirit Squad. And we want to say that we are in support of the athletic program because it will bring a lot of community to our campus. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. For the record, my name is Jaden Savoy, Savoy. I am a communications and visual media student at Nevada State University, and I'd like to express my support for Agenda 25 with starting an athletics program at Nevada State University. I've played sports my entire life, and I've heard many athletes express to me how they wanted to go to Nevada State, but they are unable to due to us not having sports. So I know that they would bring a lot of new students to our school. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. My name is Ilani Toy, for the record, Toy.
I'm a student at Nevada State University, and I'm here to express my support for agenda items 23 and 25. As a student, I've participated in the Scorpion Spirit and Dance Squad, soccer, and flag football. I've played and been ranked at the national level for soccer and softball during my youth, and cannot express enough how sports have given me a stronger sense of responsibility and a more effective work ethic. I chose my education instead of athletics, but now I'm advocating to do both and to be closer at home. To be one of those trailblazers would be an honor. Building a community on campus is crucial to creating a stronger university. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello and good afternoon, Regents. For the record, my name is Gabriela Flores. I am a communications major student at Nevada State University. I have come here today to express my support for agenda item 25 and 23, which is to an open and athletics program. As a student, I have participated in the Scorpion Spirit Dance Squad. I believe that opening an athletics program will let us, as students, be able to express our passions for a sport or sports, whichever they may be. It would also be very beneficial for putting yourself out there, make new friends, and grow with the community. I would also love to know that having an athletics program will bring a light or smile to others as it does for me. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, board members, chancellor, and presidents. My name is Janet Vences Balvas. That's spelled VENCESBALVAS for the record, and I'm the student body president at CSN. I'm here to comment in support of agenda items 23B and 25 as a student of both CSN and NSU. At CSN, the need for increases in both athletics and IT are needed to keep CSN sustainable. Our athletics teams at CSN are dedicated students with GPAs higher at times than those of our student government members. These same student athletes attend CSN without any additional scholarship opportunities. Their hard work and dedication doesn't go unnoticed, and this is why I'm here to show support for this fee increase. Our IT infrastructure at CSN needs to continue advancing with technology consistently changing. And finally, as dual enrolled student at NSU, I understand the need for collegiate sports at a university level in order to continue building campus pride and the need for a larger recreational space as the university continues to grow and develop itself. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Athena Tongonavai, last name Tongaonevai. I am commenting on agenda item number 23. As a student athlete on the softball team and a ASCSN senator, I want to share my support for the CSN fee raise that funds athletics. The fee increase we are needing approved is not an issue of needing more resources, but an issue of maintaining the programs we currently have. One important note shared by our CSN's president, Dr. Kibler, is that his goal as a president is to ensure that students leaving CSN are prepared for the next level and continuing their education. And that is exactly what we as student athletes want to accomplish. Many of us are looking for opportunities to develop our skills and be a better student athlete at the next level. And a little bit about our programs, we do more than play our sport. We have completed 4,800 hours of community service within the last year, and that is along with our busy schedules of being a student athlete. And many of our facilities are open to CSN students, and our games are free for everyone that attends CSN. And from coaches to players to the fans attending games, athletic adds great benefits to our school culture. Now, supporting this fee raise not only maintains athletics, but our overall CSN community. Thank you for listening.
My name is Drew Marie Mina, last name Mina. I am a member of the CSN softball team, and I wanted to share my support for the fee raise that contributes to CSN athletics as a current student athlete. Being a student athlete has been more than attending school and playing sports. It's more than the countless hours on the field and doing community service. I've been able to make meaningful connections with others, and I've been blessed to build bonds and lifelong friendships with coaches, my teammates, other staff, and student athletes. Being a student athlete has also helped me with my personal development as a leader on and off the field. We all have hard days, but one thing being a student athlete has taught me is to always keep pushing to be a better version of yourself and to never give up on your goals. Supporting this fee raise is more than giving money to an athletic program. It is about supporting a young community that fosters growth and making positive lifelong connections. Thank you.
Martin Schmidt, SCH-MIDT for the record. I am a mathematics faculty as well as the faculty senate chair at Western Nevada College. I, as well as my colleagues at WNC, urge the Board of Regents to vote against the proposed changes to Chapter 6, Appeals Determination. To best understand our perspective, I want you to think about why the code exists in the first place. It is our view that it is there to protect faculty from unjust terminations by the presidents. And think about which option best achieves this, not only in today's light, but even in extreme times. So we have two options. We can keep the appeals in the Board of Regents, a 13-member body who has diverse perspectives on education, including faculty currently, and maybe even in the future. This is our position. Keep it with the Board of Regents. Or the second option, which is the proposal, is to move the appeals to the direct supervisor of the person that just terminated you, which is the chancellor. The chancellor is the direct supervisor of the presidents. And this is the main reason why we're against the proposed changes. The direct supervisor of the person who terminates your contract should also not be the person who decides the appeal. It makes much more sense to have the appeals go to the board so that the chancellor can focus on the supervisory role of advising and consulting the presidents. There is value in alignment of the chancellor's perspective and the president's. And if you can see value in that, then there is at best a perceived bias in the appeals process if this change were to proceed, and at worst, an actual bias. The second reason we want you to vote against the Chapter 6 changes is that we don't believe in a dictatorship model for choosing and deciding major issues. We believe consensus and broad oversight is much better. In extreme times, which we may be heading into, we don't know, which best serves the goal that the code is there for? Which best protects faculty from unjust terminations by presidents, not only now, but in all situations? Is privacy, process, and cost more important than what the code is actually trying to achieve? Ask yourself this. We urge you to vote against the proposed changes to Chapter 6 Appeals Determination.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Selena Slauso, for the record LAUSSO, and I am a second-year student in UNLV School of Architecture. I wish to raise some concerns I had about my program with the board today. The architecture major here at UNLV is competitive with limited spots. 30 for architecture, 15 for interior design, and 15 for landscape architecture. With such limited spots, one would think that these programs would offer a quality academic experience, but unfortunately that is not the case, especially for those in the architecture program. Students have brought up concerns to professors and administrations. Professors who truly wish to mentor students are not retained, and for years now, the administration within the School of Architecture has dismissed student concerns. Many students in my program feel that their voices do not matter, and I am here to advocate and show that our voice does matter. As a student, I have been involved with our registered student organizations. This year, I started my own, the Council of Built Environment. My student organization aims to connect students from various disciplines to resources, opportunities, and each other, encouraging leadership, collaboration, and fostering career readiness. It is deeply disappointing to me to know that students are the ones that have to shoulder the burden of offering these resources instead of our programs. I have brought up these concerns to my administration and have been continuously brushed off. Especially when funding is the biggest obstacle that we have to face. We don't need excuses from our administration. Students need action. We demand change. We need an administration that listens, supports, and encourages students who cares about their education and are just as ambitious as we are about our growth. We need a larger building that doesn't feel like, as a peer of mine put it, an asylum, and allows for more students to pursue this incredible career. Obtaining a grant writer would be a great way.
Your time is up now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Garitano. I'm the head baseball coach of the College of Southern Nevada, for reference GARRITANO, entering my 15th year as a head coach there. I'm reading a letter here that a young man on our team, a second-year guy, wants to provide in support of 23B. Hello, my name is Cody Bialis. I'm a sophomore at CSN and a pitcher for the Coyotes baseball team. I am commenting because of what this Coyote baseball team does for me and how they have helped me these past months. About halfway through our fall schedule, My family had to endure something that no one should have to go through. I lost my sister, my parents lost their daughter, my younger sister lost her best friend. This is no way something you can prepare yourself for, and certainly not something you can comprehend. When she was only 22 years old, pneumonia took my sister. There weren't any words to be said, only hugs to be given and tears to be shed. I, of course, took some time with my family, but needed something to take my mind off things. For this, I turned to Coyote baseball to escape this world that couldn't be real. I had already received messages from our entire coaching staff checking in on me, and I've received further feedback when I was back at the field. My first day back, Coach Garitano called me into his office to share some helpful advice. I remember he told me that I had his full support if in anything I needed. The only thing I could think of was pitching in our weekend series, which he made sure of would happen. My family got to watch me pitch that weekend. For those 3 outs, nothing else mattered. They didn't have to think about the tragedy we just suffered. They just got to watch their son play the game he loves at the school he loves to play it at. That's what CSN baseball is to me. It's not just 9 players taking the field. It's a family that I turn to in the darkest of times. It's a team my family can watch when everything isn't sunshine and rainbows. CSN baseball has meant everything to my family. They have been there for me through more than comment can discuss. CSN produces great players, but if there's anything the coaches have taught us, family comes first, and they epitomize it above all else. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vince Kristosik. That's Kristosik. I am the president of the Southern Nevada Officials Association. SNOA supplies sports referees for NIAA sporting events here in Southern Nevada and the Clark County School District. SNOA also has a partnership with Colleges of Southern Nevada, where we train all our sports officials at the West Charleston campus. And I am in full support of 23B with the increase in fees for College of Southern Nevada, which would help their resources and help the community as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Arteaga, Deborah, and I am chair of the Faculty Senate at UNLV. I want to speak against further insurance changes proposed by the Public Employees Benefits Program. These impact all NSHE employees. Yesterday, I spoke against the proposed elimination of the HMO, yet the board wants to wreak further havoc on our health care. As it stands, our options are the HMO, which they want to eliminate, the low-deductible PPO, and the consumer-driven health care plan, a PPO with a high deductible. The board is also proposing converting the low-deductible PPO into a standard PPO, yet they have given us no information about what the employee monthly premium will be, what the copays will be, what the deductible will be. They were originally going to eliminate the HMO and convert the low-deductible PPO into this mysterious standard PPO in their meeting in November. Because of opposition from the UNLV community, they decided to delay those decisions until a meeting in January. But make no mistake, they are going to cut our health insurance in January. The question is by how much? I am begging the board, on behalf of all NSHE employees, to intervene immediately. Please do not let them treat NSHE employees and their families like line items on a spreadsheet to delete. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carlos Tkach, TKACZ, and I am a graduate assistant here at UNLV in the English department and an organizer with Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. On Thursday, November 21st, we delivered a letter to campus leadership at UNR, UNLV, DRI, and NSHE statewide offices announcing that 65% of GAs here in Nevada have signed union authorization cards in order to form that union, NGSW, UAW, and are requesting swift recognition of our union. I'd like to speak today about one of the urgent issues that graduate assistants face that can only be addressed by forming this union. In a recent survey, 1 in 4 GAs at the University of Nevada have experienced or witnessed discrimination in the workplace based on identity or status, and 1 in 4 have experienced or witnessed retaliation for raising workplace issues. This striking statistic makes clear that the current institutional avenues for addressing issues are not working. Right now, the university has unilateral decision-making power over whether or not our concerns are valid, and without a neutral arbiter, The risk of reporting incidents and facing retaliation is just too high. But a supermajority of GAs have chosen to do the one thing proven to empower GAs who are facing mistreatment. We've chosen to form a union. GAs at dozens of other universities have formed unions and want improved protections against harassment and discrimination that ensure their careers are not jeopardized by reporting that harassment. Only through collective bargaining can we address our serious and widespread issues, so we're calling on NSHE to recognize our union and begin negotiations of the first collective bargaining agreement, just as has been done with NSHE classified employees. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ted Johnson, for the record Johnsson, and I'm a graduate assistant here at UNLV from the Physics and Astronomy Department, and I'm an organizer with Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UIW. As graduate assistants, we play a critical role in undergraduate instruction and maintaining our university's R1 status. We work directly with faculty on research, we teach small classes where we get to know our students, and we have administrative jobs across campus. Despite all of this, the letter of appointment that we sign at the beginning of the academic year is not legally binding, and too often graduate assistants lose their positions in the middle of a term without due cause. Though many of us work year after year, we still don't have any guarantee of employment term to term, which makes it extremely difficult to plan our lives. Many GAs uproot their lives to come work and study at NSHE institutions, and when our job appointments are retracted without just cause, it has irreparable harm to our careers. We deserve better stability so that we can perform our jobs to the best of our abilities. This is why we have chosen to form a union and gain a voice in determining our pay, benefits, and other workplace conditions. A supermajority of GAs across our campuses know that the only way to guarantee these protections is through collective bargaining, and we expect NSHE to respect our democratic will. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Airam, A-I-R-A-M. I'm a graduate assistant here at UNLV, and I do that at the School of Integrated Health Sciences. I'm here to talk about the major challenges that GAs experience in terms of our pay and workloads. And the GA's handbook stipulates that GAs only work up to 20 hours a week, and the reality is that many of the GAs actually are expected to work far beyond that. As GAs, we're all also make well below what we need to afford groceries, housing, and other basic expenses, but some of us earn substantially less per hour because of the uneven expectations and lack of workload expectations and protections. I know I'm not the only one that sells my blood plasma to make ends meet, and I have colleagues who can even do that because they are expected to be working at lab for nights and weekends. Though we know the cost of living is a serious challenge, we also know that there are many needed changes to GA working conditions that would not come at a high cost to NSHE. My colleagues and I have described just a few of the issues that GAs have reported in the hundreds of conversations that have happened during our campaign, and this issue affects GAs in many departments across all 3 campuses here in Nevada. GAs are interested in making reasonable improvements, and that will allow University of Nevada to continue to recruit a diverse pool of top graduate students and increase its competitiveness as an R1 institution. It's completely within the NSHE power to recognize our union and agree to a fair and enforceable bargaining process. So on behalf of the thousands of GAs at UNLV, UNR, and Desert Research Institute, I ask that NSHE come to the table with our union. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you to improve the working conditions of graduate assistants and further mission of the university as a whole. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Hildebrand, Hildebrand, and I'm here to voice my support and the support of countless number of student athletes that have expressed their desire to stay at home and to play sports here at NSU. I'm a parent, a mother of 3, and I've also worked with teens in the Las Vegas community for the last 10 years. So I've heard a lot about how they want to stay home and be able to enjoy that college athletic experience. Thank you.
Aaron Hill, for the record, HILL, Faculty Senate Chair, University of Nevada, Reno. I love athletics, but I'm here to talk about how engineering brings people together. proposing an academic course fee increase from $50 to $80. For Engineering 100, there are 750 students in this class typically. The enrollment has more than doubled since the last time they assessed this fee in 2015, and there have been a couple changes. Student wages have gone up from $8 an hour to $13 an hour. And the class also depends on an app that would cost individuals $30 a piece, but if the class has the buying power from the fee to purchase it as a class, it would cost half that. So if approved, the course would have a chance to maintain its cost and move forward all of our engineering students in their freshman year. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, and institution presidents. My name is Liesel Kemmelmeier, spelled Lieselkemmelmeier. I serve as the Vice President of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, ASUN, representing 16,000 plus undergraduates at the University of Nevada. Today, I'm speaking about the proposed University of Nevada Athletics and Recreation Credit Fee. On November 20th, Nevada Athletics and the Fitness and Recreation Department presented the Fieldhouse project to the ASUN Senate. This presentation followed significant favorable public comment from groups, including club sports, intramurals, Greek life, and athletics. After carefully considering both student concerns and the potential, the ASUN Senate passed a resolution in favor of the Fieldhouse on November 27th. This facility will serve a range of users. While it will address the needs of student athletes during inclement weather, benefiting women's sports teams such as softball, soccer, and track and field, its primary use will be for non-student athletes. Groups such as the band, ROTC, cheer, PX classes, club sports, student events, and intramural participants will have access, including opportunities for all students to use the space during open hours. The use and allocation of student fees must be approached with responsibility and transparency. If this project is approved, ASUN will work with Nevada Athletics, Fitness and Recreation, and student organizations to establish a clear usage agreement to ensure that oversight is maintained and that the benefits of the facility are rightfully maximized for the students who are funding it. Nevada Athletics has expressed a strong commitment to participating in this process, ensuring the facility serves as many students as possible. Thank you for your time, and go Pack.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Lahaina Estemin, that is Lahainaestomin, and I serve as the Vice President of the Associated Students of Western Nevada at Western Nevada College. On behalf of the student body of WNC, I request your approval of the Student Association fee and Student Support Activities fee proposed under Agenda Item 23. Developed by ASWN and approved through WNC's shared governance process, these proposals reflect the needs and priorities of our students and institution. This modest fee increase will allow WNC to create a more engaging and supportive environment while helping students develop valuable skills and connections. On behalf of WNC students, I urge you to approve these fees and support this important investment in our campus community. Thank you for your consideration and dedication to the student success. Thank you.
Dr. Bill Robinson, past chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I apologize for delaying your lunch further. Tomorrow is a year. I have a colleague that I get to see who I didn't think I was ever going to get to see again. I have to walk past doors of other colleagues who I'm never going to get to see again. I'm not going to go through the list of what I think has been wrong with our response. You've heard me talk about that over and over again. I'm just reminding you a year in that we need to continue to put pressure on UNLV to do the right thing for the faculty, staff, and students of the institution. Tomorrow, before the ceremony at 11, all of the BEH faculty are meeting in the courtyard. Those of you who are going to be here are welcome to come into the courtyard of BEH with us and walk over. And I think we'd appreciate you being there. That said, I want to talk about item 19 because you had enough fees for the day. You have a plan for the future of the NSHE for the next 6 years that your enrollment is down at all your institutions. That's not reflected in the plan. You have significant financial issues at all of the campuses. That's not in the plan. Right, without the numbers of high school students, your enrollments are down. Right, we've been plugging things in. There are no grad students in that plan. 10% of your student body is grad students. There are 0 grad students referenced in that plan. 0. That's part of the growth of the system and there's a reference to the fact we need standards for the high school programs we have, and we need to improve that. But that's like one sentence. There's nothing about the unhealthy competition that exists in our system. There are no quality-based metrics in it. When you have a plan that is not based on resources in any way, the available resources to implement that plan, and there are no metrics that define quality in that plan, that's an issue. We are not Southern New Hampshire.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisha Allison, for the record, Allison. Dear members of the Board of Regents, counselors, and presidents. My name is Lisha Allison. I am an architecture student and as well as the Student Government Association at Truckee Meadows Community College. I come forth to you in support of Agenda Item 23. I am so honored to be here today to represent on the behalf of Truckee Meadows Community College students. The theme of the year for TMCC is Sense of Belonging and Pride. We had our first Spirit Day this semester, celebrating TMCC's culture and fostering our community. On that day, our student government saw how athletics brought our community together when our Director of Athletics, Jeff Hawkins, presented the proposal of a $3 student fee increase for athletics. At Student Government Association's #1 priority was ensuring that every student had the opportunity to have their voice in whatever may be decided. We approved a survey regarding athletics and found that almost 40% of students were in favor of the student fee increase for athletics, and 65% felt that sports on campus not only enhance student life, but also the sense of community and belonging. If these funds were approved, it would foster community, teach teamwork, discipline, and provide a stronger sense of belonging for all TMCC students. I would urge you to support Agenda Item 23 so we can continue to foster our wonderful community. One day when I have to leave TMCC, I would love for our current or future TMCC students, staff, faculty, families, and friends to continue to foster our sense of belonging and enhance it. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
For the record, my name is Donald McMichael, McMichael, and I too am in support of Agenda Item 23. But I also would like to say that there's a tsunami on its way. It was released on November 5th, and it should arrive here on January 20th. Most people are already moving to higher ground in anticipation of what might happen, but will happen to the Department of Education. Most people will want information, and they will want it sooner than later. So I employ the system to somehow come up with these answers to questions that students and parents will have in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and institution presidents. My name is Dawson Deal, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. I'm here in front of you to speak on the proposed athletics and recreation credit fee for the Fieldhouse project, which will serve as a vital resource, not just for athletics, but for a wide range of campus and community groups. While this facility is critical for athletic teams, especially during inclement weather, it will primarily benefit non-athletic groups. This facility will provide much-needed space for ROTC training, band rehearsals, cheer practices, intramural sports, and club activities, as well as PEX courses that promote health and wellness for all of our students. Additionally, it will enable large-scale campus events and community gatherings, strengthening the connection between the university and the Reno community. The availability of this facility to non-athletic groups enhances the university's ability to foster student engagement, leadership, and the well-being while promoting collaboration and inclusivity across campus. By supporting these groups, the field house becomes more than just a sports venue. It becomes an additional hub for campus culture and community building, driving Nevada's role as a center for education, innovation, and civic pride. Additionally, ASUN leadership is committed to working with stakeholders to ensure transparent usage agreements that maximize these benefits for students and the community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. It appears that there's no more public comment here at UNLV. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm closing public comment. Before we go to item number 17, we do have lunch. And I think right now we will do about a 15-minute break to get lunch and stretch your legs, but we want to get back to the meeting. I will be pulling, I have to find the item number 19, we'll be moving that to January so that we can make up some of the time. That is the NSHE 25 to 31 strategic plan. So we will take a brief recess of 15 minutes and we'll be back with item number 17. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting with item number 17. Handbook revision policy of the Board of Regents use of lobbyists. And before we go to General Counsel Martinez, I do know that Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
I apologize. Jeff Downs for the record. This probably isn't an issue here, but I'm going to read my conflict of interest statement anyway. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I'm an employee of NSHE at WNC because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And so now I will go to Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Martinez for the record. This is a proposed handbook revision of Title IV, Chapter 1, Section 26, which governs the use of internal and external lobbyists by the system. And we're bringing this forward because the current policy has proved to be unclear and confusing in a couple ways. So we're trying to make it a better and less confusing process. The first reason is the title itself calls out that it is a section governing the use of external lobbyists when it also governs the use of internal lobbyists. Secondly, it doesn't define what constitutes lobbying services and duties, so that has been an area of confusion. And third, it is unclear in that it prohibits an institution from using an employee to perform lobbying duties without chancellor approval, but it doesn't prohibit the hiring of an employee who will have lobbying duties in their official duties without chancellor approval. So what we've done in this policy is that we've proposed doing a couple things. One is revising the section title to clearly call out that it governs both internal and external lobbyists. Two, it has a much clearer definition of what constitutes lobbying duties and services. And three, it requires the chancellor's approval on the hiring of any employee who, as part of their official job duties, will be performing lobbying duties and services as defined in this provision. This provision will also assist the chancellor in creating strategic processes and consistency in NSHE messaging during the upcoming legislative session. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to Regents. Vice Chair Downs and then Regent Brooks and then Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Martinez. Regent Downs for the record. So I'm just going to say it, put it on the record that I still have an issue with the fact that we have individual lobbying elements in individual schools or one system. We shouldn't be trying to we should be going forward to the legislature together, not trying to compete for dollars. So that's my idealistic statement. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to speak quickly to that, while this policy authorizes the chancellor to enact procedures and in the procedures and guidelines manual to further govern that. So as this gets enacted, there was also a counterpart in the PGM that looks towards or speaks to the reporting of the different lobbyists at the institutions. And that will give a lot more oversight and consistency in the messaging before the session.
Thank you.
Regent Brooks for the record. Yeah, I just want to ask, and I get where we are in terms of timeline with, legislative session coming up, but, when I saw this, I thought of all of the things that we could be discussing and revamping in terms of some of the policies that we have. This one is something that's coming forward, and I'm wondering, did something happen during the last several legislative sessions where, it pressed upon the system to really take a hard look at this policy and do some revising?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, absolutely. Last session, we did get criticism that there was inconsistencies in messaging coming from the system office and institutions. So I think this will just help us get more consistency. It's also been confusing at the institution level because the title of it is external lobbyists. So sometimes there hasn't been the approvals coming forward to the chancellor for the use of internal lobbyists and hiring internal lobbyists. So that was something that needed to be clarified also.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, again for the record. So what you brought up makes sense because it does happen. And so we have essentially folks from the system lobbying for system-wide advantages that we can have for higher education. And then you have individual institutions also lobbying for things that they want to make sure that their institution remains intact or can expand in whatever ways that folks from those institutions want. That's been an issue for quite some time when it comes to legislative sessions in terms of what are the topics of conversation and what are the bullet points that we're trying to make as a system to be able to enable for the entire state of Nevada to have a fantastic higher education system. Is revamping this particular policy going to limit or stop the ability for institutions to lobby on behalf of the institution that would be represented by a lobbyist?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. So this will not stop institutions from being able to lobby. What it will do is it starts giving us the policy that we need to put in place other procedures to get our hands around this. So for instance, how do you really start drafting procedures around lobbying services and duties when lobbying services and duties are not clearly defined? That was a major issue that we were dealing with. And what I think is a lobbying duty, you might say is not a lobbying duty, but answering questions. So we were trying to clarify that. Once we have this down, we can then move forward with internal procedures during session so that the lobbyists are all working with all the government relations team, making sure there's consistency of information flowing back and forth. Same with the general counsels. The general counsel offices are all ensuring that we receive the same information, that if one lobbyist sends it down, it's getting circulated to everybody and we know who's reviewing it. So this is gonna greatly help us move that needle forward.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. In my 4 sessions, I have seen the need for this policy. And so my question would be, I'm all for it, but those that don't adhere to this, even though we're passing this today, or possibly passing this today, I mean, what's the repercussions for them? Is this then considered insubordination? Is this what? What's the consequences if you don't adhere to this, is what I'd like to know.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Yeah, I mean, it would be the same as any employee violating board policy. It's as part of anybody's employment, you're required to comply with board policy.
Okay. Next, I will go to Regent Ariscada and then Regent Breger.
Should this policy pass, excuse me, should this policy pass, will we receive a list of names of lobbyists for each campus and for the system?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Currently, I don't think that's, I'll go to Chancellor Charlton if you don't mind to speak on that.
Yeah, thank you. Patty Charlton for the record, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Yes, Regent Ariscada, we can certainly provide that to the board members. We're in the process right now of asking, and we've asked all the institutions to identify any employees that have lobbying within their title that are intended to perform that function in any capacity based on pending this policy revision being approved today. Actually, we've also seen earlier this week that the legislature opened the registration because individuals are required to register as lobbyists as well. So we can certainly provide that information to the board.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Regent Breger.
So tell me if this is not the appropriate time. Susan Breger for the record. I also think that, and having had many, I don't know how many in 13 sessions or something, I think that we have to be careful as regents. And I think we need a conversation with legals to bring up what we can do and can't do, because there are times, like you said, they got complaints. I have heard complaints that they sometimes, if we vote on something, somebody shouldn't just be able, I'm just going to say this because I've seen it happen, go be a self-independent person and not agree with the vote that took place in the boardroom. That cannot, and I'm going to say it that way, cannot and should not happen. It just divides and fractures what we do. So I felt like, because this was talking about this, hopefully I'm getting away with this legally, I think we need to really come together every legislative session, whether you agree or don't agree, but if you've taken a vote, then you can't just go up there and have the ear of people and talk against your other board members. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez for the record. I don't want to get outside the scope of this agenda item, but there is other board policy that speaks to how the system takes a position on bills. And yeah.
Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to point out, and I've been there quite a few sessions, I think 11 regulars and about 17 specials. But anyway, typically there are BDRs at an institution, and it might be DRI, it might be GBC, or it might be UNR. There'll be some BDRs that truly will impact them more than the system, the whole system, the system as a whole. I agree with Regent Breger that, clearly the regions shouldn't be lobbying against each other or against any institution, because again, the policy of this board, the regions should be cut and dried and set as you go forward. But there is a huge difference when it comes to lobbying, i.e. the budget and or some particular, whether it be a grant that could come down the line. We've seen that happen, funding for DRI, whether it be cloud seeding or whatever, a combination with USGS and DRI, all those things. Sometimes they take a special lobbyist to do that. Somebody that's more tuned into that arena, say, than maybe what you'd have with the rank and file, the NSHE system as a whole. So I guess I'm struggling with trying to figure out just exactly how you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't have to be paying this lobbyist to do a lot of good for you, but there are lobbyists that will come for institutions, and whether it's WNC and Kyle or Amber at GBC, that will come around and introduce people to legislators and be very helpful and truly not be lobbying. But if you're really splitting hairs, they are lobbying.
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez for the record. That is kind of the thing that we want to protect in a policy like this. This policy does not prevent lobbying. What it's meant to do is give further definition to what is and is not lobbying. For instance, the policy has a disclaimer in there so that if you do have a lobbyist who requests a technician from an institution to come and answer questions, it calls out that individual who's answering questions based on their area of expertise is not lobbying. So that would be a carve out for a lobbyist. But the goal of this policy is to increase the communication and the consistency across the board with the chancellor's office so that we don't have lobbyists appearing who the chancellor is unaware of and is unaware of the positions they're going to be taking.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Charlton, or I'm sorry, Chancellor Charlton.
Oh boy. Patty Charlton for the record, and just to follow up on General Counsel Martinez's comment, this is in no way intended to in any way diminish the expertise that we have at our campuses, and it's just to ensure that we have good coordination and communication both between the institutions and back to the board as well.
Thank you. Regent McMichael.
If there's no other discussion, motion to approve.
There are some more points that Regents would like to make. I'll go to Regent Goodman and then to Regent Brooks again.
Thank you very much. I think too that as a board, it is incumbent upon us to also advise someone, whether it's the chancellor or whomever. I don't want to limit us from speaking with the contacts that we have up at the legislature. But I think that we should be advising the chancellor and or legal and letting them know if you are up there and you're speaking with people, you should be at least providing a report. This is who I spoke with. This is what we talked about. I just think it increases the transparency, and I think it also keeps all of us aligned as a board so that it doesn't limit us, but yet someone is aware of exactly who we're talking to. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. So in recognizing that there are institutions that certainly want to be able to lobby on behalf of things the institution, needs, my question is to one of the recommendations in here is that the chancellor is the final stop in whether or not an institution hires a lobbyist or not. And so can you speak to that a little bit? Because it seems like there are certainly lots of areas where institutions are going to hire folks to be able to support the institution. That doesn't necessarily need chancellor approval, but on specific lobbying, it would.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. That's correct. Per the bylaws, the chancellor is the contracting authority for the system. So it makes sense for these types of contracts to end with the chancellor. The chancellor, in consultation with board leadership, is also the spokesperson during session for the system. So it's very important for the chancellor to be aware of who the lobbyists across the 8 institutions are to ensure that the chancellor can maintain consistency in messaging.
Regent Brooks for the record. Yes, so in terms of signing off a contract, that makes perfect sense. And it seems like there might be, though, a distinction between signing off a contract and knowing who is lobbying for an institution and actually being the hiring authority for that institution for the lobbyist. It seems like that's two different issues altogether. Do you see it that way, or do you see it because the chancellor has contract authority, therefore that authority should also extend to hiring when it comes to lobbyists for an institution?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I think because of, and this is just my opinion, because of the nature of the position, the chancellor needs to at least be aware and in agreement with the president as to who they are hiring for these types of roles. But that's not a legal opinion by any means.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion regarding this item? So, Regent Breger.
1 second. I think it'd be a good idea, this is Susan Breger for the record, that we're going to be having 3 new people. We definitely, our regent in the north is not new. Why wouldn't we, in the onboarding, that we have a little bit of a discussion about, I don't want to say it like our place. I'm not opposed to anybody going up there, but we need the same message. That's all I'm talking about. And campus against campus could be unhealthy unless they're carrying messages that is benefiting the whole system, because there's only so much money and we're all here for each other. I'll just leave it at that. But I think that'd be a good short onboarding situation.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion or motion, possibly?
I'll motion to approve item number 17.
Okay. And so I'll take.
Second.
Okay, so I'll,
Chair, I believe Regent McMichael had a motion, a pending motion to approve.
Right.
So I don't know.
There was never a second.
Okay, so we will need a second for that, or if you're going to make the motion, Regent Brown, then if there's no second, then Regent McMichael,
He
it
just
fails,
seconded.
and then it would go. He's going to make the second?
He just seconded.
Okay,
Yes.
I didn't hear that. Thank you.
okay. All right, so I have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent McMichael. Any other discussion? So then we will go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'll be the, nay, I oppose.
Okay.
Point of order. Should I have withdrawn my original motion?
I think my view is we deemed it withdrawn, and so given that you second Regent Brown's motion, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that motion does pass. Item number 18, 2025-27 biennial state operating budget request, update and discussion on the 2025 legislative session. And for this, I guess we will go to Chancellor Charlton.
Okay, thank you, Chair Carvalho. So just as an information for you, we have added this as a placeholder on the agenda in order to give timely updates to the board as far as the progress that we are making towards as the session is right around the corner. We have been engaged, as I mentioned in my report yesterday, very significantly with the governor's finance office and the preparation of the governor's recommended budget. And that is really also guided by the priorities that this body has set, both for the system and for the institutions as well. And so with that, I'd like to turn it to Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer Chris Fatone.
Thank you, Chancellor, Chair, and Regents. Happy to be here today. Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer, to give you this update. Also happy to start with some good news. I think we have it on the agenda as estimated for 30 minutes. I don't have that much update to provide, so I think you'll get be able to make up some time on that. As the Chancellor mentioned, we put this on the agenda, as you know, when timing of preparing the agenda was prior to both the November Economic Forum meeting and the December Economic Forum meeting. So really earlier in the process with a little more unknown as to where we would be at this point. So I'm happy to provide an update in that regard. I think, our last major step in the budget process was submitting our agency requests. And we've been engaged both at the system office level, but also throughout the campuses, being responsive to the governor's finance office and the LCB fiscal staff as they've been reviewing that request. And they've had, as they always do in this process, a lot of questions and clarifications, and maybe a little bit more in this instance because, as I think is happening throughout the state in this process with the agencies, because of the rather significant cost of living adjustments and the impacts that had on the budgets. There's just few more. It factors into some of the detail that's being reviewed in the follow-up that we're working with. So it's been a pretty intensive process. And really the next major milestone then was waiting for the Economic Forum to issue its revenue forecast for the biennium, which we were fortunate for them to be able to do that before our meeting today. That happened on Monday. And I think you've probably also seen some news articles about that already, so I know you know some of this information, but let me put it in some context. So the Economic Forum did issue its forecast on Monday. It was good news. The forecasted revenues for the current biennium, they updated, and that is coming in about, in total, both years, just over $12 billion is their forecast. So there's FY24 actual revenue that's settled, but also forecasting FY25, and that forecast being updated is projecting a total for the biennium of about $12 billion, which is more than what was forecast at their May 2023 meeting that was used for the current budget, which does mean there's some excess revenues in the current biennium that'll be available in the legislative session and for the governor's office to plan with. The other good news was the forecast for 26 and 27, which is the 2 fiscal years for our new biennium that the governor's building the budget for, and the legislature will hear and decide in the next session. That forecast is just over 12.4 billion, with some modest increases both years. So 6.1 billion roughly for the fiscal year 26 forecast, and just about 6.3 billion for a fiscal year 27 forecast. That forecast is a 2% increase over their FY25 forecast for the first year, and 2.7% on the second year. That about $400 million difference between the projected fiscal year current biennium and the new biennium is great news. I think to put it in context, though, we have to keep in mind that doesn't necessarily mean that money, that additional revenue is going to be available for new allocations in ongoing spending. And the reason I say that, and the reason we want to be aware of that, is that as I've mentioned in many of our presentations, there's the cost of our cost of living adjustments roll up is one thing, and that fortunately is covered by those forecasts. What wasn't known and is still in the development stages and will come out with the governor in first view with the governor's recommended budget is also all the agency's caseload adjustments. So that additional revenue that's forecast will go first to cover those caseload adjustments, then also to cover other inflation adjustments, particularly on the cost of staff compensation and benefits. So we know the PERS increase is expected, and also an increase in employee health benefits, the PBP assessment, and those both being large items in the budgets. It's likely, if not certain, that entire excess revenue in the forecast will have to go to cover those just incremental expenses on the current level of services, current base budgets, the adjusted base budgets for the agencies coming into the request. So it is good news, but it's also an indication that we should not expect new permanent funding allocations for our system or for other agencies. Again, other good news in the forecast is the expectation that there will be some one-time funds available. And while many of our requests, or the majority of our requests, are for permanent enhancements, the opportunity for one-time funding is also welcome. And with our number one priority was, as you recall, one shot for public safety, campus safety items. So certainly that item is well aligned with the availability of one-time resources. So the next major milestone will be hearing the governor's recommended budget. We won't know that until mid-January or so, and then followed by the start of the session. But that economic forum forecast that was issued on Monday is a great milestone to cross, and again, good news. At the time that we had their first meeting back in June, and it was the forecast, the outlook was good. I think getting closer to the end of the year and having those final FY24 figures, and getting through the election and having them factor all those events into their forecast, and still coming out ahead 2 and 2.7%, I think is really welcome. So that's actually the end of my update, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Vitone. I'll open up the floor to Regents for any discussion. Regent McMichael and then Regent Brown.
Yes, on the budget itself, is any federal funds reflected in how this budget is put together?
In our state operating budget, its state appropriation is primarily made up of taxes originating within the state. You do have a couple of budgets in the state-supported operating budget that receive federal funds. I think where you see that more significantly is in the sponsored activity that are federal awards through federal agencies to fund research programs or other sponsored activity.
And these federal funds, are they coming from the Department of Education?
In the operating budgets and certainly in some of the sponsored activity, there's Department of Education funds that are awarded for various purposes, and of course, federal financial aid, which is not a direct revenue in the operating budgets, but is part of the federal financial aid, the student financial assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Regent Brown for the record. I really appreciate you taking the time to explain it to us. But I'm hoping in the future maybe we can get this in a written document, a supplemental material ahead of time. I'm very much a visual learner, and I like a conversation, but I need to be able to see it as well. And I'm not a subject matter expert, so that was my only comment. I appreciate all the work, and I know this is probably last minute, and I know all the reasons why it happened this way. But for me personally, I want to make sure I show up prepared and have thoughtful comments, and it's hard for me to do that without something tangible to look at. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? This is for possible action to provide any direction on updates to the priorities. I don't know, Chancellor Charlton, if you wanted to seek any guidance from us.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, at this time, we don't need any at this point. We left that as a possible action should there have been a requirement based on information that we had seen since the September meeting, but we're not in that position at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no other discussion, and I'm not seeing any, we will move on to item number 20. And just a reminder, before the break, we did pull item number 19. So we're now moving on to item number 20, the annual evaluation summary.
Motion to approve. It's an action item.
It's possible, so we don't have to take action on it.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yes, withdrawn.
Thank you. Item number 20, annual evaluation summary for President Karen Helgerson. And before we go to that, Vice Chair Downs does have a disclosure to make, and then we'll go to Chancellor Charlton. Oh, I thought you said 20. Okay, I'm sorry, I not on this one. Okay, then we'll go to Chancellor Charlton.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Regents. Thank you for the opportunity today to present for acceptance of this annual evaluation report for President Helgerson. This annual evaluation is something that you have not seen before, but this is presented under the auspice of the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2.1, which is in your reference material. This annual evaluation process of the board was revised in December of 2022 and incorporates the presentation by the Chancellor to the board to summarize the status of the institutional strategic plan and in particular progress that the institution is making towards achievement of goals and targets. And this report will also provide a review of the President's goals for this year. So in your supporting materials today is a evaluation summary of the progress of the institutional performance for TMCC and the performance goals for 2023, or the performance of TMCC and President Helgerson for 23-24, and the goals for the current year, 24-25. TMCC's strategic plan directly aligns with the board's goals and the governor's policy framework. Some of the highlights of the progression of the goals include the significant increase in TMCC's enrollment growth, the growth in weighted student credit hours, particularly in the CTE areas, and their commitment and support of veterans and DEI initiatives. TMCC has aligned their institutional strategic plan with comprehensive planning that happens at the institution, including the diversity strategic plan and academic affairs strategic plan. I do want to highlight for you the transparency of the goals and the target progression through the dashboards and the TMCC annual report. It really is a best in class, I would say. And both President Hilgersom and I, and as well as President Dalby, all serve as Northwest evaluators, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult to find, but what a great job they have done. That transparency is also excellent, not just to the institution, but also to the public as a whole. I also want to highlight President Hilgersom's effective financial stewardship, and then that is evidenced in the support of the current biennium's COLA for faculty, staff, as well as the progression that she has made on many specific initiatives, including the planned theater that is moving forward. Now I want to highlight just the goals that President Hilgersom has aligned for this upcoming year, or this current year. And her first goal is a personal goal, which, as many of you know, President Hilgersom is steadfast committed to sustainability and environmental causes. We support her continued participation and engagement on the National Board for Second Nature and the progress that the institution is making in the area of climate action. Specific institutional goals for President Hilgersom are really in the area of this evolving environment in which she is preparing for the presidential transition at the end of this academic year. She has several initiatives that she is hoping to bring before and closure to this board before June 30th of 2025, and those include the placement of the fire tower at the Redfield campus, and I know they're working on a master plan expeditiously, the approval of the estimated 250-seat theater, and a progression towards the acceptance and development of the aviation flight program. President Hilgersom will also be an important part of the advocacy for not just NSHE, but also for TMCC at the 2025 legislative session. And again, this is a different format than I think you have seen before, so with that, I'd stand to answer any questions, but request acceptance of this report.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll open it up to the Regents for any discussion regarding the process or the summary in front of you. Yes, Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just wanted to take a minute and tell President Hilgersom how much I appreciate her. She's been nothing but kind to me since the first time I went up north to tour the campuses, and I really feel like your leadership has been something that I have watched and learned from, and you made me, yes, I'm not very articulate right now, but I just feel like you've always let me ask the tough questions, and you were there to, give me honest feedback, and I appreciated that. So I appreciate you, and I know we have you for seven more months, so give or take. But I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So this is for acceptance for possible action. So I would entertain a motion to approve to accept the annual evaluation summary for President Karen Hilgersom.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Regent McMichael. And then a second from Regent Brown. So at this time, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations on your evaluation. Item number 21, fiscal year 2024 student fee account balance. And for this, I'll go to Mr. Chris Fatone, the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer for the system. So item number 21 is the annual student fee account balance report. So this report is as of for the year ended June 30th, 2024. This report's required under your board policy, Title IV, Chapter 10, Section 19. That policy specifies for the campuses that it sets out the expectation for the timely use of the student fee revenues that are generated, and sets a limit for the expected carry forward of not more than 1 year of revenue with some exceptions for capital, particularly for the capital improvement fee, where capital projects may have a longer need to develop a balance, and also for other circumstances that may be approved by the president, such as for large equipment purchases or other justified purposes. For each of the campuses, that you have a table, you have of the general student fees, along with explanations of any of the larger balances or balances that may exceed the 1-year revenue threshold. In addition, due to the nature of the capital improvement fee, that one is shown separately for each campus. And again, there's some comments for you. I would pause there and see if you have any questions. And again, I know campuses are also here should you have any specific for them.
Thank you, Mr. Vitone. I'll open it up to Regents. Are there any questions or comments? Regent Brown.
Thank you so much, Regent Brown, for the record. When I was going through this, the available ending balances for each of the institutions seemed all reasonable until I looked at UNLV, and it's over $80 million in available ending balance. And I was wondering if we can get a little bit of context on how they're planning to do a spin down on that number.
So, Casey, yeah, sure.
For the record, Keith Whitfield, president of UNLV. For that level of detail, I'm going to ask my CFO to try to provide you with some additional elements of maybe give at least 3 or 4 examples of those. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Casey Wyman, UNLV CFO. Regent Brown, I appreciate your question. And so I can provide very specific detail to you on all of the 80 million. Specifically, though, the board policy does allow us to carry over certain amounts to be able to work through that. And so if there's one specific one, I would assume you would want me to talk about the other student fees, as that is the highest percentage at 185% carryover, unless there's a specific one that you'd like me to address.
I mean, when I look at, well, this was interesting to me. Other student fees and student fees other, which has 44 million. So yeah, why don't we highlight some of these larger buckets?
So the other student fees at 44 million is a 78% carryover. So I need to give a little bit of historical background. I'm sorry?
The 78%, is that the total revenue, annual revenue?
Against the total revenue, yes.
That's student fees other.
So you're asking me to address the student fee other, correct?
Oh,
There are 2 line items.
there's 2 line items. Yeah, that's why you said other student fees and then gave the number for student fees other.
Yes, and sorry, I misheard you. So the other student fees has a carryover above 100%, which is against board policy. And then there is the student fee other, which is within board policy at 78%. So I assumed you would like me to talk about the one that is above the 100% threshold.
Let's start there. Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so other student fees. So there's a little bit of historical-based context that I think is really important to talk about. And first is there was an LCB audit before my time, roughly 2 years ago, and they raised concerns about various student fees, specifically the lack of detail of dedicated fee funds and comprehensive reporting on student fees. So in response, UNLV then went and implemented a new chart of accounts, which essentially aligns our student fees to an accounting term, and then it's rolled up within our financial system and established these funds could be easily segregated and clearly reported to show these student fees, thus providing better transparency to the board. And so that happened 2 years ago. I'm sure you can appreciate that nothing happens quickly within the financial system work. We are in the process of finalizing that now as we move into the end of this year, going into this current fiscal year. So in FY22, specifically the previous year, UNLV did not report to the Board of Regents the auxiliary fees that were associated with that. And those fees included things like student life fee, the mental health fee, et cetera. These are the things that are board-defined fees. And so therefore, UNLV started to report those. Because of the reporting cycle, That is why we are showing higher fee increases on that above 100% threshold. So I'll stop there from the historical perspective now, and I'll tell you probably what you really want to hear is how are we going to spend this money? Because we don't want to charge students fees that aren't being utilized directly to that piece. So as you look at the other student fees, it's roughly $2.6 million that we're looking to spend down. That includes roughly 39 different accounts within that chart of account that I previously mentioned. The two biggest items within there are two things. It's called a reinstatement fee, and that is to assess, that is assessed when students' enrollment is reinstated after being dropped for reasons such as non-payment or academic suspension. And then the second piece, the second largest item in there is called the deferred payment plan late fee. And that is applied when a student enrolled in a deferred payment plan fails to make a scheduled payment on time. These fees are intended to encourage, obviously, timely payment. We want to make sure that we can operate effectively through that revenue source. As I think through, I'm going to take each one of those as an example. So the reinstatement fee first. The plan right now is to spend down the funds and implement two things. First is we're going to allow the students' tuitions and fees to do the installment fee, and we're going to work through an IRS reporting form called a 1098-T, and that is the payment for higher education and tuition fees. Additionally, we're going to, so that's a new IRS form that we're going to work through, and obviously it takes time and energy and resources to be able to implement this reporting piece. And then the second thing, and this is hopefully what you'll appreciate most, is we're going to enhance our call center service. Specifically, that is a resource for our students and parents to be able to call and ask questions about their student accounts and their fees and work through payment considerations. One of the things that we saw specifically, I know this is a long one and I can start to see your faces, I'm losing you a little bit. One of the things that we've noticed specifically about students who don't pay is they just don't know that sometimes they need to pay, or they have a question, or they get confused with the systems and then they don't know who to call. So this call center is supposed to be a resource for our students to be able to have those individuals come on and help them and walk them through, this is the process, this is where you go, these are the types of things. So those two initiatives, so technology along with the people associated to support those call centers, are going to spend down that account by the end of next year to be back in line with board policy. Any questions about that?
Okay.
Can I just ask one follow-up question? You mentioned that you'll be using the 1098-T. Does that mean that some of those fees hadn't been, because that flows into what the student gets, which is the 1099-T, right? Mm-hmm. So does that mean that some of those hadn't been reported before?
Sorry, Chris Fatone, I want to offer, I think the system is issuing the 1098-Ts throughout the system. I think this is related to a service that will support issuing the 1098-Ts and responding to questions. So a part of the call center service is also addressing the 1098-T questions that students would receive. So it's electronically delivering and responding to questions and supporting students that are receiving the 1098-T. It's not, the issuing and reporting has been in place. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you have a follow-up question, Regent Brown?
I do. I feel like I have a lot of follow-up questions after that answer, which is just because I'm peeling back the onion. But can I also, compared to all the other schools, it's only you in Western Nevada, and so I'll ask this to them as well, but since you're standing up there, you're the only two schools that use both of those line items. So can you tell me what the difference between those two are? Because the way I read it, it's like when you have to write a 1,000-word essay and you're like, and furthermore, this is a very important topic that you just start adding words. Sorry, professors, I did that a lot. But other student fees and student fees other, I don't really know how to interpret those two.
Regent Brown, Chris Fatone, I'll answer that, and just to say I appreciate those two line items sound like they should be combined, and I think the only difference for them is that campuses have selected specific fees to report in each category for their own purposes on campus to track them separately, even though they have the similar sounding title. It is very similar, and I think I'll work with the campuses to either combine them or better segregate fees into categories so that the lines have more description for the next cycle. I'll take the responsibility for the template of the report, kind of having that flaw in it, and I'll have that resolved for the next cycle.
And I'm not a subject matter expert, so I'm not actually saying that they need to be combined because I'm just curious what their actual difference is. But if you're telling me that it is up to the discretion of the campuses to choose which fees get bucketed in those two things, then it sounds like our template is flawed because it's not clear.
Yeah, so again, I agree it isn't clear, and it's not so much that we didn't think through and the campuses would apply. We identified first the more significant fees, and as a result of the response that UNLV took to the audit, I think that you see more fees now bundled into so the additional fees that kind of got bundled into the report as a result of redirecting them to the fee report following the audit, they're all showing up in that bottom line, and why that balance is so much larger than it had been in prior years. And so I think we need to look at that category in particular and better identify what might need to be lined out separately with a specific title, and then consolidate the things that are truly other.
Well, because I'll even take it a step further. If our policy says that something can't be over 100%, then, I mean, that's a simple way of cooking. I'm sorry, I'll moving the numbers around. So you're not at 220%, but it's in the 78% line, right? Like that doesn't feel like it's transparent at all. And I'm just saying if I have to look at board policy saying that anything over 100% needs to be addressed, well, if I have two lines that can be others and get moved around, I'm gonna work that out, because you have $44.7 million, but that only equals 78%. If it gets thrown into the larger bucket with the 2.6 million, does that number go up? So if this is from us to our institutions, then we have to apologize and say, hey, then that's not great structure, because I don't actually know how to assess this, because the lines, from what I hear you saying, is that there's a loose interpretation available to the institutions to put certain line items in both of those two categories because of the similar sounding titles. So I don't really have a point to that other than this is messy, and I don't know how to assess it because, yeah.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Goicoechea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I apologize for being so new at this and the first time 4 or 5 days into these numbers, but I am really concerned when I again look at this 185% or 78% on student fees, and when you start talking about available ending fund balance of $80 million when it's not available, and you combine all the rest of the institutions, it's not there. Is that not problematic?
For the record, Casey Wyman, UNLV CFO again. So it's a little, I don't want to say not genuine to compare due to size, scope, and responsibility. We just have a different student body size and a different mission. Obviously, we all fall under NSHE as we work through that. And I can understand why the $80 million is something that would raise all of our eyebrows. I would like to be able to address a little bit that 44 million, because I think this is probably the biggest rock within our rucksack that we've been carrying around. And so if you look at the COVID years during online education, we obviously saw, just like other schools, a large increase in our online ed registration, which obviously then therefore generated a large carryover balance that we've been carrying, and I'm sure Gene Bach before here had to stand up here and talk about it as well. And so the good news is that UNLV continues to spend down that resource that reinvests it into our online education footprint through new technology and new support as we bring students back to the classroom, and we continue to do that. But we also don't want to overlook the fact that it is a very important academic program and a new way to communicate and educate and train, and so we're spending that down. So within that one section, the annual revenue is $10 million, maybe more to Regent Brown's point, then that should be separate. So how are we spending? So we're spending above that range, roughly at the $12 million per year rate to be able to decrease the reserve within that account to ensure that we don't spend it unnecessarily, haphazardly, or anything along those lines. And so by the end of next year is when we are anticipating fully expensing all of that revenue that's been within the coffers. So hopefully that helps a little bit understand why that 44 million is so large. It's a lot of carryover from the COVID years.
But again, the beginning fund balance in 24 and the available ending fund is $9 million more. You're going the wrong way.
Yeah, so we get roughly $10 million within that per year. So each year you generate based on your student fees. And so you obviously have to spend down what you get plus a little bit more. So the intent is to, for lack of better terms, decrease at a smaller or increase at a smaller rate each year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But you're going to find a lot of people down there in Carson City going to look at this just the same way as I do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Regent Brooks and then Regent Goodman.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. And I felt the need to just make a comment on some of this. And listen, we appreciate you being up on the podium right now and taking the thunder and the rain on some of this, right? But when you're briefing us specifically on numbers like this of this size, and I would say the body's not made up of CFOs, but we understand numbers. And so when we're looking at this and we're thinking, hey, there's something off here, right? It's not that in your communication with us, you're losing the board because we're not able to comprehend what you're saying. You're losing the board because we keep having the same conversation over and over again about authenticity and communication. And that's where the board's lost at. Not being able to understand how numbers are supposed to flow on a spreadsheet, but the communication itself. And so I think it's a repeating conversation that we have when the institution's presenting something to us. And I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. And so that's why I'm saying, listen, I appreciate that you're up there and you're the one delivering the information, but you know, there has to be a way where we can eventually get to a place where this isn't going on, where we feel as a board that the communication is so transparent and straightforward that it puts the board at ease in terms of the things that are happening at the institution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
I'd have to agree with what Regent Brooks said. I was looking at you that way because this is a big number, and it's not okay. I'm wondering why you didn't reimburse some of those students in 2022 who were still taking online courses when they were supposed to be taking in-class courses. When I was campaigning, I had constituents that were telling me that that's happening. It's 2022, my kids should be in class, but it's an online course and I'm paying full tuition. So that would have seemed like a good way to spend the money. I feel like you got the money and you're hoarding it, and the students that even are paying the fees are not getting the benefits of the fees. And this kind of stuff, in a word, stinks. And I've been quiet today, but this is unacceptable. This is a lot of money. It's a lot of money and it's hoarding money, and I don't like it. And the legislature, I'm up there saying how great we are, how much we're doing, and the legislature is going to look at that number and say, oh, really? You have $80 million extra in student fees? This is unacceptable, and it keeps happening. And I don't want to say anything, but my gosh, I hate airing the bad stuff, but this is, I'm really grossed out right now. I really am.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I feel like this is really deja vu. When I first came on the board, we've had this similar meeting, and Rick Trachok was the chair at the time, and it was UNLV, and how much student fees they had, a huge amount, I don't remember the number, but we put in a policy. This is the policy now coming back and reporting this, and it hasn't changed. And this was 2 CFOs ago, your predecessor, her predecessor. And I agree with my colleagues, this is not acceptable. If you don't need this money, give it back to the students. I mean, I know at the time they put a plan together and they went on campus and put in a whole bunch more call boxes. They put a lot more lighting and things to make it feel safer on campus. That was a big thing. We've listened for a year tomorrow. Your faculty senate chair, former, telling how many needs there are for security on the campus. Can't these funds be used for that?
But I want to add to that, those lights, that was done by CSUN, their student government. That was funded by student government. They're the ones that pushed for that.
Wow. I just think this is way too much money to be holding. Thank you.
So for the record, Casey Wyman, UNLV CFO. So just one point of reference, and I appreciate that. Obviously, a lot of these things have happened well before my time. I will show you, or I will explain that the 100% policy from a rollover standpoint, a lot of that has to do with timing. And so so again, $80 million does look like a lot of money, and I'm not downplaying that one bit. But we spend what we get in, and then each cycle we get more to then bring it back up. And so yes, if we just go and solve all of our problems right now and spend that down, we then don't have the resources to do the payments for the people or the equipment or the refresh that we would do before there. And so I would love to be able to come back to you with a little bit better kind of strategy from a 1 to 2 year look about specifically how we spend that down associated with the time, along with the acquisition laws, about why we can't just do it overnight. I feel as though that would be rather informative. I would obviously submit that to the board as a potential way forward. Obviously, I defer to my president if he has anything further to say to that.
Well, just to follow on to that, I would expect that to come back then at the March meeting. And I think my colleagues would like to see it too. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up from Regent Brown, and then I'll go to Regent Arascata and then Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll probably bring this up for new business, but I do think that we need to get this balance down to reasonable levels. So I know they just asked for this, and maybe March is the deadline here, but I think that there needs to also be a way to look at what fees we're currently charging. Can we cut back on those fees until we actually spin this down and then revert back to a reasonable amount? Because I don't want to just spend the money to spend the money. It needs to be done, obviously, right? It's all earmarked. But I know when I was a student, the fees were always something that they would go up. I could see an ROI. I helped pay for that gym. I never got a chance to do, but that's huge for this campus, right? But if I'm a student, I see that there's $80 million and my student fees aren't going down, and then we've got students telling us that they have to sell their blood because they can't pay for their tuition, but I've got $80 million sitting in this. And I feel like I want to hear some answers. And if that is, hey, for the next 6 years, we're going to cut these certain fees down to get us to a reasonable level, and then it's going to come back up 25% because that's our spend. Let's have that conversation. But I think we need to get creative here.
For the record, Casey Wyman, UNLV CFO. Yes, Regent Brown, I agree. And one of the things that the provost and I do take very seriously is anytime we talk about fee adjustments, we do talk to all of our student body individual leadership to ensure that they have buy-in, they support, they understand the why. And then we also do talk through what they are used for, that existing balance. And so so if you look at it on an annual basis, that $10 million example as they work through it. And so there's obviously going to be some residuals based on certain conditions. But your comments are taken. Yes, ma'am.
And I appreciate that. When you have those conversations, do you show them this chart? Does this chart get included in those conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
And they are fine with fees knowing that they have $80 million sitting. And I know they get allocated for different things. I'm aware. But I have a hard time because I was in student government on this campus. And I have a very hard time believing that those very smart individuals that sit over there on the third floor would be okay with yet another fee increase if they were cognizant of the fact that there is $80 million sitting in other buckets. I have a hard time believing that.
Regent Brown, Chris Fatone, I just wanted to offer, to your point, that there are many other uses. While the fee balance report in total through all the system accounts for probably about 1,100 accounts that those funds are allocated to. For UNLV, in their $80 million ending balance, that's probably close to 300 accounts. As CFO Wyman mentioned, the distance ed fee in itself is a balance of in the neighborhood of $10 million. So if I would like to give them the opportunity to prepare some information looking at the larger balances in particular and make it clearer some of those that might be over the 100% that are caught up in a total that you're looking at, to your point earlier about how you bucket them, helping, kind of work the math around what's under 100%. So just helping put some better context around the 80 million to help focus on the larger balances, because there are many fees, as you know, and there's fee items on your agenda today. And because the fees are allocated, the question about could this have been used for public safety, to the extent that that was appropriate for the uses that were documented for collecting those fees, that might be the case. But for most of these fees, absent the general improvement fee and the capital improvement fee, there's likely specific purposes that wouldn't align with reassigning that balance to other purposes. So rather than, my concern is that, I appreciate this is a significant balance. There are specific accounts that would be appropriate to help put some more context to that, and perhaps have an opportunity to bring that back with that type of information. And my concern was, again, there's 1,100 accounts in that balance, and there are requests, and not all balances, not all fees are causing that $80 million balance that you're seeing.
I hear you. And the last two things I'll say is that I'm just going to go to that $44 million bucket, right? Let's just start with the big one. If this was broken out, and let's use the estimate of there's 100 fees associated with UNLV. Let's just use easy math. If 27 of those fees are in this bucket here, my guess is if you broke them down, some of those 27 would be over 100%, but when they're collectively together, they're 78%. So that's what I'm talking about. If we were to break down, I'm using my math, if we're breaking down those 27, why don't we lower the fees in those certain buckets that are over 100% to, okay, we have to add money in this category. I totally get that. I don't think anybody in this room doesn't understand that. But the way this is, it's not transparent. And if there's 20 of the 27 that are over 100%, but when you put them together, they make 78%, let's see how we can lower those. And then if you have to raise the fees, then maybe the overall fee amounts don't change, but they get bucketed in different ways. This is just not, I'm repeating myself, but I'm also frustrated because I feel like that reply back is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about the fact that this is a crazy number. Whether this number is allocated for certain things that they have spend down plans for, that's fine. But holistically, we are asking a student to pay X number of dollars in fees. And if those certain areas that they're paying fees in are over 100%, but it doesn't appear to be 100% because of the way we use math on a spreadsheet, that's unfair to our students. And that's the type of stuff. I want to break down every single fee from UNLV, see which buckets are over 100%, come up with a spin down plan on how we do each of those line items. And if it takes the fact that we lower those fees for a set number of years, then let's do that. I know we're going to have to do more fees. The cost of running an institution is more expensive today than it was when I was a student. I understand that. And I don't think there's a single person in this room that doesn't understand that. But this is disingenuous to gaslight us to say that we have a plan and that these are buckets. It's not fair.
Thank you, Regent Brown. I've got quite a queue going. We have.
And Madam Chair, before you move on, I'd just like to make a comment. I just want to make sure that the board stays within the bounds of this agenda item. It is an informational item for the student fee account balances, and just a suggestion, if there's been multiple comments about plans going forward, and I think that would be appropriate for new business item. I just want to caution you there, so thank you.
Thank you. Next is Regent Arascata.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And for item number 21, I appreciate the information in which is being provided to us clearly. It seems somewhat apprehensively to be provided to us, but now that the cat is out of the bag, it's being helpful for all of us. My only issue is with our next agenda item, number 22. We're looking at 27 pages of fee differential programs to increase the fees for student activities, in particular academia, proposed by UNLV. Where now we have a clear picture that you're $80 million holding money, but yet we have increased fee proposals coming up on the next agenda item. As previously stated, disingenuous. Thank you very much.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Even though this is above my pay grade, what Regent Del Carlo said, I don't think we got an answer for that. Why could this money not be used for the safety and security issues we have at UNLV? Is there a reason? I hear you say it's not allocated for this and it's not allocated for that. So we just let it sit there and maybe lay some eggs and we'll have more chickens and then more. I don't know. So why could this money not be used to secure our institutions, especially UNLV, Mr. Baton, or what's his name, Martinez, Council Martinez? How does this work, sir? Don't everybody shout together.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole question. Could you please repeat that?
Sure. Okay. I need to keep my recording stuff. Anyway, we have this money sitting there. Why can this money not be used for the safety of the students and staff, etc., in keeping our institutions safe, especially UNLV? Excuse me, I've still got the cough going. So can you I know this should be a new item, etc., etc., but why can this money not be used for something that's so important?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. This is something I would have to defer to Chris Fatone for. He's at the podium now. I think he'd be in the best position to answer the financial questions.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Fatone?
Regent Boylan, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
I understand the question, couldn't we reallocate this to another purpose? Again, that's why I wanted to clarify that these fees are collected under your policies for specific purposes. So the campus is tracking them for those purposes. They're allocating them to programs aligned with those purposes that align with the justification they provided for collecting the fee. I think it's obviously a valid concern that the balances are large. My request was for an opportunity to have that balance better reported to you so that it's more clear where the balances are large, what purposes those are for, and what the plans are for those specific funds. And my request would be to allow the opportunity to present that so that it would be then your discretion to question or provide direction on any other alternatives for the plans the campus might present. Your policies have the campus make requests to collect fees for very specific purposes, and it's for those purposes they're tracking the fees And that's in part why the balances grow, because they're keeping them for those specific purposes and not reallocating them. So, and again, I don't know that it would be appropriate to reallocate them for another purpose. It certainly is not within the policy for the campus to do that unilaterally. So should there be a desire to do that, it would be something the board would have to authorize. Not all of your fee policies allow for that. So there are some that specifically state that the campus can bring a request forward for a fee to be used for any purpose they might present. For categories like special course fees and some of the other student fees, your current policy doesn't actually have that same specific language in it. Obviously, your policies are always subject to your ability to change those policies and have that kind of consideration. But I think the campus is actually tracking these balances and following those policies, while at the same time, obviously, with respect to the fee balance policy, there are certain accounts that are exceeding that policy. So I understand there's a conflict in terms of those two situations, but it is a result of endeavoring to follow the policies.
Thank you, Mr. Vitone. So are you saying you could bring this back to the board for the next meeting, or our chair put this up as an agenda item, and we could change that policy so that we can use money where it's most needed, even if it was allocated for something else? Is that how it works? I don't know. You know, I'm a simple man, so I have no idea how these things work. They're complicated. Is that what you're saying, sir? Or should I repeat it again?
Chris Fatone, Regent Boylan, thank you. I think I'm first suggesting I'd like to bring back clearer information so that the board has a clearer picture of the level of balances within your policy. And to the extent that you may have desire to further discuss the policies regarding the use of fees, I think obviously that's always within your purview.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent McMichael next, and then Regent Brooks, Regent Goodman, and then Regent Gokuchia.
All right, well, I became a regent 6 years ago, and I had an observation then. Why isn't this state offering to its citizens free education? And I basically was laughed at. Okay, so 6 years later, we're in this for-profit business.
Madam Chair and Regent McMichael, Chris Nielsen for the record. I think, again, that I want you guys to be able to stick on topic. Really, the topic is the student fee account balance and not the tuition cost per se, or free tuition.
Right, but in my observations over the past 6 years, I've noticed that fees have been a prominent feature at all of these board meetings. And I made also a suggestion a few months back of why don't we have a jubilee and give these fees back to these students, either parking fees or lab fees. We should never be sitting on $80 million of fees that we've gathered up from students, and then the general public sees that and they say, what the heck is going on here? Why is my student always settled on having to pay an additional fee, and you're sitting on $80 million? Either have a jubilee on parking fees or a jubilee on lab fees to give this money back to the students so that they can feel like they're in this together and we are actually working for them. We should not be settling students and parents with fees that amount to $80 million, and we don't know how to allocate it. All right? It's totally ridiculous, all right? Maybe that's a good reason why I got 2 feet out already, and I'll be leaving because I am thoroughly disgusted with having to sit in on fees. All day long, it's been fees after fees after fees. And now we have a pot of $80 million that students have paid and we don't know what to do with it. I'm sorry. Yeah. But that's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. You know, CFO Vatan, I appreciate that you wanted to take some time to do some more reporting and bring something back to the board, and certainly I think we invite that and look forward to it. I'm wondering if, based on the information that we've been provided thus far regarding UNLV specifically, and with a few, you know, the agenda items coming up for an increase of fees to students, I want to invite UNLV to maybe on their own pull themselves out of this process of the next few agenda items, so that maybe there's a better handle on where things are financially with the institution when we start looking at an increase of student fees. And then if it comes back, and this may be new business, and I appreciate that, so I could certainly bring it up, you know, something back then, but that, I'm just going to invite that and throw it out there. That might be a way to alleviate some of the frustration the board has right now.
Regent Brooks, thank you for the suggestion. Just to offer some comments in case it may be helpful in terms of your suggestion there, directed specifically at UNLV. And again, appreciating $80 million is a large amount of money. The context of the report, that is a little, the annual revenue in total on that same balance is about $140 million. And these are self-supporting accounts. These accounts have to carry forward balances in order to be able to ensure that they can meet the commitments they have against them in the new fiscal year before fee collection takes place. So we don't want them to have zero balance. Your policy allows up to 1 year for the purposes so that the campuses do have the ability to carry a balance and ensure that they can cover their expenses in the first semester of the new year before fee collection actually brings the revenue all in. And again, while all the fees aren't lined out in enough detail, and particularly the other student fee category in this case, and I'd like to better detail that for you. Differential fees, as an example, that is a line item on the report. That balance forward across all the differential fee programs that UNLV has is 45% of the annual revenue, which is fairly reasonable balance for self-supporting accounts that have payroll commitments against them to carry so that they can handle the fluctuations of a business cycle. And so for those program proposals, and again, those proposals, some are for new differential fees for entirely new programs that are that they've provided their rationale and background on those proposals. So I think that that was my concern with the point that there's over 1,100 accounts that are rolled up in this fee balance report, and they're not crossing their uses. So there's accounts that are for specific purposes, and the campuses have analyzed those accounts and taken them into consideration with the proposals that are coming up today. That's not to say there aren't, that there's not good information that we should bring back on the larger balances for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I wish I could say that alleviates at least my concerns, but I do appreciate that there'll be some follow-up to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I guess the source of my frustration is that we're paying attention, okay? I'm paying attention. And 6 months ago, we had a quote-unquote ad buy that was a 1 by 1 inch ad in the RJ Classifieds that was advertising for a 42-acre parcel 1 block from the Strip. Then this morning, 30% of your fundraising is going to administrative fees or expenses. Additionally, we're like bulking in all of these fees, right? So that you can make it work with policy. And so, a read the room anecdote would work here to say $80 million, maybe we need to break this down a little bit more so that the board doesn't have sticker shock. And I'm paying attention, and it just seems like again and again and again, it's assumed that we're not paying attention, and it's frustrating. So I just want you to know, I'm reading, I'm paying attention. I think you're all wonderful people, but this is a business, and it's not being run like one. My nonprofit would have been closed long ago if it was run this way, and it's almost kind of like the way government runs sometimes. I really think we need to just buckle in and understand that we need to be more transparent, and we are paying attention. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Gogachia for the record. And it sounds like this is going to come back with at least some definition and some reaccounting. And when you do that, I would like to see you make sure you take a long, hard look at the COVID money, the CARES Act money. Clearly, I think that was used to supplant these student fees, and that's why IE ended up with an $80 million surplus, which is a huge reserve. So again, before we start talking about either taking fees away, you have to understand this federal COVID money and the CARES Act money isn't coming forward. I don't think we'll see, it won't continue. So the bottom line is we need to figure out, okay, yeah, we've got a huge surplus here, or at least a significant surplus. But as you define that and look at that, I'm not saying let's start just cutting fees, but let's hold the line to, this is what we need. This is how we'll work out of it. And clearly, I hate to throw out a figure. I don't know what you got in COVID and CARES Act money, but it had to be huge. So, and that's going to go away. It'll be ended, at least the ARPA money, and that'll be gone by 26. So we need to figure out where you are in the whole scenario. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, this is information only. I think we've heard loud and clear a direction for UNLV and CFO Vitone, if you can assist with that, to bring back to us some more granular information on this specific item. And I'll probably, we've got a lot of business that will need to be deferred to the January meeting, so I would hope that we can do that in January, so that it's as expedient as possible. So with that, I will move on to item number 22, Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Revision Differential Program Fees for UNLV, UNR, and GBC. And before I go to CFO Vitone, I will go to Vice Chair Downs for a disclosure, and then I will make one as well.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 2A1A, I hereby disclose that I am a parent of a student in the NSHE system, specifically at UNR. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And I will also say, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I'm a parent of an NSHE student. Because of the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. CFO Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Vitone, NSHE CFO. Item 22 on your agenda is differential program fee proposals for this fee cycle. Handbook Title 4, Chapter 17, Section 30 is where your guidelines are provided for the requests. And the Procedure Guidelines Manual, Chapter 7, Section 8 provides the Chancellor's guidance for what's to be expected in terms of the justifications and work performed before the fee proposal comes forward. With that, you have three new fee proposal program, three new differential fee program proposals in this year's agenda and 7 revisions. And I will pause there, and if you have questions, turn them over to the campuses.
Thank you. I'll open it up to Regents. Are there any questions, comments, discussion regarding this item?
Regent Brooks for the
Sure.
record. There are a couple questions that I have. The first one would be, specifically to this agenda item, the fees that we're looking at for UNLV, could any of those fees be settled with any of the monies that we saw on the previous agenda item?
Regent Brooks, Chris Fatone, without looking at every single fee that's in UNLV's fee ledger, I obviously would be hesitant to say definitely no, but I'm confident saying unlikely, simply because these fee proposals for the differential fee programs are following specific policies that designate them to the programs that they're approved for. The three new the program that would be new obviously is not in place today with this differential fee, so that would be a limitation for that new program proposal. And for the programs that are requesting revisions to their fees, it's based on the fee balances and based on their needs and the requests that they've documented in the request today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So that's a good version of no,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? If there aren't, I think it would be appropriate to open it up to each of these institutions to discuss the background on these differential fees. So the first is would be President Whitfield.
I think I'm going to ask my provost, please believe me, we do hear you. We've been asking ourselves the question, can we use some of the fees that we have in other categories to be able to cover some of the new fees that we're asking for? And I think the challenge is that, and I believe that most of it is according to board policy, we may have a hard time doing that, but we're going to go back to the drawing board and see if there's any additional ones we can actually try to cover some of the cost and expense of these programs. These are not, these costs are not just costs that we come up with, they're costs that cost to be able to offer those programs. But we do understand that I think our new regent brought up an important point, is that, you know, some of this is CARES money, some of it is online dollars that have come up, but we're going to look and see if there's some other ways in which we can actually make sure that we spend them down and reduce costs for students. But to provide some specificity for the ones that we have here, I'm going to ask the provost to just quickly address some of those.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Chris Heavey, Executive Vice President and Provost of UNLV, for the record. Thank you, and I certainly understand the concern about making sure that we're keeping these programs as affordable as possible to our students. And I do concur with what CFO Fatone said, that we won't be able to use any of the existing balances in these programs. The existing programs that have 2 requests or 3 requests here for increases do have, in fact, low balances and are struggling to make ends meet within those programs. So I'll just really briefly go over each program. The cybersecurity program is a brand new undergraduate program, and it's definitely a high cost, high demand program, and it was created with the expectation that we would have a differential fee in order to be able to hire the very high cost faculty that are needed to staff this program. Cybersecurity, as you know, is a difficult field to hire in, and it's the field in the country where there's the most vacancies. So it's very difficult to staff for faculty in that program, and it will be much more expensive for us to offer this degree. And so without the differential fee for that program, we don't think it will be viable for us to offer that new undergraduate degree. The reason you're seeing this here first is the degree just got recently approved by the board. The other fees that are listed below architecture is just simply a change of use to be able to use more of that money directly for students. There's no increase there. Engineering, nursing are basically being asked to raise those fees up to what is equaling UNR in the nursing program, UNR and Nevada State University. I have both deans here and could speak to the specific needs within those programs, but those programs for the engineering will still be below the differential fee cost of UNR, and the nursing program would just equal what UNR and Nevada State already charge for that program. And the physical therapy program has not been able to absorb the cost of the COLAs, and we are in fact loaning that program money. Their differential fee balance is actually in the negative. We're loaning that program money
with the hopes that this fee increase gets approved so that they can actually support the existing faculty that won't even allow them really to hire new faculty. It'll just allow them to close an existing budget deficit. And if you have more specific questions on any of these, we have the deans here to be able to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost TV. Are there any questions for UNLV specifically at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to President Sandoval at UNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We don't have a differential fee in here.
I apologize. You're right. That was just a name change. Yes, I apologize.
Thank God, Madam Chair.
I was ready, though. I was ready.
Thank you. President Dinelli.
For the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, president at Great Basin College. Thank you, President Sandoval, for that lead into our differential fees request. For these are related to our health science and human services, or our new behavioral health programs, and I'm going to have Dr. Stacy Warner, our dean, speak to those.
I'm Dr. Stacy Warner, Dean of Health Sciences and Behavioral Health at Great Basin College, for the record. And the request for these differential fees is to help us support our students in their programs. We did speak with students. We've spoken to students at our numerous rural locations, and they were in support of fee increases for the purpose of making sure they had access to the technology and resources they needed. For our rural programs, we do support many rural labs. Our students also have to travel, or our faculty have to travel to check on them in clinical, or travel to our other rural campuses to make sure that they have that one-on-one or that personal training and education. We are requesting differential fees for 2 of our programs, paramedic and sonography. For our paramedic program, again, that is to support the technology. Our students are located throughout rural Nevada. Our faculty travel, or our students must travel to our Elko campus for specific skills days and experiences. And this will allow us to purchase the cutting edge technology to make sure they're prepared to take care of rural emergencies and also to travel. For our sonography program, that program is quite costly. We have been using grant funding to support that program. We have been able to open 3 rural locations, and we also have a lab in Reno with a partnership with Renown Health. With grant funding, we've been able to purchase the sonography equipment for students to use, but that equipment now needs to be maintained. So we have costs that are associated with making sure that technology is usable for students and accessible. Our sonography students require to be proficient significant amounts of scan time. That's where that equipment comes in. Our students for clinical placement are placed throughout Nevada from Reno to Las Vegas and every rural area in between, which requires our faculty to travel and us to hire part-time faculty as well. The third differential fee increase is an increase to our nursing fees, and that's due to supporting 4 rural locations. We have nursing programs in Elko, Winnemucca, Ely, and Pahrump, and so we must support those labs, and so those fees are associated with the increased cost of supplies and technology related to inflation and just staying up to date with current practices. I'm happy to answer any other additional questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up to Regents. I don't see any discussion. So at this time, this is for possible action. So I would invite Regents to discuss how we would like to move forward on this.
I would like to move to approve agenda item 22.
Second.
Given the fact that they have made it clear that the fees asked for today are not represented in the student fee balance showed in the previous agenda item.
So I have a motion on the floor from Regent Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, So I second from Regent McMichael. Is there any further discussion?
Could
go
I,
ahead.
just, Regent Gagachia for the record.
I'm
Can
going to
have
go
a
to,
little
I'm sorry,
clarification?
real quick, I'm just going to go to Regent McMichael since he made the second, and then I
Okay,
will go to
thank
you,
you.
Regent Gokachia. Thank you.
I just have one question. Are there any fees that have been banked by your institution similar to that of UNLV?
For the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. There are some fees, like the nursing differential fees, that do collect. The reason why we collect them in excess, we always have to report that, why we're collecting them and what they'll go to. So simulation equipment has warranties, and those warranties we usually pay for 2 years at a time because it's cheaper to do that. And so you'll see us bank a certain amount of money knowing that that bigger piece is going to come in on year 2, and then it will clear out a significant portion of those funds. And so we have to plan and project for that. And specifically with Great Basin College, we have 4 nursing programs in 4 different locations. So those fees for the maintenance that we have to do on all those equipment come in at different times. We have a pretty timed out schedule for that. But that is the only reason why we would ever bank any money.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gokachio.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Gokachia for the record. Just clarifying the motion from Regent Brown. Now, that includes both UNLV and GBC in her motion to approve that fee structure?
Yes, sir.
I would support GBC's proposal. We've got people waiting and standing in line to access, especially the nursing program in all over rural Nevada. But I would like to see at least some refined numbers from UNLV. So I would unfortunately have to vote no.
Thank you. Any other discussion before we go to a vote? Yeah, I'll go to Regent Del Carlo and then Regent Brown.
I thank my colleague, my new colleague, for the clarification, because I feel the same way. And I can definitely support GBC, but until we come back in January with more detail from UNLV, I don't think we should be approving UNLV's request. So you might want to reconsider your motion.
Can I have a clarification, please, CFO Fatone? When would these fees take place?
These program
If
proposals
approved.
begin fall of 2025.
Okay, so we have
it's-
time.
Yes.
Okay. Then I would like to.
Well, but just to clarify, if the proposal before you is for the fees to be approved and effective fall of 2025, and they're here in December to assist with the, application approval, enrollment process. So it's generally a concern for the campuses that fee proposals for the upcoming fall term are in place prior to marketing and accepting applications and enrolling and.
Yeah, and I do understand that, but I'm pretty sure we're meeting like 4 times in January. So my hope is that maybe we could pick this up, but I will say one thing before I amend my motion. I do agree with you, Regent Gokachia and, was it Del Carlo? I apologize. Del Carlo. But these were, like the provost said, these were different fees. And for me, I would like to have maybe a little bit more conversation about, these were different fees meant for, well, now I've lost it. Yeah, cybersecurity. That is something that I know in Southern Nevada, it's a huge push from an economic development standpoint that we are growing that space. And so if they're launching this new Bachelor's of Science, I'd like for them to be able to advertise it. So I actually can see both ways. I agree that they definitely need to come back to us with a spend down plan of the student fees, and I have a new business item written for that. But I also understand that these are different than those buckets. At least that's what we're being told. And so I am fine to amend it, but please know that that's where I was coming from. I haven't amended it yet. I didn't know if anybody had any.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. And CFO Vitone, just again for clarification, because there have been a few regents that were hitting on the point that I was making earlier when I posed the question to you. Can we do something where we take a look at the 80 million in excess and use it for different fees? And very clearly, you had let me know to this specific agenda item, the answer is no. Now, that might be different for the next agenda item, but for this very specific agenda item, your suggestion is that we can't play around with any of that. And so I just want, just for clarification, right, and communication for the board, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to these specific fees.
Regent Brooks, thank you. Chris Vitone. I would answer that yes. These fees, being the differential fee category specifically, I think are very separate from the category that I heard the concerns on the prior item. And I think that would be my reason for suggesting yes. I think these are separate from that category.
Okay, thank you again. I appreciate the clarification.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Here's my concern. Perception is reality, right? So what's going to be in the news? $80 million excess in fees, and then we approve more fees. So I also will not be able to support this.
I would like to withdraw my proposal. My motion, excuse me.
Okay, and then, so we'll need to withdraw the second as well, correct?
I also was.
Yeah, correct, Madam Chair. I believe the second would have to be withdrawn as well, and then we can start anew.
I would like to propose.
Well, before we do that, so Regent McMichael, please.
Yes, I withdraw my second.
Okay, and then before we do that, I'll just go to Chancellor Charlton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my question would be for legal counsel, is whether or not these could be bifurcated. They are listed as different institutional items, and so since the questions are specific right now until we can come back regarding the fee balances, just to see if it could be bifurcated between the two institutions until we can have that further conversation as soon as possible in January. It is important that if these fees are going to be approved, that they are approved before students begin to register, and that will happen very, very quickly. So, but just appreciate if that question could be answered.
Good question. For the record, Chris Nielsen, I believe in reviewing the agenda item, I believe if a motion were to be made to approve a set of differential fees with respect to a single institution, I believe that would be permissible under this, how it's agendized. I believe that's the question being asked. Yes.
Okay, then I will open it back up to discussion, and Regent Brown.
I would like to move to approve Agenda Item 22, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision, Differential Program Fees for GBC. Removing
I'll second
the other
that.
two. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent Gokachia. Any discussion there? Okay, then I will call for, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I think
CFO Vitone?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, Chris Vitone. I think there was one item for UNR that is not, it's not a new fee proposal, but there is a change because of a program change.
Right, and we can probably do that as another motion on its own then.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that'd be consistent with my previous advice.
Yes. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the differential fee for GBC exclusively at this point. So we have a motion from Regent Brown, a second from Regent Regent Gokachia. Thank you. So I will call for a roll call vote. I think that would be appropriate at this time.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Regent Perkins. Regent Ariscotta.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breaker.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Gokachia.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Before we go to UNLV, let's discuss UNR's change, and this is just change essentially in name only for their public health program, phasing out community health sciences prefix, and no change to the differential program fees. Any discussion?
I'd like to move to approve Agenda Item 22, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision, differential fees, but the proposed revision for existing programs to the UNR Public Health Program, phasing out Community Health Sciences prefix CHS.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Regent Brooks. Any other discussion? On this one, I think it's probably fine to do a voice vote. Okay, so I'll call for the vote at this time. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries as well. So lastly, we'll take up UNLV differential fees. So at this time, I'll open it up to discussion. Regent Brown.
I'd move to table Item 22, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision Differential Program Fees for UNLV.
I would second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent Del Carlo to table UNLV's fees, differential fees.
And just to clarify, Madam Chair, in the motion, Regent Brown, a table meaning consider it at a different agenda at a different date, not later in today's meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
In early 2025.
Okay. All right. So is there any other discussion regarding UNLV's differential fees? Then we will do a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Perkins. Regent Ariscotta.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breaker.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Gokachia.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 23, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for Student Fees. And before we go to that, there are some disclosures, first from Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am a parent of a student in NSHE at UNR. Hi, Nora. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. I will also say that pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I'm a parent of an NSHE student because of the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter. And to introduce this, I will go to CFO Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Fatone, CFO for the system. Item 23 is the annual December fee item for student fees, special course fees, and housing and meal plan fees for the campuses. And in the same manner we presented this last year, I have it broken up into 3 sections to cover each of those categories separately for you. The first section, your materials 23B, those are the student fees, and student fees are fees charged to either fees that are charged to all students based on the registration or students in a large category. so they're not necessarily attached to specific courses. So with that, again, these are fees. In some cases, you have new fee requests. In other cases, there may be a request for modification. The materials are all prepared in the same format. So 23B, the first page, the first 2 pages of that is a summary that just lists by campus the specific fees being changed, and it gives you some high-level information about the fee revision being requested, including the date of the last revision on the fee. Following the executive summary is the actual procedure and guidelines manual pages where the fees are presented in the manual, showing the proposed changes in the format they would appear in the manual. And then the rest of the document is detail for you. So again, listed in the same order as the executive summary. It's a spreadsheet that lists the detail of the fee and provides the narrative from the campus about the rationale and the need for the fee and how it would be used. Again, I think one thing to note, I know you see these each year, and because you're seeing what comes before you, these are things the campus has supported and brought to you for approval. They do go through a rather rigorous process on the campus where the fees are initially proposed by a unit, and there's a process of engaging the campus constituents that would be affected by the fee, and then they come forward to the president who endorses or not to bring forward. So what you see is what's been brought forward. I can assure you on campuses, there are fees that are proposed that don't make it through that process. So just want you to be reassured that that there are requests that get weeded out before they come to you, and these are those that have been through that rigorous process and are supported by the campus. So with that, I would pause and see if you have any questions.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. CFO Vitone, much like I had asked with the last agenda item, do you see this one a little bit differently in terms of the fee structure based on how this agenda is written? And listen, I want to say that I trust your guidance. Having worked with you in the investment committee, but it's just some of the things were so egregious that the vote didn't go the way that you had guided on that one. But for agenda item number 23, does this look different to you, or does this look the same?
Regent Brooks, Chris Vitone, thank you for the question. And I looked at the fees. The UNLV in this case has 6 fees in this proposal. 2 of them are specific to the medical school. And so certainly for that program, those fees are very specific. They're not all of the 6 fees that are listed on this proposal for UNLV I'm familiar with. I know that these particular fees balances in the carry forward are not in excess of your policy. Other than the med school fees, those fees are included in that category of balance, but that makes up the 40 million or so in the other student fees. However, for those 6 that are on this list, I know that those are not in excess of your policy, but other than the med school fees, they're part of that same package. So I understand the concerns with it, but that's just the information I can offer on it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment by Regent Del Carlo.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to point out that there is a fee decrease for the School of Medicine, and that should be noted, that it's going from $2,000 down to $1,550. I think this was, if I remember right, it was their cadaver lab or something like that. So, I mean, I do applaud you for looking at that and lowering the cost.
Hi, Chris Evie. If I could just comment on the UNLV fees, Executive Vice President and Provost of UNLV. In this category of fees, those School of Medicine, there's basically a swap. So there's no net increase to students. It goes up in one and down in the other. I think maybe there's a $100 increase, but it's mainly there to swap. The other fees that are listed here were all supported after substantial engagement with the student body, CSUN, et cetera. And Alistair, our CSUN president, is here. I think he would be just, saddened to see if his fee gets caught up in this whole kind
conversation, but we certainly understand if that's your judgment. But if you'd like to hear from him, he has been a very active participant in the discussion about the other 4 fees that are listed here.
Thank you, Provost Hebe. I never was a math person, so thanks.
Thank you for that comment. I do want to specify that I'd like to take this in 3 separate votes. I'd like to do special course fees first, student fees, then special course fees, and then residence hall and food services fees. And I appreciate that CFO Vitona split those out, just so that we have clarity on what we're voting for at each time. And there's the possibility, because of the discussion, that it may be pulled out even further than that. So I would just ask my colleagues, if you're looking to make a motion, I would ask that it would be 3 separate motions. And again, I'll say student fees, special course fees, and residence hall and food service rates.
Chair, just a question in terms of the way you're breaking this out. Would you be amenable to breaking this out even further and doing it by institution as we did the last agenda item?
If that's the will of the board, then I'm fine with that too. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing some blanket, a blanket motion and then cutting it up after that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
So I will open it up for discussion. Yes, Regent Goodman.
Just taking into consideration some of the things that occurred in public comment today, when we talk about, a robust response from the campuses, it sounds like maybe sometimes, and I get it, the student body president and the council and the Senate might not, although they are representative of the student body, it often comes as a surprise to the student body that the fees are there. What would we consider? Just is it CSUN voting for something and then just that's their recommendation, or did they, or ASUN or any of the organizations, or did they go ahead and move forward and do something campus-wide that would be some kind of, I don't know, asking around or whatever?
Yes. So Alistair Dice, CSUN Student Body President, for the record. Just so I can kind of understand the question, are you asking kind of what was the procedure to get to this point, or?
That's exactly what I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So in the context of the CSUN student fee that you see on the docket today, in order for that to go forward, there has to be a multi-layered authentication process for it to even make it to the Board of Regents. So the first step of that process is that you have 6 people inside of CSUN who meet first with the Vice President of Student Affairs to kind of get the idea on the table of the administration, kind of get their thoughts. And if they like it, then the next step is that they would draft a process for it. So they draft a bill saying, we as CSUN want to see this increase. After that, they have to go through 3 approvals next. They have to first go through an internal affairs vote of a majority vote. And if that goes through, it then gets reviewed by UNLV's General Counsel. And once that's approved, it goes back to the Internal Affairs Committee to get approved. After that, it goes to the CSUN Senate to get a 2/3 vote. If it passes that margin, it then gets put on the fall election in October for the student body to vote on. And so the CSUN platform impacts all undergraduate students, so we have the ability to send out email and communication and other deliverables to the student body to let them know about the election and what's going on. And so in order for the amendment to pass, in this case the fee, it has to get a 2/3 vote of the student body to pass forward. And so we put it on the fall election ballot, and our election polling showed that we had about 87% of students vote in favor of the CSUN fee increase, whereas compared to only 12% voting against it. In addition to that, we also had students from all across campus. In total, by the time we reached the election, we had anywhere between 30 to 40 RSOs publicly back the fee, along with students being willing to go online and share their testimonies about why they wanted the fee increase and how much they would like the Board of Regents to see it through so that they can continue to get the benefits that CSUN provides them. And so once the election is over, we rally up the counts, and in this case, we had more than 2/3, after which we presented to the president to bring to the Board of Regents. So in total, it's roughly about 6 steps to get from just the idea to the Board of Regents. But at every step of that progress, we always ask the students for their feedback. In the months leading up to the October election, we spent August, September, that whole month, just going to RSO meetings, going to classrooms, talking to students, taking their opinions, rewriting the bill, reintegrating things. In fact, by the time we got to the election, we had over 1,000 students vote in that specific amendment, which is pretty rarely seen, especially for a fee increase.
Thank you so much. What a procedure. That is wonderful. When I was student body president, I was hailed for cleaning up the fraternity party slush fund. So you guys have come a long way. So this is really wonderful. That's great. Thank you so much for that wonderful process. And just to add, if I may, Chair, the graduate students didn't seem very excited about this. Is there any way that we can possibly pull them out? Or it was, I think, a 64% number that did not want to see the student fees. So I just wanted to vet that as well. Thank you very much.
Teresa Marie for the record, GPSA student body president. So CSUN's fees do not affect us. I do believe that is a conversation that's being had in regard to the field house at UNR. So the graduate student fees and the increase is up there, not for GPSA. But thank you.
Thank you. Since we've heard from some students, I know that ASWN President Catalina Wilson also wanted to speak to this, and I'll open it up to all of our student leaders as well to chime in on the fees that are coming forward for each of their institutions.
Catalina Wilson for the record, President of the Associated Students of Western Nevada at Western Nevada College. Thank you for this opportunity. There's been a lot of conversation about the proposed fees of all the institutions today, but I would like to specifically speak about the 2 fees related at Western Nevada College and express how important these fees are to our students and institution. The proposed student association fee and student support activities fee will have a significant and positive impact on Western Nevada College. These fees have been thoroughly discussed and vetted with students to evaluate their effects on campus engagement activities. The overwhelmingly majority have expressed strong support for ASWN's continued ability to provide these events, both now and in the future. It is important to note that similar fees are already in place at other institutions to support such programs, and WNC needs these fees to sustain and expand its own vital student engagement efforts. Student engagement is a key factor in academic success, retention, and overall satisfaction. These activities go beyond being merely extracurricular. They are integral to the student experience. They help foster a sense of community, increase campus involvement, and support students' personal and academic growth. At WNC, we lack amenities like athletics, on-campus housing, and extensive dining options, so student organizations, campus events, and support services are critical in cultivating a sense of community and belonging. These fees will strengthen these areas and provide new opportunities for students. Additionally, the fees will support additional activities like guest speakers, social events, and club initiatives, creating a cohesive and supportive environment that promotes both academic and personal development. Feedback from students gathered through surveys, tabling events, and campus activities underscores the value of these events and reveals a strong desire for the continued and expanded engagement opportunities. Without the proposed fees, many of the programs risk reduction or elimination, which would negatively impact campus life and student satisfaction. The fees are critical in providing the funding needed to sustain and grow these programs for years to come. I strongly urge the board to approve the proposed fees to ensure that WNC can continue offering meaningful activities that build community, support student success, and create an inclusive and vibrant campus environment. Thank you.
Thank you, President Wilson. If there are any other institution student presidents that would like to come forward, I invite you at this time to come to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Dawson Deal, President of ASUN at UNR for the record. Regent Goodwin, I just wanted to clarify, your question was asking how students are engaged in the conversations regarding all student fee increase. Is that correct? Okay. So just on the UNR side of things, at least for the student fees that we're considering, so both the academic success initiatives for tutoring, writing, et cetera, athletics and recreation, counseling services, and then both technology fees, the account managers, or at least the lead for those requests, all come to the Student Senate, and they traditionally will give a pretty extensive report on the need for the increase, background of the program, and then what the increase will look like, as well as estimated or projected revenue from the change the last time the fee was revised. And then they'll go through our senators can be pretty brutal sometimes. They'll go through a pretty extensive questioning period. Oftentimes they'll be called back to share additional information, and et cetera. So that is a process that we traditionally have in place. And there's even a special course fee for the Nevada Fit program that we had requested come in front of the Senate body, because we traditionally only have that as a requirement if it's a fee that is not a special course fee, but a student fee that affects everybody. And since the way that program works out, it's a special course fee. They at first were not going to come to the Senate body, and then we requested that they did, and they came back, I think, 2 or 3 times to provide additional information. So it's a pretty extensive process, and we ask plenty of questions and are very thorough with that. And then as a result, our Student Senate can either provide a resolution in support or in opposition to, which the Regents should have received letters for all of those fees except for maybe one this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so you know, Chair, I am fine with hearing what I've heard so far. It sounds like things have come a long way, so just don't feel obligated to have everyone.
Thank you. I do know that some did want to come forward, so I did want to give them that opportunity, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Regent, for giving us the chance again to explain our demands. So I'm Tania Akhtar, President of the Graduate Student Association at UNR. Our system is pretty simple. We have like 3 executive team and then 27 council members. So 29 voting members from different colleges. So normally when a fee, we received a proposal for fee increase or any change, so they come to our council meeting, and then our council members voted on that. This semester we received 3 proposal for fee increase. One is student tech fee, second is counseling services, and third Ponderosa Village resident rental increase fee. So technology fee and counseling services, it passed through the council member. So our council member feels like that might be helpful for graduate student. But Ponderosa Village fee increase, it didn't pass through the council. We just voted on December 3rd meeting. Fieldhouse 1, we haven't got chance to discuss with them, but we figured out in the agenda item that it didn't specify like whether it's for undergrad or grad. But we understand that this Fieldhouse project, it's not be helpful for graduate student body, because this morning I made one public comment like, our graduate student has like different priorities. We are more research focused, more like academics and like professionals, careers wise, we build ourselves. So we believe like we graduate student will not get chance to utilize that facilities. So that's why I would like to request you to amend 23B, like to exclude graduate student credit hour for that Fieldhouse project. I know like that could be really good or great implementation for our institution and for our community, because it would be really nice for undergrad, but for us, we feel like we don't need that. That's why we request you to exclude graduate student or graduate credit hour for the fee portion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, members of the board again. President Vences Balvas for the record. So the proposed fees at CSN for both athletics and IT have received support not only from the student body, but the student government as well. There was resolution sent to you all. Hopefully you've all received those, letting you know the majority vote within the athletics fee and then a unanimous vote for the IT fee that was presented to the student government. In order how we got this information or how we receive student feedback, we actually work with our internal IR department to be able to send out a student survey to all the student body in order to get their feedback regarding the athletics fee. We received mixed feelings from the students that participated in the survey. Please be note that we only received a total of about, a little bit over 200 responses out of a almost 30,000 student body. So the numbers are a little bit off, but again, we did receive majority vote from the student government and then a unanimous vote for the IT fee increase for our student body. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Yes,
if I can also
Of
speak on
course.
it as well. For Nevada State University is, of course, our safety, our campus safety fee. And so I wanted to provide a little bit of context on the discussions that have been surrounding within the student government itself. Of course, we must acknowledge the week that we are in and what happened this week last year. I believe that really highlighted the importance of safety within our own campus, which has, as we all know within this board, historically been kicked down the road, right? It's highlighted the need for a campus safety director on our campus. It's highlighted the different needs for safety across our whole campus itself because of how far we are out in the infrastructure, especially with the railroad tracks, right? So this safety fee is definitely something that's needed, that students have supported, and conversations that we have had consistently within the student government.
thank you, President Osorio Hernandez. I will move back to the board. I know that I have a comment from Regent Breaker.
Well, I was going to try and address, if we were ready for a motion, I felt like we could do it in a efficient manner like you're trying, and I would be happy to attempt that if you're ready. I don't know if there's any other questions. Okay, no, that's why I'm asking before doing it. So if you want, when you're ready, if you'd like, feel like I have it somewhat scientifically done here.
Okay. So that I'll go to Regent Brown, Vice Chair Downs, and then Regent Brooks.
Thank you so much. I actually have a question for UNR on the executive summary of the student fees. It says that School of Medicine Simulation Center fee per semester, and it says change from per year to per semester, but it goes from 700 to 1,400, which is 100% change, but if it's per semester, wouldn't that technically be a 300% change? Because if it's doubling the current cost per semester times 2 semesters. I just didn't know if maybe this meant per semester versus per year. I don't know if that was.
Madam Chair, to you and through you to Regent Brown, we have Dean Hauptman here. I don't believe so, but I will defer to the Dean.
Yeah, Paul Hauptman, for the record. So the simulation fee, the proposed increase is from $700 per year to $700 per semester, but it's also different based on what year of medical school we're talking about. For example, the third years will be paying more. They use the simulation center more than the fourth years and the first and second years as well.
Okay, so I guess how I should have worded that question, when it says revision, change from per year to per semester, would that actually be change from per semester to per year? Only because if the proposed fee is 1,400 and the current fee is 700.
That's correct. So it's 700 per semester as opposed to 700 per year.
Proposed fee. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's not 1,400 per semester. That is the fee for the year versus 700 for what used to be for the whole year.
That is correct. And I'll just highlight that we've had a major technology refresh. Our sim lab now has 2 new adult mannequins, a new birthing mannequin. We needed to do this because our prior mannequins were purchased in 2011. And as such, they've become somewhat outdated. And we take great pride in our simulation center, and I think this modernization is key.
Okay, I apologize. I think this was just a vernacular misunderstanding from my end, but that makes sense. So a student will pay $1,400 broken over 2 semesters versus the $700 that they would have paid over 2 semesters.
For the record, Paul Hauptman from UNR Med, you are correct.
Copy. Thank you.
Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'm, Regent Brown, I'm reading what you're saying. I mean, it does say change from per year to per semester, implying 700 per year to 1,400 per semester. So either someone needs to rewrite this to be clear, or we're voting on to increase it from 350 a semester to 1,400 a semester, based on what I'm reading.
Chris Fatone, for the record, Regent Downs, thank you. In the materials also, we do have the pro forma material, the pro forma procedure and guidelines pages where the fees are presented formally there. And in that section, you will see that that this fee, the actual language changes from $700 per year to $700 per semester in that language. So the change, the rate of the fee is not changing. It's just that the period in which it applies is changing. And so the annual cost for the student is going to $1,400 instead of $700. But it is that's in the PGM pages that are also in these materials for you. And let me just find that page and I can draw your attention to it if that would help.
Page 8 of 31.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, the chair pointed out later in the briefing manual, it says from $700 a semester, or annually, to $700
per semester.
per semester. It's just the executive summary. I think, again, it's vernacular. I can see how it could be both ways. So thank you for that clarification, both of you.
Okay, but thank you. But to continue, I had some more questions for the president, CSUN president at UNLV. Yes, I have, Alistair, yes, if you can, I have a question for you. That in light of what we've been talking about with the honor reserve fees from UNLV, do you think that would have changed if the students, that you would have a very thorough vetting process for this, for these fees to go through? And I applaud that because it really shows you're involved and that the students are informed. And so would they, do you think, if they knew what you know now about these other fees, would they feel different?
Just for a point, Alistair Diocese, Student Body President for the record. Just as a point of clarification, are you asking that if students knew about the 80 million that was discussed earlier, would they have changed their perception?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's actually a great question. So this was actually brought up when we were campaigning for the election, not the 80 million like as an exact figure, but more or less perception of how student fees are currently handled by administration. I know that a lot of students place faith in CSUN to effectively use the money that they give us through their fees at a better rate. I know that one of the most common things that we got, and one of the most common reasons that students stated that they would support a CSUN fee, is the fact that they felt like the fees that they were paying through UNLV's administration were not being handled in the way that they would want, and they enjoyed the way that CSUN handled their student fees instead, because they could see direct benefits from it in a much clearer and more concise manner that's relevant to their day-to-day activity as an undergraduate student. So to answer your question, I think that it wouldn't exactly change their minds. And in fact, in a lot of situations, students already felt like the fees that they were paying through administration were not being handled in the way that they would like, and they wanted to see a better way of handling fees, and they wanted to use CSUN as a better way to see more direct results of paying that increased amount.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's really good insight. I do want to make one other comment then about what President Wilson had brought up for the WNC fees. So in my studies, I'm going to quote Aston, 1999, student success really hinges on many things. One would be student government and student life. And so there is a direct benefit to having a very robust student life, especially in a school like WNC that doesn't have dormitories. So I want to speak positively to that and also call out Heather Ruccolo, who's done a great job with the student government and student life at WNC. Really gotten students involved, but I can only imagine if she had more to work with, how much more she'll do. So I fully support that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I just want to take just a quick second to at least applaud and call attention to the amount of students who came out earlier this morning to talk about where they sat with some of the things happening with student fees, particularly the field house at UNR. I thought students did a great job articulating their positions. During that time of public comment, there were, Vice Chair Downs and I were keeping track of who was in favor. There were north of 40 students that came forward this morning who were in favor of specifically the field house. And listening to all the student athletes up in the north talk about how great this multi-use facility would be, for me, it made it easy to lean in the direction of this is something that would enhance the student experience at UNR. On top of that, public comment comes in various forms, and one of those forms, besides in person and folks on the phone, is through emails. And there were the exact number is 59 students who were in favor of this, in favor of the field house and the student fees associated with the field house that came in via email. And so I think that tells the story of where students sit up north regarding the cost to be able to have a facility that holds, and it seemed like everything from golf to soccer to ROTC, tennis, track and field. I mean, that's a lot of positive experience that those athletes will have. And so seems to me like it's a great way to go. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you for that. And although I do respect the graduate student population, I do think that whether the students actually use it or not, they'll still benefit from the sporting that takes place with those teams, the events that take place. There's a lot there, and although I respect where they're coming from, I will support that fee as well.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from Regents regarding this? If not, I will entertain a motion for for student fees that we have outlined in the agenda, if possible. Regent Brager?
Okay, Susan Brager for the record. I'm going to hope I can do this to where it would make sense for what you're asking for. And if not, obviously there can be discussion. So I'd like to make a motion to accept item number 23, starting with changes to student fees because we might want a discussion, so know where I'm coming from. UNR, NSU, CSN, WNC, and TMCC. And the reason I'm doing it that way is no disrespect to anyone, but we're asking for a report to come back from UNLV, so I did leave that out. So do you want to stop there and do that motion before I do the next two?
I would prefer
That's fine,
that way,
that's
unless
okay.
there is discussion from the
Okay.
board to see otherwise.
Regent Brooks for the record, I'd second that motion.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brager and a second from Regent Brooks to approve the student fees, changes to student fees at UNR, NSU, CSN, WNC, and TMCC. Discussion. Regent Del Carlo.
Well, I just ask that you amend the motion to, on the field house for UNR, that it would be $3.50 for undergraduate students and $2 for graduate students. We've heard the graduate students, they're only 10% of that population, and I do believe that maybe a few might use it, but not many are going to use it. They're doing research. Most of the time you're married, you're having kids. You're in a whole different place in your life. Mm-hmm. You're not looking for that sporting experience. And the other, I remember when they approved the fees for the Wigan Fitness Center, the graduate students didn't participate in it at all. And I remember when it opened, of course, they wanted to participate, but they couldn't because they didn't help pay for it. So I would just like to make that amendment.
Okay. And why I left it like that is I was going to leave it up to the campus because we're not saying how they pay or what they pay. So I don't know, maybe we would want to hear from President, I'm not the chair here, but up to you. I was going to see if maybe you wanted to have President Sandoval say something. I don't usually say anything to presidents, but.
I agree. I yield the floor to President Sandoval to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. First of all, it hasn't been said on the record, but this fee will not fully fund the facility. There will still be an approximately $5 to $7 million gap. And a reduction of the student fee will create a bigger gap for money that will have to be privately raised. At the same time, I'm extremely sensitive to the plight of the graduate students. And, I have a chance to meet with them often. And, what you heard today is accurate. But I also hear, there were students who testified during public comment today who use it. So I'm trying to find that balance, and I would be amenable to a reduction if it can be done. I guess I would like to have an opinion if that can even be done, because that may create an equity issue, but of reducing it. And essentially, the number that I am getting is every 50 cents is a $50,000 reduction in that funding. So at $1.50, that would be $150,000. And when you factor that into it, again, it just makes it a larger gap that will have to be raised. So, I guess I will yield to the board. The other thing that's important to know about this is that it's up to $3.50. It doesn't mean it's automatically going to be $3.50, although this is confusing. It's likely to be $3.50. We have to see where the financing comes out once we see what the interest rates are. But I would not oppose a small reduction if it's allowed in the graduate student contribution.
So my question would be, do we put and I hear you, and I'm not opposed to an amendment, do we put an actual fee or let the campuses determine what they would like to do and state that they can determine through the motion what a dollar amount they want the graduate students to pay, and they come to a fee on their campus themselves? I don't want to make it too confusing. We're almost where we need to get to the next situation here. So I want to go back to Regent Del Carlo.
I thank you, Regent Breger. I guess I would have to ask legal counsel how we should do this. Because if you're saying that
Well, I just trust the campus.
up to $3.50 is what it is, and they can decide where that money's going to go, we can just leave it at that as long as it's understood. But
Right. I think they heard it loud and clear.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I just want to point out, these fees do require board action, so
Who's talking?
I'm back here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we now?
So the fees themselves do require board approval. So if the board is going to approve a range or something like that, I think that's permissible. But I think you just want to be careful about, it coming forward to the board for approval and then pushing the approval back to the campus. It starts to create confusion.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would just say I've made a friendly amendment, and it's up to you as the motion maker to decide if you accept it. So we'll go with that.
I'm fine with the friendly amendment. Do the second? I feel like I'm running the meeting.
I think the way that we would do this is to withdraw that motion and second, and then
Just do a new one?
Yeah, there is technically no friendly amendment. I think the cleaner way would do it exactly
Okay.
right, Chair, is to withdraw it and then restate the motion anew.
I will withdraw the motion and make a new motion to accept. Oh, yeah, do you want, who
Brooks.
seconded it? Oh, are you good with doing that? Okay, all right, just trying to get through this item. I will make a motion to accept item number 23 in relationship to student fee change it, student fees at, and I'll do it here, UNR with the amount to be, was it 250 and 350? Please tell
It
me what you
was
said.
$2 for grad and up to $350 for.
Okay, $2 for grads and up to $350 for the rest of the population. And then NSU, CSN, WNC, and TMCC, just to have their student fees. That's the motion. And then I am ready for the other two, which would be super simple.
Okay.
After you want to do them one at a time, though.
Yeah,
Second
we'll do-
that motion.
Okay, so Regent Brager made the motion to approve the student fees at UNR with the caveat that up to, or two.
Up to $350 and $2 for the graduate
Thank you,
students.
thank you. NSU, CSN, WNC, and TMCC. Regent Ariscotta second that motion. So at this time, I will open it up for any other discussion.
Madam
And
Chair,
then,
can I
yes,
just ask for a clarification on the record? Specifically, the fee is the athletics and recreation fee. that is
thank
being-
you,
yeah.
yes, thank you,
I was just reading it from the
right.
course.
So at this time, we'll take a roll call vote. Oh, before we do that, Vice Chair Downs has a question.
I really appreciate trying to work with the graduate students on this, but I am sensitive to what President Sandoval had said. If this could create an inequitable situation, do we want to put a caveat in there or just have it come back to us if there's a problem? I mean, I don't know how to determine that, or President Sandoval, if there is something that's going to be a problem in whatever circle or sphere, then do we need to have some kind of a caveat? I'm not trying to make layers of this, but I want to make sure we stay out of trouble. Well,
President Sandoval, I would love for you to, I'm phoning a friend here.
No, and as am I, Madam Chair. This is unique, and, it may be unprecedented, I don't know. And again, we're trying to be sensitive to all of this, but again, I was having a sidebar with Andrew Klinger, and so I'll see what kind of comments. He's had 30 seconds to think about this, so.
Madam Chair, Regents, for the record, Andrew Klinger, CFO, University of Nevada, Reno. I mean, the question of can you break it up? I mean, from a implementation standpoint, sure, we can do that. It just becomes a practical question of then do the graduate students, how do you allocate the space, right? Do you say to the graduate students, well, because you're only paying $2 and the undergrads are paying $350, I just don't know how you do that. And I think as you look at all the fees, it's really hard to parse them out, because you could say the same thing about some of the other fees, whether it's mental health services or others. Do they use it more or less than the undergrads? It's just really hard to make decisions based on that. So you can certainly do it and we can implement it, but then it creates other equity questions, I think, on campus.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to go to Regent Brager.
Okay, so no disrespect to wanting to have an amendment. I'm going to withdraw my motion. Sorry, but I think I'm going to make this just clean. Who? Oh, well, I'm not the chair of this. Do you want to see if he wants to withdraw his?
So you are
I'm going to
withdrawing
withdraw
your
the
motion
motion
at
and
this time?
making a
Okay.
new motion.
Okay, and Regent Ariscotta? You will
Withdraw the
withdraw?
second.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to make a motion, and the reason I'm going to do it this way, if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, I feel like it'll create other inequities as time goes on. We're better off to just say, you know what, we're a graduate student. I'm sorry if bills, I've lived very poor and very comfortable. So I get that life moves on. So here's my motion. For item number 23, the proposal includes changes to student fees at UNR, NSU, CSN, WNC, and TMC. That's it.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Regent
So,
Brooks.
thank you. Motion from Regent Breger and a second from Regent Brooks. I'll open the floor one more time for discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Ariscotta,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
No.
Vice Chair Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
Yes.
Regent Perkins. Motion passes.
May I keep going just because I feel like I have it? down a little bit?
100%,
Okay,
please.
thank you. I'd like a motion for item number 23 for special course fees. And I do think this is different than student fees at UNLV, UNR, CSN, GBC, TMCC, and WNC for acceptance.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Regent McMichael. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, clarity, please.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you, Regent Breger, will you please state those schools again? one more
Yes, I
time?
will. And the reason I'm going to state the ones that I think special course fees are different than the student fees. And I like that Chair did take these separate. So my motion is that item number 23, the proposal includes changes to special course fees at UNLV, UNR, CSN, GBC, TMCC, and WNC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No, that's a different one.
Okay, so is there any discussion regarding that motion?
And that'd be special course fees and food service rates. I'm sorry, I didn't have
McMichael.
that. No? Special course fees, okay.
Yeah, only special course fees. We'll
Oh, no,
we'll
here's
do
the other one.
residence hall
Never
and food
mind, I see
service.
the third
Okay,
one. I had it marked.
that's okay. All right, then at this point, we will do another roll call vote, I think.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Aye.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
Yes.
Regent Perkins, Regent Ariscotta.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Keep going.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Item number 23, I make a motion for student fee changes for resident hall and food service rates at UNLV, UNR, GBC, and NSU for acceptance.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Regent Breger, a second from Regent Goycochea, and then I'm going to go to CFO Vitale.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just wanted to offer I did want to make one correction on this one, on the executive summary. Just the fee change for UNLV is listed correctly everywhere in the materials, except in the column in the middle of the page here where it's referring to 27, 28. It should be 28, 29. That's actually what it says everywhere else in your materials, but just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Do we need to correct that in the motion, or your statement will work?
I just wanted to correct
Okay.
the material,
Thank you.
materials on the record, so there wasn't any concern with that.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Regent Goodman.
I will be voting for this. I just think it's important that students that came in here and expressed their discontent with the increase in fees, I encourage you to get involved in your student government and do more there, because we had all of our student body presidents come up to us and explain that they were in support of fees when we had to do that 23% cumulative COLA increase. And so I just wanted to put that on the record that we don't take these fees lightly, but we had a major shortfall, and all of your student representatives supported increased student fees to compensate for the significant COLA and as well as the shortfall, unfortunately, that we had with the state funding of the COLAs.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
Okay.
The motion was made and we had a second
Right. So we're,
to vote.
I didn't know if you had something else to say.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to add that into the motion.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other discussion? So I will call for a roll call vote again on this one. Carrie?
Regent Breger.
Aye.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes?
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Gokachia.
Okay,
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Regent Perkins. Regent Ariscada.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'll go again to Regent Breger.
Okay. In regards to item number 23 and leaving out UNLV, I would like to see a time certain to our January meeting that we would bring back this portion of the student fees to address in a meeting. Should that be new business?
Yeah, the fees generally would be new business,
Okay,
but
I
if you want to bring something back that's on 23.
It is.
It'd be a motion to postpone
That's what I was,
to,
that's what I was looking for.
I think postpone is the operative term there.
Okay, on agenda item number 23, I would like to postpone and bring back the changes to student fees at UNLV in January.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Breger and a second from Regent Brown. Any other discussion? Oh, okay. Regent Brown and then Regent McMichael.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I want to actually address President Diaz. Alistair, you gave an absolutely incredible rundown of the 6 difficult steps that you guys took. And I don't want you to think that this has anything to do with your hard work. We acknowledge it. Unfortunately, this is a derelict of leadership beyond you. And this is a larger systemic problem. This has been a theme of the day, that the reports coming from this institution that's hosting us today are messy, not transparent, inconsistent. And I think that is where we were taking this. And so please know that this is not us saying that you didn't do a good job. I'm so proud of you. And when I was in student government, we did not do this type of hard work, not the way that you outlined it. So I just want to give you your praises because I think that's important. But please note that this motion that we made today and how I'm voting has nothing to do with the hard work that you did.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Regent McMichael?
Yes, because of the nature of these motions that we've made, I think it'd be more appropriate to have a special meeting in December, either December 27th or December 30th.
Regent McMichael, I think that you can make that request during new business.
Thank you. I don't know, I did see Provost Heavey at the podium a minute ago. I didn't know if there was anything that you would like to add. Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we have a motion and a second to bring the UNLV student fees back to this board in January. So at this time, we'll take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Brooks. Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Goycochea.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Regent Perkins. Regent Ariscada.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breger.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
I just have one question.
Yes.
What date in January?
That has not been determined yet, but right now we're building an agenda, I think, for, is it the 17th and 18th?
16 and 17.
16th and 17th, so we anticipate adding this to that agenda. Okay, so, okay. I hear, yeah. I think at this time, it would be appropriate to take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to get started. There's a slight change in the agenda, just to lighten things up a bit and maybe take a break from fees. We're going to go to item number 30 next, which is research activities and collaborations with DRI, UNR, and UNLV. So to start, I'll go to President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair Kumud Acharya, President of DRI. I'd like to invite Dr. Amanda Keene-Gebert, who is the Director of Research Operations at DRI. She just returned from 3 years at National Science Foundation, and she's been a longtime employee of DRI. Amanda, take it over.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Regents. We appreciate the opportunity to share an overview of research and NSHE collaborations at DRI. I'm presenting on behalf of the BPR's office, which is led by Vic Edemesian. Let's see. Advance a slide. Oh, okay, thanks. Here are our FY24 highlights with 231 proposals totaling $96.5 million. We had 227 awards totaling $65.3 million. We have an exceptional year in FY24, a 3-year average of about $50 million is the more long-term trend. And our sponsored project expenditures was $44.4 million. And recovered F&A or indirect costs were $14.6 million in FY24. The majority of DRI funding has historically been from federal sources. DOE and DOD accounts for about 34%. NSF and DOI and Department of Commerce account for about 25%. And Nevada and local agencies account for about 5% of DRI's total funding. We have another category, which is other. It accounts for non-Nevada governmental agencies and private funding. Exact numbers for our NSHE collaborations are challenging because many of our collaborations are not formalized. Here, the numbers for collaborative research projects capture the formal active projects in which DRI is either a sub-awardee or provided a sub-award to UNR, UNLV, or NSU. We have about 40 formal active collaborative projects across NSHE. And this does not include collaborations on graduate student research or some big projects like the NSF-funded Southwest Sustainability Innovation Engine, in which UNLV and DRI are collaborating with Arizona State University and University of Utah. In the next few slides, we will highlight a few examples of our collaborative projects. This project is funded by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. It includes researchers at DRI and UNR who are working toward developing a lithium battery detection and suppression system for mining applications. They are developing fire detection and suppression technologies and testing those both in the laboratory and in underground mine settings. This research is relevant to Nevada owing to its potential to improve fire safety for Nevada mining industries and renewable energy infrastructure. And this work is also a collaboration between NSHE and industries related to lithium-ion battery manufacturing, transport, use, and recycling. This project, the Community Environmental Monitoring Program, is one of the longest-running programs at DRI. This project, which is enhancing Southern Nevada's seismic and nuclear monitoring network, is funded by the Nevada National Security Administration in NSA. And in this project, new sensors are being added to existing stations in Southern Nevada for off-site monitoring, including 12 new seismic sensors and 4 new radio xenon sensors. Radioxenon is a radioactive isotope, which is a type of atom, and its detection is one component of the international system used for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban, treaty verification, and the detection of subsurface nuclear explosions. This is important to Nevada because these new seismic stations will offer improved detection over existing stations, and the new radioxenon stations will enable differentiation of nuclear reactor source locations from potential Nevada national security site locations. The next project, Strengthening STEM Education Through Paired Partnerships, builds on a long-standing tradition of excellence in STEM outreach and education at DRI. This project is funded by the U.S. Department of Education, and it's a collaboration among DRI, UNR, and UNLV, in which paired education majors and majors in STEM fields participate in an internship program. These intern pairs develop grade and standard aligned curriculum and professional career skills, resulting in increased teacher confidence in teaching STEM content and strengthening the STEM pipeline through K-12 education. This benefits Nevada by increasing Nevada's future educators' ability and confidence to teach STEM to Nevada K-12 students, making them ready for a STEM-focused workforce. The next project is Lake Tahoe Basin Instrumentation and Data Sharing. This project also stems from a legacy of DRI research centered on Lake Tahoe and is funded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency. This work is being done by researchers at DRI and UNR who are working to support management efforts and protect and preserve Lake Tahoe and increase understanding of the impacts of meadow health, forest health, and fire risk. They are achieving this through expanded monitoring capabilities and developing new tools to integrate data collected through multiple methods and projects. In terms of Nevada relevance, we know that Lake Tahoe is a globally unique environment that supports a multi-billion-dollar tourism industry and economy in northern Nevada and California, and investments in science at Lake Tahoe over the past 40 years have created a wealth of information relevant to managing this outstanding natural resource. This project focused on technological improvements to the geothermal system efficiency is funded by the Department of Energy. It includes researchers at DRI, UNR, and the Pacific Northwest National Lab. This team is working to improve the economic viability of geothermal energy production through technological solutions to the impact of fractures resulting from accessing deep heat. They are developing an epoxy resin and materials and injection methods to reduce fractures through both modeling and physical laboratory experiments. This work is providing solutions to technical challenges in geothermal energy that can improve the economic viability of Nevada's rich geothermal resources. This is a small sample of the collaborative work that DRI researchers are conducting with NSHE partners. At DRI, we excel at use-inspired and fundamental scientific research that matters not only in the state of Nevada, but also to the world. In this presentation, we highlighted research projects that matter now in terms of collaboration across the NSHE system and relevance for the state of Nevada that can also be scaled up to meet national and global needs. Thank you for your kind attention. We'd be happy to see you at DRI to learn more about what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Hello, Dr. Baker. Nice to see you.
Hello, good to be here, and I'm glad we got moved up in the agenda. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chancellor, Chair Carvalho, and Regents. My name is Josh Baker. I am the Associate Vice President for Research at the University of Nevada, Reno, and really glad to have the opportunity to tell you about research at UNR and our research collaborations across the state, country, and world. I have personally been involved in active research at UNR for the past 20 years and have been involved in research collaborations across all NSHE institutions, and I'm incredibly proud to be part of this world-class research enterprise. The green button, the big one. Okay, thank you. So UNR has seen significant growth over the past 10 years in many areas, and research is no exception. This graph shows our research expenditures. Research expenditures are a common method for comparing research funding among universities and colleges. And this graph shows how research expenditures have increased at UNR over the past 10 years. A few things to emphasize here. First, over the past 10 years, research expenditures at UNR have more than doubled, and in 2023, they reached $189 million. This funding is coming to the state to support our world-class research programs, but it's important also to note that this research funding goes toward, this money is largely spent in the state. It helps to support research and innovation infrastructure throughout the state and provides jobs for student researchers, research scientists, and technicians. $189 million in expenditures in a single year is only possible because our research faculty are extremely competitive nationally. When we consider the relatively small number of faculty members at UNR, our research expenditures per faculty member is truly impressive. The average UNR faculty member had nearly $300,000 in expenditures in fiscal year 2023, which in this category places UNR among the top 65 public institutions in the nation. These numbers here on this graph are even more impressive when we include funding for instruction and services. Since fiscal year 2013, within just 10 years, the university has had nearly 160% increase in total funding, reaching $287 million in fiscal year 2023. Collaboration research extends beyond our campuses into our regional and state innovation ecosystem, facilitating commercialization, entrepreneurialism, and workforce development, and contributing to the growth of high-tech, high-wage jobs in Nevada. There are two foundations in these efforts at UNR. One is the Innovation Center, which is located in downtown Reno, and the Nevada Center for Applied Research, which is located on the UNR campus. This slide shows key results over the past 11 years. We've seen more than $327 million in venture capital raised by affiliated startups, creating more than 881 jobs in the region, with hundreds more projected as these businesses grow. One of the most concrete indicators of collaboration with other NSHE institutions are the subawards that are awarded by UNR to other institutions. Since 2021, UNR has distributed more than 50 subawards to our NSHE collaborators, totaling nearly $10 million. Each one of these subcontracts is associated with collaborations among faculty members across NSHE institutions, building research infrastructure at all NSHE institutions, developing research programs at all NSHE institutions, and supporting student research opportunities at all NSHE institutions. Highlighting a few of these collaborative projects, UNR Extension and UNLV formed a strategic partnership investing $1.7 million to address pressing problems in Clark County, including drought and climate change research, water scarcity, and water use efficiencies. And through an NSF Track 1 award, UNR, UNLV, and DRI are working on a 5-year, $20 million award to harness the data revolution of fire science. The NIH-funded Nevada Inbright Grant supports biomedical research throughout the state of Nevada, providing support for undergraduate research opportunities, funding opportunities for faculty at all NSHE institutions to develop research programs, and workshops, boot camps, and scientific core facilities that are available to faculty and students at all NSHE institutions. In a joint UNR and UNLV project funded by Department of Energy, researchers are addressing air quality within the iron industry. Beyond Nevada, UNR researchers collaborate with researchers around the world. Here, every line on this graph represents a different collaboration. Since 2016, UNR researchers have collaborated and partnered with more than 100 different countries and more than 1,700 different institutions. Nevada could be the key to the nation's energy independence by providing the resources and advanced technologies needed to meet the nation's clean, domestically supplied energy goals. Two significant initiatives on the national and federal level are the National Science Foundation's Regional Innovation Engines Development Program and the Economic Development Administration Tech Hub. These programs are a coordinated and cohesive approach to the circular lithium and critical materials economy. The Nevada Regional Technology and Innovation Hub, designated as a critical elements tech hub, is seeking to build Nevada's capabilities in every aspect of the life cycle of lithium and other EV materials, from extraction to processing to advanced manufacturing to recycling. The integration of the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, Nevada's first medical school with Renown Health, Northern Nevada's largest health system, creates a partnership to achieve a shared vision of a healthy Nevada. Together, UNR Med and Renown are expanding access to affordable care, training for the next generation of physicians and healthcare professionals, and providing unmatched research opportunities that are closing healthcare gaps. Listed here are a few of our areas of expertise. The Whittle Forest and Wildlife Area has a significant impact by promoting cultural heritage, supporting community programs, protecting important sites, and advancing scientific research. This 2,600-acre forested property owned by the university is a living laboratory with programs around post-fire restoration and field ecology. UNR researchers are improving earthquake resiliency through safer buildings and bridges, utilizing the earthquake engineering lab's shake tables and advanced simulation models. We are creating and testing frameworks to design and assess infrastructure and energy systems resilience, ensuring greater safety during seismic events. UNR researchers are studying climate change, specifically drought and its impact in our high desert arid environment. And UNR researchers are partnering with Lithium Americas to find carbon sequestration solutions using lithium mining waste. UNR researchers are advancing our understanding of the physics of extreme wildfire behavior, developing proved forecasting for the fire spread and behavior, and improving warming systems. UNR researchers are advancing technologies in robotics, AI, big data, and cybersecurity to address critical challenges. Through a NASA University Leadership Initiative, UNR researchers are developing a framework that effectively guides autonomous aerial vehicles when they face uncertainties or abnormal situations. The university also formed an NSF AI Institute, a $20 million 5-year project to use AI tech to help children with speech and language challenges. UNR is advancing stockpile stewardship and clean energy research through facilities like the Nevada Terawatt facility, where scientists study high energy density physics, plasma science, and material behavior under extreme conditions. These efforts support the safety and reliability of national security initiatives while contributing to sustainable energy innovations. The Nevada Imbre Tribal Academy of Health and Science helps Native American high school and college students succeed in science and medical fields. With new funding from the Nevada Tech Hub, the program will be able to support students on the Native American fee waiver, working towards any degree at the university with plans to expand to other NSHE institutions in the near future. UNR researchers are also designing guidelines for spin-based molecular systems, advancing quantum information science through cutting-edge computational methodologies. Most of these research programs are collaborations that involve students and faculty from UNR and other NSHE institutions and are advancing our understanding of everything from cardiovascular disease to anthropology to dryland agriculture to mining and processing of rare earth elements and critical minerals to water resources, robotics, and much, much more. At the University of Nevada, Reno, we are proud to be leading world-class research and innovation throughout the state of Nevada and throughout the world. Thank you again for the opportunity to share these research activities and collaborations.
Thank you so much.
It's the big one.
The big green button.
Hello, thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, Regents, Chancellor. My name is David Hatchett. I was appointed the Vice President of Research in June of this year, but I'm a 25-year veteran of UNLV, and I'm also a researcher. My research is in the area of strategic materials, nuclear materials. So in my presentation, I'll highlight historical growth of research at UNLV and how we are trying to develop additional capacity. I'll end with how we collaborate with DRI and UNR specifically, and the benefits to NSHE, our communities in the state of Nevada. It's 7 slides. I don't have a lot because I figured you guys were busy and you've had a long day, so hopefully you appreciate that. So I gave the outline already, so I'll just move on. So our 24 highlights, and these are all historical highs. And you'll look at, we put out $521 million in grants last year. We received awards in the neighborhood of 134 million, and we expended 116.4 million. You know, that's a 15.4% increase coming out of COVID, I think is pretty remarkable. Recovered F&A is just, it's just so that we can support the research that goes on at UNLV. This gives you kind of a breakdown of where these funds come from. We've rapidly shifted to, we have a Department of Education funds. It's not research, but all of these tie into what we do at UNLV to educate students. I like to say research is nothing more than applied education, right? I get a degree, but how do I learn how to apply my degree? I do that through research. So we try to provide those opportunities at UNLV. So the other thing I want to talk about is at UNLV, we've developed what we call Faculty Opportunity Awards. And these are investments in our faculty. So for example, in 2021-22, we had Faculty Opportunity Awards that supported junior faculty. So new faculty that came in that were developing research, you know, recruiting students. And we gave them seed funds to go after a grant by developing data to support that. So the next two, which have not finished yet, are to support interdisciplinary research. And if you look at where science and engineering and research is going and the fact that we need social science and all of the disciplines to solve some of these very complex problems, this was designed to develop that capacity at UNLV. So we basically gave out almost $770,000. In the first 2 years, we've returned $11.2 million worth of grants. So a return on investment of 15. What I would say is it provides junior faculty the opportunity to develop research capacity, but it also provides mid-level, so associate professors, the opportunity to pivot to new research fields that are more active. So that's what we're looking at. We want to provide opportunity for our faculty to develop research and educate students that become the next group of workers, scientists, et cetera. So when I talk about DRI and our collaborations with them, the big one is the engine. And we are collaborators with ASU, University of Utah, and you heard a discussion of what's called use-inspired research. And what this really refers to is that research in a vacuum, in a bubble that doesn't produce a real-world benefit is not the focus anymore. It is, how do we take what we do as researchers and make something that is useful for our community, our state, and our nation? So you heard Josh talk about strategic materials. This is one area where the state of Nevada actually has a large amount of expertise. And if you listen to what happened just very recently in the news, China has said they will not sell us battery materials. So if we don't develop our own domestic supply, which this state can do, we're going to be beholden to a foreign entity for these materials. So we have this technology. So that engine is part of that. It's how do we develop sustainability in this region, knowing that we don't have a lot of water, but we have resources that we can utilize. The other area with UNR that we collaborate extensively is the CTR. So we just finished the CTR and it is ending, but we are going to write a new one. And the whole point of that CTR is to develop clinical research capabilities for the communities we serve and the state as a whole. So it's not just the urban centers, it's also the rural, communities that need this. And you heard, I think there was a question yesterday about what are the med schools doing to collaborate? This is where they will have to collaborate because we can't build the network that is required without both UNR, UNLV, the VA, right? Because we have VA North, VA South, have to be integrated into that to truly develop a network that benefits Nevadans. The other thing that Reno is currently writing is a full engine proposal. And this is really a remarkable achievement if we receive it, because it'll bring $160 million to Nevada over 10 years. And it will be in an area that we have expertise and we have resources that other states don't have. So these are where UNLV, UNR, DRI collaborate. And I didn't give a lot of examples. I wanted to give you examples where I think it's important to realize the research is going to result in something for Nevada, not just the university, not just UNR. It will benefit Nevada. And I will stop there.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Hatchett. I really appreciate it. And thank you for suggesting that a presentation on research among all three institutions come forward. I really do appreciate it. I think that this is an area that the board should hear more about. I think it's, like you said, it's so important for our state, and I especially the collaborations that the institutions are doing together. We see that the economic impact is really outstanding. So thank you.
Let me just say one thing.
Of course.
What I want people to realize is that we are better off as a group than we are apart. Meaning UNLV has expertise it can bring to the table, but it's not an expert on everything. So we work with UNR so that we bring collaborative expertise together to solve very complex problems. The same with DRI. They are the preeminent hydrology research group in the world, and they're in our backyard. It's in our best interest to collaborate with what they're good at and develop research capabilities that we wouldn't have opportunity to develop without that collaboration.
I think many of us agree with you. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the presenters? Sure, Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. I also want to highlight that the three institutions have recently started coming together more periodically to work on the tech transfer program, and I want to shout out the Chancellor and President Acharya for helping push that along. This will be a really wonderful way for the three research institutions to make sure that we are growing our space and reinvest and have money down the road to actually reinvest in more research. So I just wanted to also highlight that, and hopefully in 2025 we'll be able to talk more about it.
Thank you. Regent McMichael?
Yes, my question is, I see all of these institutions that you have collaboration with. Does that also include any federal agencies like the Department of Agriculture, Photographic Division, or the Forestry Service?
Chair, I'll be happy to answer that question. Yes, the answer is, well, collaboration is, they are actually the sponsors of all these projects that we work on. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, we will quickly move to the chair's reports for the committees really quick. We're gonna approve those, and then we'll go back to item number 24. So what we are going to do, there are two committee reports that need to be taken out. One for ARSA for a disclosure, and then one for BFF. So at this time, I would ask for any discussion or a motion to approve the reports for the other committees, which would be items 31 through 36, and then 38 and 39.
Chair, I'd
Madam
like
Chair.
to move to approve items 31 through 36 and 38 and 39.
Pardon the interruption. Did you want to pull out 35, which is the ARSA report?
Right, 30, 35, and 37. So I'm sorry, 30, so,
I would like to amend my motion. I would like to move to approve items 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 38, and 39.
thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion from Regent Brown and a second from Regent Del Carlo to approve the committee reports, all of them except for ARSA and BFF. Is there any other discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So at this time, we'll take the ARSA committee report, and I'll go to Vice Chair Downs for his disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I believe it was item number 6 from ARSA, the NSHE Planning Report and Academic Master Plan. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, hereby disclose I am an employee of NSHE at NWNC. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. And with that, we will, I'll open it for a discussion or a motion to approve the committee report for the ARSA committee.
I'll make the motion as the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo.
I'll second.
And a second from Regent Brown. Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So now we're going to go to item number 37, Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee Chair Report. First, we'll take item number 13 out of that report. We're going to do a bifurcated vote on this one. So item number 13 is long-term lease agreement by and between 2965 Holdings LLC and the Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine at UNLV for the use of space at 2965 South Jones Boulevard in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I will go to Regent Goodman to make a disclosure.
Thank you. I need to recuse myself from this item. This is the building that my current nonprofit, the Dr. Robert Hunter International Problem Gambling Center, leases from, and oddly enough, there's only 28,000 square feet in the building, and we're 4,000 of that square feet. So obviously, I will be affected by that, and so we will have to find new space, which is fine, and I just wanted to make sure I recuse myself from this item, so I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And also, Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. For item number 12, I'd also like to state pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am an employee of NSHE at WNC because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter.
So at this time, do we need to vote for just item 13 and then the balance of the items on the BFF Chair's report?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Chris Nielsen for the record. Yeah, they could be two separate motions, and I think it could be in either order, but
Okay.
one of the motions would include the lease or agenda item 13 from the committee, and then one would be the balance.
Okay, thank you. So we will, we'll do a motion for, or I will entertain a motion for to approve the chair's report for item number 13 on BFF first. So I'll ask for a motion and a second on that.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Is there a second?
Second, Regent Brager.
Thank you, Regent Brager. So at this time, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And abstentions. Thank you, Regent Goodman. That does pass. And then the balance of the BFF Chair's report, excluding item number 13, I would just entertain a motion for that, to accept that Chair's report.
So moved.
Thank Thank you, Vice Chair Downs, for the motion and the second from Regent McMichael. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries as well. Thank you for going out of order on that. Now we will go back to item number 24, which is Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision, RN to BSN Tuition and Fees for Nevada State University. For this, I'll go to Provost Fry.
Thank you, Regents. Provost Sarah Fry for the record. Today I bring to you a proposal for what is really a correction to our non-resident tuition and fees for the RN to BSN online nursing degree program at Nevada State. For a little bit of context, in December 2016, the Board of Regents approved a special fixed rate tuition and fees for the RN to BSN program. However, in 2019, we amended the fees for the in-state students to be aligned with our regular NSU registration rates and with progressive increases. However, we have not adjusted the fees for our non-resident students since 2016. The tuition and fees for Nevada residents will now surpass that for out-of-state students next year without this increase. Your materials give the details on the proposed progressive fee increase. Even with the proposed adjustment, the Nevada State RN to BSN program will remain one of the most affordable programs in the region. Regents, thank you for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Provost Fry. I'll open it up for discussion or a motion from the board.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Regent
second.
McMichael, for the motion, a second from Regent Brown to approve that revision to their tuition and fees. Any other discussion? I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Item number 25, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for Athletics and Recreation Student Fees at Nevada State University. Provost Fry.
Thank you, Regents. Provost Sarah Fry for the record. Yesterday, we heard much to do about a recent UNLV-UNR athletics matchup. That show of friendly rivalry demonstrated a wonderful spirit, camaraderie, and pride, or sorrow, that athletics can bring to a campus community. To that end, I'm pleased to bring to you a fee proposal to support our undefeated Scorpion Athletics program. I'd like to introduce Dr. Stephanie Coleman, Vice President of Student Affairs, and with her is Aaron Keller, Vice President for Advancement, and Bob Wilson, Athletics Consultant with Comprehensive Athletics.
That was good. Good afternoon, Regents. Dr. Stephanie Coleman, Vice President of Student Affairs for the record. 6 months ago, Nevada State gave a comprehensive presentation regarding our journey to athletics. In that presentation, we stated we would return in December to formally request an athletic fee to support the launch of athletics. Respectfully, today, we are here to make that request and happy to answer any questions you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll open it up to the board for any comments or questions. Yes, Regent Brown.
I was going to say, I just have to echo, I love that you guys are undefeated. That's super cute. I think sports is just such a incredible way for people to feel not just connected to the university, but for them to gain leadership on and off the court and field. I think it just holistically, it's a value add, and every dollar invested, the ROI will probably be tenfold in unrealized, but also just physical. So I will be voting for this, and I will let my colleagues add into this, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, for the record. It's always exciting when institutions bring in athletics. There's a lot of things that go on that are very great that typically breed great student experience on the campus. The only question I have is when we're taking a look at the fees per credit, $9, and I get we're in times where everything is constantly increasing. It just seemed like an awful lot per credit. And I was wondering if you could just talk about how the institution came up with $9 and what the expectation is with that price point.
Sure. Great question, Regent Brooks. Thank you again, Dr. Stephanie Coleman, Vice President of Student Affairs for the record. The conversation with fees actually started in 2022 with a previous NSHE NSSA president, just kind of going back and forth and what she felt students would be comfortable paying. And that fee was actually somewhere around $100 a semester. She felt anything more than that would probably get a little sketchy for our students. Working with our CFO, we broke that down into a per credit hour where the max is actually $108. Working with our current NSSA government, brought the same conversation with him to him and his leadership, and more or less he agreed with us that students would feel comfortable paying $100 a semester, but may not feel any more comfortable paying more than that. So it was a collective decision, and the reasoning being, just how our students view their pocketbooks and their money. That $100 a semester, they could get behind that, but anything more than that was probably going to be a little uncomfortable for them.
Thank you. So then if students, let's just say that benchmark is $100 a semester, is the institution expecting other monies from foundations to be able to offset costs for athletic programs?
Hi, Erin Keller for the record. Yes, absolutely. I wish that I could tell you about a gift that we have a verbal agreement on. I wish I could tell you, but we don't have it signed. So we are very actively private fundraising right now. I have a six-figure verbal gift coming in from a very well-known institution in our valley, but I can't talk about it until it's signed. We also, our foundation, who you heard from this morning, committed $50,000 to start our booster club, which we're calling the Starting Lineup. And so we're actively looking at organizations across the valley and across the country, to be honest, to give at a $50,000 level to help us get started with those annual amounts. As you saw in June, part of the reason we're just looking at two sports is to be really fiscally mindful about this and be able to work with this just with the private fundraising and with the student fee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
Just I know, it's Susan Breger for the record. I know startup fees can be very expensive. So in regards to track and field and the women's flag football, can you do an MOU with CCSD or one of the colleges around you to be able to use their facilities?
Actually, we already have the MOU with the
okay.
CSN.
Sorry, I should
And we have a verbal support from UNLV as well regarding their facilities.
Because that'll help a lot in the beginning.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the items, I really like this, and to concur with Regent Brooks, sports brings activity to a campus. Sports brings life to a campus, and it's wonderful to hear. However, going back to a previous agenda item, which was 23B, and looking at other student fees, on page 4 of 31, there's an additional campus safety and wellness fee of $3. So that pops the student fees now up to $12 per credit. Do all the students know about this, or is a student government, if your student government president could mention or talk about the additional $3 to make it a $12 increase in student fees?
Yes, well, Kevin Osorio Hernandez for the record. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, and thank you, Regent Arascata, for the question. Yes, NSSA has discussed, especially in regards to, as I mentioned previously during that agenda item, last year when the tragedy occurred at the university here in Las Vegas, at UNLV, NSSA quickly got together to start discussing what safety looks like on our campus, right? The discussions were centered around the dire need for safety, particularly because our campus is very dark is very dark at night. Our students are very prevalent during campus hours, especially at night, during finals week and all of that, right? When students are walking on campus, it's very dark too. We need a coordinator or a director of campus safety, and that's something we don't have yet, right? So we also got together with forming forums, open forum sessions with our whole student body to come talk and hear directly to students about what their concerns are with safety on our campus. Many students came to us and talked to us about what their concerns were, and we concur with this $3 per credit hour fee.
Thank you, President Osorio Hernandez. However, often when a $3 fee gets brought up a year ago, sometimes it's a short memory. Have this recent fee, the addition of the 3 and the 9, been brought up to your students?
With the $3 safety fee, this was not brought up for this year. Of course, this was when I was elected president last year that was discussed and voted on. For this year is when we discussed, as my reelection had, of course, it's my second year as president. This is when we discussed the $9 credit hour fee, which we voted in support in a supermajority vote. So because of the continuation, especially with members of my presidency, but also of current members within NSSA, we've had those discussions already amongst ourselves, and so it was not brought up again for this year.
Okay. And like all the regents on the dais and sitting adjacent to me, campus safety is paramount in all of our heads, all of our minds. That's, without a doubt, one of our most important topics that we need to discuss. However, I want to make sure that the students of Nevada State University realize that now it's going to be not just a 9, but it'll be a full $12 per credit increase. Just want to make sure you advocate and give notification of that information, please.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? I'll entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Regent Goodman.
Thank you for this, and I too love sports. I have 2 questions, though. The first question, was there a vote similar to what the CSUN president did, just for the whole campus? Just so that we know, just kind of what the temperature is for the entire campus.
Specifically, which fee?
I'm sorry, with the $9 sports fee.
Yes, thank you. Well, I must acknowledge and compliment the comprehensiveness of the CSUN student government. When Nevada State is, of course, becoming, as Dr. Durian Pollard says. So we have, I've been taking note, especially with what President Dias had presented in that thorough 6 steps. So we did not follow that type of comprehensive steps that President Dias had outlined. However, I will share some insights into how NSSA came to agree upon the approval of the $9 credit hour fee. So, of course, this is my second presidency. This was something that we have discussed greatly with our VPSA, Dr. Coleman, last year, and we brought it to the body numerous times as well, through our committee and chair reports, to our students, and even had a presentation, I believe, last year as well. So now coming to this year, again, this is my second year. We have had numerous presentations again by our Vice President of Student Affairs, and we presented it one more time to our NSSA body to vote on in favor of the credit hour fee. And this was it was not a unanimous decision. It was a 10-2 vote. It was a supermajority vote in favor of it. And one of the processes in which we have engaged with students have been through numerous surveys, right? The surveys were, I believe, over in the past few years, since 2022, is when the first few surveys went out, and then again, a final survey, which we had about 430-some responses.
Thank you, and that was, you sent the survey to everybody, so it was up to them to respond or
Correct,
not?
yes.
Okay, great, thank you very much. That's
Thank
all I
you.
have regarding that. And then, secondly, what division will you all be a part of? I remember you discussed it when we were in Reno, but if you could just remind me of that.
Not a problem. We're going to go independent. And right now, we feel that that's the best path for us because it allows us to control our growth. So we definitely want to be slow, steady, and keyword sustainable. And with some of the divisions and associations, you have to have so many teams and rosters at the time of your application. We knew that we could not meet that expectation. As I called the different associations, I actually had an interesting conversation with the community, the 2-year association, who told me I was the 4th university to call and see if they could be a part of their association. The answer was no. But I liked his reasoning regarding why he thinks that we were attractive to, the NCJ AAA, I think that's what it's called, because they only want you to start with 2. You don't know if you're going to be successful with this path. And after speaking with our consultants, because we're new at this as well, take our time, manage our growth, be stewards of the student fees. So we want to be mindful that we're spending the fees appropriately, but we really want to take our time. We want to see how it catches, how the community responds to us. And again, if we specifically joined an association, you're talking about 5-figure, 6-figure amounts for the annual dues. We don't have that right now, and we think we could put that money in other aspects of athletics. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
Motion for approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Ariscotta and a second from Regent Brown to establish the $9 per credit hour athletics and recreation fee to initiate an athletics program at NSU with 2 sports, women's flag football and men's track and field. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a voice vote. I think that'll be appropriate, this one. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, I was just informed that for item number 26, the student mental health fees and services, one of the presenters had to leave for the airport. So unfortunately, that item will need to be postponed. So we'll move to item number 27, which is the annual evaluation summary for President J. Kyle Dalpy at WNC. And for this, we'll go to Chancellor Charlton.
Good evening, Regents. I think we're almost officially at the evening hour. So as I had shared earlier, this is the second of the annual evaluations for presidents under the new policy within Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2.1. And again, that this policy was changed in December of 2022. And so today I am asking for your acceptance of the report, which I will provide a summary of the institutional strategic plan and our progress on institutional goals and targets, and then also just share with you President Dalpy's goals for the current year. So again, including in your supporting material today is the evaluation summary of progress of institutional performance for President Dalpy for the 23-24 year and goals for the current year. WNC's strategic plan aligns with the board's goals as well as the governor's policy framework. WNC's plan is organized under 3 core themes: educational pathways of transfer education, professional education, and lifelong learning. These themes, again, directly align with the NSHE goals of access, student success, closing the achievement gap, and workforce. Under President Dalpy's leadership, Western has experienced tremendous growth in enrollment, specifically in 23-24. This enrollment growth was realized at the same time as the implementation of the cost of living awards for faculty, staff, and students. President Dalpy's stewardship of resources and in supporting the institution and the students has been effective and a priority under his leadership. And I think he's also built a campus of fun. That's what it seems like, in a high energy. The strategic plan at WNC has been effectively aligned to measure progress of achievement of goals that support mission fulfillment. This spring, WNC will participate in their Year 7 Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities accreditation visit, one I'm sure he's looking forward to. The alignment of the strategic plan to the mission of WNC will serve the institution well during this comprehensive process. For 24-25, President Dalpy has established a personal goal for his participation and engagement with the Rural College Alliance. This work benefits the important work and engagement and support that he does in rural communities that Western serves. As far as institutional goals, there are several that were outlined in his self-evaluation and in conversation and consultation with the chair. He's continuing his progression and work on the mission fulfillment and the progress on the strategic plan. He is certainly hoping and striving for a successful accreditation review. He's also completing, and his plan is to complete an academic organization review that enhances the structure at WNC. He's working on a development of master planning and also is continuing his support and engagement throughout the community, increasing the visibility of WNC. President Dalby's goal is also to advocate for NSHE and WNC goals at the 2025 legislative session, and then also to engage in institutional leadership succession planning and sustainability for WNC. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. Before I open it up to Regents, I just want to give Vice Chair Downs the opportunity to make a disclosure.
Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I'm an employee of NSHE at WNC. Now, I do believe that I could be objective in this, but I will, through the advice of counsel, abstain from voting on this matter.
Thank you. So at this time, I will open it up to discussion by the Regents regarding the process or the summary evaluation. Okay, Regent Brown.
I just want to keep in the spirit of earlier, I love that campus of fun. I love that's a really great way of putting it. All of the staff and faculty and students that I've interacted with and show up to your events and even call in when we were renewing your contract. I think it's a really strong testament to the culture that you've created on that campus. And so I just want to say thank you for everything that you're doing to make WNC a better place.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Goodman, for that motion. Do I have a second? Second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Okay, so we have decided with President Kibler's approval to postpone the East Side Education and Training Center agenda item from CSN. So I appreciate the flexibility on that. Thank you. If you'd like to make a quick presentation about it, we're okay with that, or we can just. We've got one item left after that. So, okay, all right. I want to give you that opportunity if it's.
Bill Kibler, Acting President of CSN, for the record. I'll just quickly summarize.
Sure.
Most of you are kind of familiar with this. 5 years ago, we began working with the City of Las Vegas about how CSN could provide skill training in emerging economic development sectors of the city. And in partnership with them, we've already launched, or in the process, it's coming up out of the ground now, the historic West Side Education Training Center. And this is just to update you all on beginning work on the East Side Education and Training Center. The West Side was in Ward 5, a predominantly African-American area of the city. This East Side development will be in a Ward 3 in a predominantly Hispanic part of the city. Both of these areas have high rates of unemployment and low workforce participation rates. And so in this case, just like the other one, the city has provided the site for the center at no cost to CSN. We're jointly applying for construction funding from the Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration. That application will be for $5 million. This will be roughly a 15,000 square foot facility on 6 acres that's been identified by the city that actually is part of the area of the former Desert Pines golf course, and we'll have 6 of those 96 acres in that place. This is to offer training in advanced manufacturing, information technology, logistics and automation, and healthcare services, along with construction skills, welding, HVAC, possibly those kinds of areas. We will also offer, because of the low high school graduation rates in these areas, GED training as a part of the package, as well as ESL classes to augment that skill training. All of this is going to be offered under our Department of Workforce and Economic Development. They'll be offered certificate programs that are stackable. So hopefully the time that we have with them, we can encourage some of them to go on and pursue an associate degree at CSN. So the training that they've gotten at the center will be transferable for that purpose. There's no, the only cost to the development of the facility will be FF&E. And so we are going to be seeking appropriation through congressionally directed spending program, which we're doing for the west side as well, and have received support for that. No additional staff will be hired for this. This will be a reallocation of staffing and instructors that we already have with DWED to be able to do that. So just wanted you all to know we're excited about that. We think this is bringing the presence of higher education to some communities within Las Vegas that didn't have ready access to our main campuses, and to provide the kinds of skill training that those areas of the city really need. That's my presentation.
Thank you, President Kibler. We appreciate that update and look forward to that coming to fruition and visiting that.
We will bring you
that
further
campus.
updates in the future.
Definitely. Are there any comments or discussion regarding this item? Yes, Regent Brown.
Regent Brown, for the record, I just want to say thank you for two reasons. One, the West Side location is so happy that it's happening, and now that we're replicating it on the East Side, which is usually kind of like a desert for this type of infrastructure. So that, I just want to thank you for pushing for that. But second of all, I just want to thank you for the timing of this, because 6 months ago, we found out about the historic West Side location literally 6 days before groundbreaking. So the fact that we're getting this while it's in its concept phase is a breath of fresh air, and I just want to say thank you, and we look forward to getting more updates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Anybody else? Okay, so we will move on to item number 40, farewell to outgoing regents. We have 3 regents that are going off of the board, Regent Shelley Cruz Crawford, Regent Laura Perkins, and Regent Donald McMichael. I truly do appreciate the work that all 3 of them have done on this board. And we have some outgoing gifts for them. Regent McMichael is still here, so I really do appreciate you staying until the end. I know it's tough at the end of these meetings, and I can just imagine at the end of your term how, there might be somewhere else that you might rather be at this time, but I do appreciate you serving out your term until the very end. And so before I present our gifts to you, I'd like to read our certificate of appreciation for your work. Before we'll have it for you framed, but I'd like to share with everybody what is on it. So, whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. was duly elected to the Board of Regents as the representative of District 4 in Clark County, Nevada on Tuesday, November 6, 2018, and has served the Nevada system of higher education and state of Nevada with distinction for the past 6 years. And whereas prior to his state service, Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. proudly and honorably served his country as a United States Air Force combat photographer for 20 years, earning several medals and awards, and as a photographic aide for the United States Department of Agricultural Forest Service. And whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. continued his legacy of service to the federal government, working as a letter carrier for the United States Postal Service for over 23 years. And whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. was a dedicated member of numerous standing committees of the Board of Regents, overseeing a multitude of subject areas, including academic research and student affairs, audit compliance in Title IX, business, finance, and facilities, community colleges, health sciences, inclusion, diversity, equity, and access, and workforce, and also served on search committees for the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education and President of Nevada State. And whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. has the unique distinction of having served as a member of the Board of Regents Security Committee for the entire length of his term, ascending to vice chair and then chair of the committee, and extending his work in this critically important area by serving as a member of the Chancellor's Ad Hoc Public Safety Committee. And whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. introduced a measure that would provide a waiver of registration and other fees for members of the Armed Forces of the United States who are recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor and are attending a Nevada System of Higher Education institution. And whereas the Congressional Medal of Honor fee waiver was unanimously passed by the Board of Regents on June 9th, 2023. And whereas Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. gave generously of his time, knowledge, and experience, contributing to the betterment of the state of Nevada and its citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents does hereby extend its sincere appreciation and gratitude for Donald Silvanti McMichael Sr. for his committed service to the Nevada System of Higher Education and the state of Nevada as a member of the Board of Regents. Signed, Amy Carvalho. Thank you, Donald. I'd like to open up the floor at this time if any other regents would like to say anything in congratulations and farewell to Regent McMichael. Regent Prager.
Today's probably afraid. I've only spilled things twice. I didn't want him to think he might not want to sit next to me again to make his absence a little easier on him. No, in all seriousness, I really appreciate you. Not only your service here, but just what Chair has read. You have been a true American, and I think that says a lot about you. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Oh, Donald, I just want to say, you didn't say a whole lot for a long time, but boy, when you did, it really came pouring out, that passion for students. And your first big thing that I remember on this board was that you were fighting for the fees, not to raise tuition, not to raise fees for students. And I don't think there's too many students left in the room. A few of you are nodding your head, but I mean, that's what really stood out to me, was that love for students. And I don't know who's going to make all the motions going forward. I mean, come on. That's going to be missed. And I have to tell you, I will never think of the word Jubilee without thinking of you. And I don't know if you saw the little cartoon that was going around. If you haven't seen it, I will send it to you. It was did you see it? It's our 5 strategic goals. Remember when Nate McKinnon was here, the 5 strategic goals, and at the top it says Jubilee. I just thought that was really cute. But I've gotten to know you. We've had a lot of nice conversations. You're a very talented man. You care deeply. I'd love to see your photography sometime. I really appreciate your years of service to the military. As a military wife, I get that. And your service to the government, your service on the board, and I hope you find that nirvana that you're looking for, that mountain we've talked about. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Brown.
Well, I just want to say 2 things. We had some really great conversations, and we would go over agenda items, and I always appreciated how just thoughtful you were in our conversations. But one thing that stood out was last year, about a year ago. I was putting on a program for the students after the tragedy and here on this campus. And I called you and I asked you if you would donate some of your Regent money, hosting account towards the efforts, and you didn't even bat an eye. You didn't ask for the credit, you didn't ask for anything, and you just said yes. And that was just a testament to me of how much you cared about the students and you understood how important it was. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I know I've acknowledged you before for that, but it really did mean a lot to me that you were willing to, allocate some of your dollars towards a program like that. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you again for your service to the board and definitely your lifetime of service to this country. It is truly remarkable, and I do appreciate it, and I appreciate our time together on the board. And as Regent Del Carlo said, I hope that the next that mountain that maybe you're looking for, whatever that next chapter in your life is, I hope it is very enjoyable for you. So thank you. I don't know if would you like to say a few words?
Well, I want to appreciate everyone's support during the 6 years that I've been a regent. I really didn't know at the time what I was getting involved in, but it surely was an experience, and I appreciate it, as well as all of the other experiences I've had throughout my life. I most definitely will cherish my 6 years of being a regent. Also, I would like to thank each of the presidents for their generosity and welcoming me when I was on their campuses. And that was something special to me, and I will always cherish that. The members of the board, I appreciate all of their assistance and their patience with me at times. And I would like to go on the record and saying that although I wish I could have served an additional 4 years, I am deeply going to miss being on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we'll move on to new business. Is there any new business? Regent Breger?
I would like to see an agenda, Susan Breger for the record, sorry, an agenda item to have an accountability factor for the UNLV $5 million and updates on that. And I would just like a discussion item so we can decide what we want and how we would do it.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
My new business item is I would like to address and strategically manage the accumulation of excess fees within the UNLV student fee balance by proposing a plan to spin down these line items to reserves that are reasonable levels. This includes the exploration of potential reduction in fees in specific areas for a defined period.
Thank you. Any other new business? Hearing none, I will move to public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
No public comment at GBC at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment at the system office in Reno?
There's none in Reno.
Thank you. Public comment here at UNLV? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, please. Regent McMichael.
I have a public comment. I just had to get the last word in. For the record, Donald McMichael, MC, MICHAEL. In the past, I've, really thought that I was able to bring credible information to the board, and I would like to make an apology for one piece of information that I brought out that was incorrect. I made a statement on June 7th that the United States had perpetrated a smallpox plague to the Native Americans, and I did additional research on that and found out that there's no credible evidence. The only evidence of that would be in 1763, the British did in fact present blankets laced with smallpox to Native Americans. I think that was despicable, but that's part of history. And I would also like to mention that when I came to the podium for public comment earlier, I didn't know that there was an earthquake and a tsunami warning. So maybe some people got that confused. I was, in fact, talking about the Department of Education. All right, thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 9025, please press *6 to unmute. State your name and spell your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. First name is Taissa, Taissa. Last name is Lytchenko, Lytchenko. I'm a graduate student at the University of Nevada, Reno. And first, I wanted to say I've been in front of your board for the last 6 years, advocating on the behalf of reduced fees for graduate students because our plight is very different. And although I'd like to say that I'm disappointed in the board, I'm not surprised by the board. But I do want to say a big thank you to Regent Del Carlo for standing up for graduate students. That was a really nice surprise. And then lastly, I would like to express my deep disappointment with President Sandoval for being a voice for students in the limelight. But when it comes to actually talking about graduate students' fees, you boil it down to budgets. President Sandoval, we're not just budget, we're students and we're struggling, and we come to you every single year. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate all Regents taking this matter seriously. Have a great rest of the meeting.
Okay, and caller with the phone number ending in 7541, please press *6 to unmute. State your name and spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Muna, M-U-N-A, last name E-M-E-S-O-B-U-M. I'm a graduate student from UNR. I've served with the graduate students under the Graduate Student Association. And I want to thank the Board of Regents for deliberating today and meeting. But however, I want to also declare my displeasure with the school fee proposal, which was passed without the GSA or the graduate students having a say on it or having a vote on it. And I do appeal to the board to think about the graduate students because we're not just numbers, we are students and included there are international students too. Thank you.
That's all the callers we have at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So before concluding, I just want to give thanks to especially UNLV for hosting us here, especially on this week that is, a week of remembrance and memorial for everybody in the UNLV community. So I'd like to thank President Whitfield for your hospitality this week. I'd like to thank also Rosita Chapman, Ryder Hankins, B. Porta, Kirsten Dimmick, and the UNLV TV team for all the work that you do. I'd also like to thank Rick Romero, Claudio Osinaga, Ben Labrador, Martin Santos, and Joseph Domingo with audiovisual. In SCS, I'd like to thank Brian Anzalone, James Unfried, Bentley Holmeskull, Ed Boog, Gar Casal, and Tim Shupp. For catering and really giving us some really good food. Marlena Dye and the Aramark team, thank you. And from security, University Police Services and Southern Command, thank you for your service. And I'd also like to thank the board's team, Carrie Nikolajewski, Winter, Angela, and Holly, for all the work that you do on behalf of the board. So with that, this meeting is adjourned at 5:10 p.m.